we have, whether it's your problem or our problem as a committee, is that everybody makes sweeping statements about how corrupt criminal intelligence is. I would have thought that at least you would be in a position to at least give us some sort of evidence around this. Would you be able to do that? Do you have evidence that points to this corruption in criminal intelligence and the police commissioner?
Yeah, I have the evidence, Chairman. It's contained within my affidavit. And I mean, must we go back to it and read it because it's there? I've set out copious detail of how the crime intelligence Secret Service account, which I call a slush fund, has been a piggy bank for senior police officials for the last 20 years, and it's still a piggy bank. And in 2012, I've used as an example, that piggy bank budget was 98 million rand per annum. This year, it's 600 million rand per annum, which is a growth of over 500%. And during the same period, inflation only grew at 113%. And then you end up with a situation where...
And so Advocate Masha contends that you have contravened both the National Prosecuting Authority Act as well as the National Credit Act, and he sets out why. So I'm going to start with the National Credit Act. He's talking about your ability and consistent obtaining of personal credit information, amongst others, financial information of private citizens. Now, you are not authorized to have that information, do you?
Chairman, that's not correct. If you look at the Act, and I don't have the Act in front of me because I didn't know this question would be coming. If you look at the Act, it makes it clear that the information can be used for fraud prevention and fraud investigation purposes. Now, fraud and corruption are pretty much the same thing. Quite often, Chairman, a person is charged with fraud and corruption or just fraud. And those investigations, they are investigative tools. So there's every certified fraud examiner in the country who carries out fraud investigations, signs a code of conduct, has access to those tools.
But
they're not allowed to...
Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan. When you were getting the personal information of Mr. Dupree, for example, General Pashlani's driver, were you investigating him for fraud?
No, Chairman, when you're doing a fraud investigation, you have to be able to find witnesses. And in the case of General Pashlani, we received information, and it was the builder of the house. His name, Frikkie de Blanche. And Frikkie de Blanche gave information that he was paid with checkers or spar bags out of the boot of General Pashlani's car. And the first payment was 350,000 Rand in cash. The second payment was 350,000 Rand in cash. So we asked him who was the driver of the car. Actually, it was IPID that wanted to know his details. He couldn't provide that details. So all we had was a name. And I can't remember the first name. I think it was Alvain. Alvain Dupree. So we went through the population register and got a list of all the A. Duprees. And then you can work out by looking which one of them is working in the police. And then we were able to establish that. We then provide that information to IPID. And then IPID decided to interview, and they asked me to go with. And the reason they asked me to go with was because they felt, this is the late...
Sorry, I think
Mandla
you've answered me.
But he felt that Mr. Dupree would answer questions better to a white man than he would to a black man.
Mr. O'Sullivan, when you got then Honorable Skosana's information, were you investigating him for fraud?
I didn't get his information. It's a High Court judgment and it's public information. So I got a phone call the week before I appeared last time, and the phone call gave me the details. I sent somebody to Middelburg High Court, and they confirmed to me that there was a High Court judgment against Mr. Skhosana.
But were you profiling then the members of this committee, Mr. O'Sullivan? Because I don't know why that would necessarily be of interest to you.
Well, it's not of interest to me unless somebody phones me and provides me information. So we don't profile. I don't know anything about you or anybody else on the committee. The only person I got information about was Mr. Skhosana, and it was a phone call. They provided the information. I then decided to check it out.
But can you see where I'm going with this, Mr. O'Sullivan? It's, I mean, there's accusations that are made because of your forensic capabilities. You are able to go after private citizens, you get their personal information, and then that is used to intimidate them. What would be your comment to that?
That's absolutely not true.
Okay, then I think Honorable Mkhwanazi has asked you about USTA and FENTA and the issues of misrepresentation.
The Mr. What, sorry?
Of misrepresentation, because it said that, you know, you misrepresented yourself as an IPID officer. I don't want to go back there. But I want to go to Advocate Masha, and this is a conversation we're having as members, that everybody sits there. You've got markedly different versions of what had happened, but in Advocate Mashucha's statement, he says there's an email that you wrote to Mzinyati, who I think was the DPP of Gauteng, if I'm not mistaken, where you said the latest criminal suspect I need to bring to your attention is Advocate Mashucha, and then you go on and on. Now, why do you refer to Mashucha as a criminal suspect, and what evidence do you have that Mashucha is a criminal?
So the email, I don't have it in front of me, but the email would have set out the reasons why, and also would have set out the reasons why was my statement to the Zondo Commission, which is 55 pages long, and I set out chapter and verse in there. And if the chair requires, I will make that statement available to this committee through the evidence leader. And that statement sets out chapter and verse that Michael Mashucha perjured himself by lying through his teeth to the Zondo Commission and to the court, where...
Sorry, without going to the statement, sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan, without going to the statement, but I mean, when you say he's a criminal, can you just, is it a crime of perjury, or is there anything else that you are accusing Advocate Mashucha of?
My allegations were perjury and defeating the ends of justice.
In relation to the case that he was prosecuting you for?
In relation to his conduct in assisting the Northwest team to shut down an investigation involving General Pashlani, where the allegations were quite clear that we had a corrupt acting chief of police. Now, if you have a corrupt acting chief of police, it doesn't take long to figure out what's going to happen to the criminal justice system. And in the case of General Pashlani, the evidence against him is overwhelming. I think he's arraigned on 2 or 3 different trials. By the way, we had nothing to do with those investigations at all. That was other work that IPID did. I had no knowledge of that. But in my affidavit to the Zondo Commission, I set out to prove that there were 5 lies that Advocate Mashucha made in order to obtain warrants of arrest. So that means he fraudulently obtained warrants of arrest for one reason and one reason only, because he was part of a conspiracy to shut down a corruption investigation.
Okay. Your High Court order, Mr. O'Sullivan, so you go to court, you say that you're being harassed by the South African Police Services, I'll assume. And you, I'm sure amongst your prayers, you ask for 48 hours notification before an arrest. Is my understanding correct in terms of what you asked the court for? I mean, I think I'm struggling to understand why a court would grant a citizen such unprecedented, in my view, leeway to say the cops cannot touch you in any matter in perpetuity. You must be given 48 hours notice. Could you take us through how that would have come about?
Sure. Chairman, this is a very simple one to explain. This took place in September. The application was launched in September 2016. Now, prior to September 2016, I had received multiple breaches of my constitutional rights by dirty cops being directed by various parties, and those parties included the then head of DPCI, Major General Mkhwanazi, the Gauteng head of DPCI, Major General Mkhwanazi, and the acting chief of police, General Pashlani. Now, in my affidavit, I set out chapter and verse as to why that court order was necessary. Because the harassment, we asked for an undertaking, we were given an undertaking, and a week later, the prosecutor said, no, I'm not honoring that undertaking, I'm going to arrest your client again. So then we went to court. And in fact, we didn't ask for that court order. What we asked for was that for any alleged offense that took place prior to, and I think the date was 1st of June 2016, for any alleged offense prior to the 1st of June 2016, I not be arrested at all, but I be brought to court with a J175, which is a summons to attend court. And the prosecutor made it clear that no, he'll arrest when he feels like it. Now, that's contrary to prosecution policy. It's contrary to the rules, and it's contrary to the Constitution, because arrest is the last means to get a person to court. You can summons a person to come to court. Now, why would you arrest a person except, and by the way, there's 2 DPCI judge reports as part of my bundle. And in those DPCI judge reports, the second DPCI judge report, which they took 3 years to investigate, they found, and it's in my statement, they found that the conduct against me was a massive violation of my constitutional rights. And if you look at the letters from the prosecutors, they made it clear that the intention was to arrest at any cost. Okay. So there was clearly a conspiracy to shut down the corruption investigations we were busy with.
Okay. So, Mr. O'Sullivan, you do agree, though, that there's now the special dispensation that is created for you and arguably you alone. What do you intend to do in these 48 hours that you must be given notice before you're arrested?
Prepare bail application so that they can't do what they did last time, which is to drag me off to a police station, tell my lawyers I'm at another police station, and then hide me and put me in a place where they can torture me. And that's what they did for 3 days and nights.
So given that Mr. Mkhwanazi, Mr. Pashlani, and all of them are no longer in the system, would you be looking at getting that order revoked? Would you have any objections to having it revoked?
Well, given the conduct of the police right now, I would absolutely object to it. By the way, the police launched an application to set it aside and they lost. Okay. So the reality, and let me explain to you why they lost, Chairman. They lost because they weren't able to prove that their conduct was lawful. So you cannot have police deciding, let's punish this guy by arresting him on a Friday afternoon and keeping him until Monday. And while we keep him, we'll hide him somewhere. No, that's what the apartheid police were doing.
Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan, sorry, my last question. I do apologize. I've run out of time. Will you ever get to a point where you acknowledge, if not admit, you acknowledge that in your interaction with IPID in particular, and I think during the time of Mr. McBride, you would have overstepped what any ordinary citizen investigator is meant to be doing? You were sharing phone numbers, ID numbers, forensic details, all sorts of things that you should not be having, in effectively ingraining yourself within IPID and IPID machinery. Advocate Mashukha contends that that is the reason why you paid for Mr. McBride's legal fees, so that when he gets back, you are embedded within IPID. Do you still maintain that you have not overstepped your the legal framework in which you are meant to operate as far as an investigator is concerned who is outside IPID, because you are not an IPID member?
No, of course I'm not an IPID member, and I never held myself out to be an IPID member, Chairman. And as far as making a contribution to legal fees, I didn't pay the legal fees, I made a contribution. What we had at that time is we had a captured police service, we had a captured prosecution service, and state capture was in full swing. And while
But then did you not then capture IPID?
Pardon me?
Did you then not go and capture
No,
IPID?
absolutely not. In fact, the reality of the situation is that when I didn't just, by the way, make a donation towards the legal fees of Robert McBride, we also made a donation, and I know they've disputed it, but it's a fact of life, and I've got the proof. We made a donation, I think, of 100,000 Rand to the Helen Suzman Foundation. The reality of it is that the only possibility of starting somewhere to uncapture a captured state, I saw we weren't going to get anywhere with trying to uncapture the police. We weren't going to get anywhere with uncapturing the prosecution service. We had an unlawfully appointed head of prosecution service, Sean Abrahams. We had an unlawfully appointed head of the police. We had an unlawfully appointed head of the DPCI. We had an unlawfully suspended head of IPID, and the acting head of IPID was in cahoots with the criminal syndicate that were involved in state capture. So I was quite keen to see Mr. McBride back at work, and hopefully, you know, it was kind of the last chance of trying to do something to save this country from going down the drain. And when I got involved with Mr. McBride, which was at the end or beginning of November 2016, I took that involvement through, by the way, I was overseas for Christmas, but I took that involvement through till probably the end of January, and then I said, I've done enough, I'm stepping back. And that's exactly what happened. And if that's capturing IPID, that is a dream. It's the opinion of the Northwest team and their captured prosecutor, and it's the dream of Mr. Pashlani, and it's the dream of Mr. Nkabindi. And if you really want to get to the bottom of things, you must try and work out how all these witnesses miraculously appeared here with this single narrative that actually Paul O'Sullivan is the head of state capture, not all these criminals.
Okay, final question. So what is your relationship now with our law enforcement agencies? Are you still embedded, my word, are you still embedded within the system? And why did you feel the need, all the way from London, I think you were at, I'm not sure, to come out and blast General Mkhwanazi the way that you did after his press conference? I think at some point he even sought to sue you, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay, first thing is your current relationship with law enforcement, and then you went out and you attacked General Mkhwanazi after his 6th July press conference. Why did you feel the need to do that? If I'm not mistaken, and you were not even in the country. He threatened to sue you. There were insults flying left, right, and center. What is it about that that triggered you so much that you felt the need to do that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I answer that?
Write the question down. The
Okay.
the time of the.
So,
No.
my problem,
Mr. Apollos.
pardon?
The time of the member has expired. Write the question down.
Oh, okay, I'm finished now.
She will write it down. She will remind you later during my time. Now is the time for other members. Her time has expired. The MKP, listen here. It's now 11 o'clock. You are going to share the hour between the three of you. 20 minutes, 20. If you speak for 20 minutes, it's not my problem. So you give each other 20 minutes. 20 past, 22, 11 o'clock. Your time starts now.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Chairman, can I just ask something first? Can we put this screen up here, because I'm not able to turn. I have a spine problem and I cannot turn and look this way. But if we can put a screen up there, I can see the person that's talking, and I can be able to relate to it, but I cannot turn and look over here.
Yeah. The two of them are coming to sit here immediately.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. Yeah, I want you to look at each other in the eye and smile with each other.
Thank you, Chair. Can I proceed? Good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Good morning.
Yeah, let's start from the response that you have given to Honorable Sangoni about the 48-hour notice. If I heard you correctly, you are saying the reason why you must be given a 48-hour notice before you are arrested is because they want to afford you an opportunity to do bail application. Is that what you have said?
Yeah, that's what I said, but it's not just that. It's also to have lawyers on standby, because what the police were doing on a regular basis were attempting to arrest me. They threatened to, while I'm in court, I brought an application, for example, Chairman, to get my passports handed back to me because they refused to give me my passports. They didn't want me to travel overseas. So I had to bring an application in court to get my passports back. And when they handed my passports back, they first of all tried not to hand me my passports back.
Yeah,
They said, but this is very important.
No,
It's very important you understand
but you
the
have
reason
responded
why.
to what I was asking.
Sorry?
So I'm saying you've responded to what I was asking.
Okay.
And I think that is enough. So, that to me means there are laws for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and laws for other citizens in this country. Because in terms of the process, when a suspect is arrested, he must appear in court within 48 hours to be charged formally, and thereafter is given 7 days while in custody to make bail application. So that means there are different rules or there are different laws for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan in South Africa.
Well, I think the laws are the same for everybody in the country.
No, but there is
Sorry, am I allowed to answer the
yeah,
question,
but if
Chairman,
you can
or am I
quote,
going to be
if
interrupted
you
while
can quote
answering
the law
question?
that says before you are arrested, you must be given a 48-hour notice.
Chairman, there was a High Court application brought in September 2016 as a result of multiple abuses of my constitutional rights. That High Court application was initially opposed by the state, and in November 2016, the state agreed to the order and the High Court order was made. And if they hadn't have breached my constitutional rights, I wouldn't have had the need to bring the High Court application in the first place.
Yeah, that is why I'm saying, because you can't even quote a section. You can't say this judgment was relying on this section, because there is no such. There is no law in South Africa that says before a suspect is arrested, he must be given a 48-hour notice.
The,
So that
if
is why
the High
I'm
Court
saying
makes an order, the High Court makes an
that
order.
is why I'm saying it means there are laws for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and laws for the entire citizens of South Africa.
Chairman, that's a statement from the member, but the reality of the situation is the High Court made that order and the state consented to that order. A year later, the police tried to have that order overturned and they failed.
When you are here, we played a video of your interview in which you made certain remarks about members of parliament. And you made an undertaking that you will go to a media to retract those remarks. And you were given a platform in the media to explain what you did here on your previous appearance. Why did you not use that platform to retract what you said about members of parliament?
Chairman, on the way out, the media asked me and I confirmed it to them then.
What did you confirm to them?
The apology and the retraction. And I don't go on social media and I don't watch TV, so I don't know whether or not they did it. But it was an ENCA reporter put the mic to me. I confirmed the retraction and I confirmed the apology. I complied with the undertaking I gave, Chairman.
You know, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, I know the chair said you will give us another platform. So I'm not going to go into the merits of what transpired at this stage. But I'm very worried about your character. You threaten people with ease. And I get worried when a white person threatens people, black people like this, because you are putting an emphasis to a narrative that there is an apartheid residue in this country. And you are a manifestation of that residue. And as members of parliament, some of us feel badly that this residue even finds expression in a democratic institution such as parliament. We are representatives of the people here. So if we can't protect ourselves against white arrogance, it means our people on the ground are vulnerable. And it means they express the worst, because if it reaches here in parliament, it means what is happening on the ground is worse. When Advocate Masha was here yesterday, he read an email that you sent to General Pashlani. I'm going to read this email. This email was sent on the 26th of November, 2016. And the author of the email is Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. This is how it reads. This one is just between me, you, and Mr. Pashlani. You know you are a corrupt cop. I know you are a corrupt cop. Figgy knows, your wife knows, Yola knows, Henry knows, and soon the whole world will know. When I send you to prison, and you know I will, you should not blame me. Blame yourself for being a dishonest piece of rubbish. I'm going to enjoy putting you away, and when I'm done with you, I'm going after your wife. Then I'm going after Ntlemeza, and then Mokaketi. When I'm going after Ntlego, or then I'm going after Ntlego, then I'm going after the boyfriend of the Ling Ling twins. And whilst I'm going after all of you, I'm going to send Moon to prison. Then your house and assets will go under the hammer whilst you and your wife are in prison. I will do what I did to Krishi. I will buy it on auction and sell at a profit. Stop me if you can, you low down piece of rubbish. Do you know this email?
Sounds familiar.
Is it appropriate for you to address people like this? General Pashlani this time, was he not a commissioner?
He was an acting commissioner.
Yes.
He was-
Now,
Pardon?
Mr.
Sorry,
Mr.
am I not allowed to answer
You
the
are
question?
allowed, but on my guidance.
Okay, so I mustn't answer
You
the
are,
question.
but on my guidance, I'm asking you questions.
No, but-
So you are not
Chairman,
going to prescribe
Chairman,
to me how you should answer.
Chairman,
You are
I need-
allowed, but on
I
my
need-
guidance, I'm asking you
I
questions.
need to request.
Or both, switch off your microphones. Yeah.
Yes, the question is one.
Listen to me carefully, please. May you please have a cordial conversation.
Yeah, the conversation on my side is cordial. There's
You
nothing.
know, sometimes it appears rude on my part when I come in and say the time has expired.
No, the
So,
conversation is
May
cordial.
you please
Chair, on
use
my side.
your time fruitfully.
Mr. Paul
Thank
O'Sullivan,
you.
is it appropriate for you to write this kind of an email to an acting national commissioner?
Given the circumstances at the time, it was more than appropriate. This is in the week when I received a death threat, which we trace back to a police official connected to him, and Mandla Mashlangu received a death threat. He was subsequently murdered. Given the circumstances at the time, it was entirely appropriate, Chairman.
So it's appropriate to you to say to a man you'll go after his wife.
Given the fact that his wife was involved in the corruption with him and had been unlawfully appointed and elevated in rank in the police, and that she was involved, and in fact, Chairman, 3 months or 4 months after that email, he was arrested, she was arrested, and they both sat in the dock together.
It's appropriate for you to say to him, you will buy his house and sell it at a profit.
Why not?
So it's appropriate.
Why not?
It's appropriate for you to threaten a witness while he's testifying here in Parliament.
I didn't threaten any witness. I told the witness he was lying through his teeth and he belonged in prison.
Didn't you send a message to Mr. Ngabinde?
I've just said, Chairman.
Is that
I
not a
told-
threat?
Sorry, I can't answer if you're going to keep interrupting.
No, I'm asking you questions. You will answer because I'm asking. You will
Pardon?
answer. You will answer. You will answer. I'm asking you questions and you will respond.
I'm trying to answer and you interrupting me.
I'm
Chairman.
not
I can't
interrupting
work like
you.
this.
I'm asking you questions.
So what is the question?
Asking is not an interruption. I'm saying to you, is it appropriate for you to send a witness a threatening message while he's testifying here in Parliament?
I didn't send any witness a threatening message. I told him it was an offence to lie, it was an offence to commit perjury, and he belonged in prison. And that is a fact. And he
When
does-
you say you
and
will send a person-
I have not finished answering the question, Chairman. I told him also that I would be opening a docket against him. I have opened that docket against him, and I think the rest of it we shouldn't be debating in Parliament. We should leave it up to the criminal justice system.
Is it appropriate for you to send messages to a prosecutor who is prosecuting you?
He wasn't prosecuting me.
Well, was he not prosecuting your case?
The case had been struck off the roll.
No. I'm saying during the course of prosecution.
No, I didn't send any messages during the course of
Even
prosecution.
even after,
My-
because when the matter
Sorry,
is
Chairman, I can't work.
No,
where I'm answering a question and it's becoming
but
an
I'm
argument.
contextualizing my
Okay,
question
I'm
to
going
you.
refrain from
I'm
discussion.
saying to you, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, when a matter is struck off the roll, it can be reinstated. It doesn't mean that that matter cannot be reinstated. Is it appropriate for you to send messages to a prosecutor who is dealing with your case? Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Chairman, I'll answer a question if I'm allowed to answer a question.
You are allowed. You are now allowed. You can respond.
You see, I'm being interrupted again.
You are allowed to respond.
given the circumstances of what was going on at the time, given the criminal conduct of the Northwest team or the Mabula team, whatever you want to call it, and given the circumstances of that prosecutor, what I did, I believe was appropriate. And if it's not appropriate, that was, by the way, 9 years ago. If it's not appropriate, why are we discussing it today?
No, it's because the case is going to be reinstated for as long as we are members of parliament. It will never die a natural death. It was struck off the roll, you were not acquitted. So it will be re-enrolled. Now, if that prosecutor was still working for the NPA, he was going to handle the matter as he was doing before.
Is that a question?
No.
Can I answer?
Yeah, you can answer.
Are you making a statement or
Yes,
asking
I'm making a
question?
statement, but you can respond if you like.
Okay, yes, I will respond. What you've indicated, in my opinion, amounts to prima facie evidence of the fact that certain members of this committee have taken a decision that a case that has no merits whatsoever will be reinstated. That means that those members of the committee that have demanded the reinstatement of that case have failed to read the memorandum by the new National Director of Prosecutions, where he makes it clear that there will be a re-examination of the case. He doesn't say he's going to reinstate the case. And I can assure this committee there is not a cat in hell's chance of that case being reinstated, because the case is fake and it's made up by dirty cops and a dishonest prosecutor, and it's going nowhere.
No, it's the court that will make that determination. We are not a court of law.
Well, I'm glad the court will make that decision, because just a few moments ago you said you were making that decision.
Yeah, no, we'll make sure, we'll use our oversight powers to make sure that that matter is reinstated.
So that would amount to political interference in the criminal justice system.
No, it means you don't understand the principle of separation of powers and the constitutional mandate of parliament. But we are not there. You are saying you received a call from somebody who told you that there is a judgment against Mr. Skhosana. You know, we're tired of being told that I can't disclose my sources and so on, because it has been a song of the year now. That's what you told us when you appeared. You did not want to disclose many people. You were saying it's confidential and so on. So who called you? Who told you that there's a judgment against Mr. Skhosana?
The call came through, Chairman, on a, I don't know how you say it, where you can't see the number. It was a black male. I don't know who the person was. I asked him for his details. He wouldn't give it to me. He told me, do yourself a favor. He gave me the case number, Middelburg High Court. I wrote it down. I got somebody to go to Middelburg High Court and have a look, and they confirmed there was a judgment there against a company. I have the details somewhere of the company, and the company was a close corporation, and the member was allegedly personally liable for the judgment. And
so you were told by a stranger?
It was in the court papers.
No, I'm saying the person who called you.
He only gave me the case number. Shall I give you the case number?
No, we know the case number.
Okay.
The person who told you, we want his particulars.
Well, I don't know how I can get those, but he wouldn't give me his details. We get anonymous calls all the time.
So he gave you a call?
Pardon?
He gave you a call?
Correct.
Yeah. And then he told you that there's a judgment against Mr. Skhosana?
Correct.
Do you have his number, that person?
I just explained, Chairman. The call came through on a, where you can't see the number. So if you do #31# before you make a call, it conceals your number, you can't see it.
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, generally, do you respect black people?
Absolutely.
But why are you threatening them like this?
Who am I threatening?
Those that I've mentioned to you.
Oh, phone Radovan Kretcher, he's a white person. Ask him if I threatened him. Phone George Michaelides, attorney. who stole 35 million rand from his trust account. Ask him if I threatened him. I threatened them with criminal justice. That's it.
No, I'm saying, why are you doing that? Because you did not only threaten them. It's a few. There are a few of many that you have threatened.
No, I opened cases against them as well, criminal cases.
And no, but you also threatened members of parliament.
Which members of
You
parliament?
threatened us.
How did I threaten you?
You sent an email to the evidence leader.
And what did the threat say? What did I say? I'm going to come and hit
You were telling us that we belong to a party of criminals, and you are going to.
That's not a threat.
You will
That's a
send us.
statement.
You will send us to jail.
I never said I'll send anybody to jail.
No, that's what you said.
No, I didn't.
That's what you said.
I did not.
You said you'll send us to jail.
I'm sorry, Chairman. He's wrong. I never said I'd send him to jail. I said nothing of the kind.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I don't want to eat on my colleagues' time.
Party. Next speaker from the MKP. You are 20 minutes, start now.
I'll take less than that, Chair. Bob Sullivan, Sawubona. Sawubona.
Sawubona.
Kunjani?
Good, Johnny.
Ngiyaphila.
Sorry, I'm a little bit hard of hearing. If I can ask you to speak up a bit.
Ngiyaphila unjani?
Yeah. What can I say?
Sibonga. Quick one. You stated somewhere here, you said, if it wasn't for you, Pashlani would walk away with crime. You just said that earlier on.
I said if I hadn't have opened the case against him, he would have got away with it.
So you admit you're the one who opened the case.
I've stated it in my affidavit that on the 25th of February 2016, I opened a comprehensive criminal docket against General Pashlani, having spent several months investigating after receiving information from whistleblowers who came forward and provided me with evidence.
So can you, in South African law, open a case against somebody and then be an investigator at the same time?
So, I've made it clear. If I look at my statement to the Zondo Commission, I make it clear that opening a docket is different if you're the victim of a crime. Now, for example, if somebody breaks into my office and steals my computers, it would be inappropriate for me to do anything more than an internal investigation and then open a docket. When it comes to Forensics for Justice, which was a charity that was formed for the purpose of investigating state-sponsored corruption, I formed a team of people that could investigate and did investigate and provided those resources to the state because the state is under-resourced when it comes to investigating that type of crime.
May I interject you?
Pardon me?
May I interject you? My question is it allowed in South African law to open a case and be the investigator at the same time? The question is it allowed in the South African law?
It happens all the time, Chairman.
No. The question is, did it happen before? Did it happen at... I'm only asking,
Yes,
is it allowed in
it's
the South
allowed.
African law to be an investigator? At
It's
the same time,
allowed.
be the person who opened the case as
It's
a civilian?
allowed. Yeah, it's allowed.
No, it's not allowed.
It's allowed.
No, we'll argue that later. That's wrong. The Rodovan Creature's house,
Yeah.
are you staying there?
No.
Did you stay there?
Pardon?
Did you stay there?
Never.
Have you been in that house?
I've been in it.
Doing what?
Having a look.
Just a look.
Had a bride there.
Had a bride there.
Uh-huh.
On what conditions were you having a bride there?
Pardon me?
On what conditions were you having a bride there? Who authorized you to have a bride there in that house?
Well, the owner of the house.
Who's that?
A company.
Whose company is that?
Pardon?
Whose company is that?
It's not my company.
Whose company is it?
I don't
Who's
know.
the owner?
I don't know the name of the owner now.
How were
I
you
believe
invited by a person you don't know?
Pardon?
How were you invited by a person you don't know to a braai?
Sorry, Chairman. I wasn't invited.
You went to a braai.
Can I finish answering?
Time?
So, I wasn't invited.
Mm.
I got hold of the company that purchased the house.
Yes.
And I can't remember his name, I got hold of the director and I said, can I come there and have a braai?
Who's that owner?
Pardon?
Who is that owner? How did you get hold of that name?
That person doesn't own the house anymore. It's owned by somebody else.
It's fine. I'm not asking who owns the house now. I'm asking who is that owner?
His name, Anthony Fitzhenry.
Okay. Now, at that time you went to that braai, your life was in danger, right? Is that the reason the braai was private?
What one doesn't like to do is go out in public places when you know that there's
Your
somebody
life is
trying to
threatened.
kill you.
Yes. And at that time, you went to that house invited by a person you don't know. You went to the braai of a house of a person you don't know, but your life was in danger.
No,
Does
it's
it make sense?
It's not true, Chairman. I'll explain to the member again.
Mm.
I got hold of the owner of the house and I asked him if I could use the house for a braai. I wasn't invited.
Did you
there.
know the business owner?
Pardon?
Did you know the business owner? Were you friends?
I'm sorry, I can't
Were
hear
you friends with the business owner of the house?
Yeah, yeah.
Now you are friends. You
Yeah.
started by saying you didn't know the house owner, you didn't know the business owner.
We're
Now you're
friends.
changing, you are friends.
We're friends now, yeah.
Baba Gahlamang.
Pardon?
No, you're lying.
Pardon?
You're lying.
I lie what?
Your statement, you've got three statements at once. You said you didn't know the business owner. You got a call from a person you don't know.
I got hold of
Suddenly you had a braai there of a house of
Yes,
a person
and
you didn't know.
we became
Did you
friends.
buy that house of Fred of Creature?
No,
Is that your house?
no,
Did you buy it indirectly through a company?
no.
If your life is in danger, how would you go to a house of a person you don't know? I see, yeah, leave it. It's fine. I see, yeah, I'm not sure. For never in Masha. Now. Tell me this. A makeup artist is shot dead, allegedly, by her boyfriend.
Pardon?
A makeup artist. Facial makeup artist.
Who?
I'll tell you the name later. Let's listen to the story. She is shot dead, allegedly, by her boyfriend. And the policeman covers up that story, allegedly. Right? Keep that in mind, 1. 2, drugs worth 300 million get stolen and lost. A case alleges that a person who is a police officer is involved in that case, and the case gets withdrawn. That's number 2. Are you following? A father loses his son in hospital when a doctor was operating that son. It is alleged that that father goes and says to his friend he has shot that doctor because he lost his son through the hands of that doctor. That's number 3. Are you following?
I'm trying to.
Okay, very, very well. You're doing very well. It is also alleged that cigarette smugglers, cigarette sellers and all that get cases covered up by the same police officer. Now, the most amazing thing is this. This police officer owns multiple franchise of business, lucrative businesses. But this person remains a senior officer with a very little salary compared to what he's making outside.
Sorry, can I just ask you to slow down a bit because if you're talking
okay.
fast, I'm not keeping up. Just the last sentence.
Now, this person is a businessman who owns franchises, lucrative franchises. But he remains a police
like
officer.
McDonald's or something like this.
I'll mention the businesses later if I have to. This person remains in the police leadership. But you, as a lover of South Africa, never investigates that person, Farouz Khan. We can't even get the name here in Parliament to get that person to come here and answer for his question. It's apparently he's being covered up and protected. Even by us now, they say we are protecting him. We can't get him here. Why didn't you investigate Farouz Khan, but you went for Pashlani, whom you do not have a single evidence of what he has done? Your statement sitting there in front of you doesn't have an ounce of evidence about Mr. Pashlani. Why did you leave Farouz Khan out?
Chairman, there's probably 1 million crimes going on in South Africa, and you can ask me the same question why I didn't investigate them. Let me just put the following to you. Forensics for Justice is a registered non-profit organization, non-profit company, NPC. It has limited resources. If people, nobody came to us, by the way, with all this talk about the makeup artist.
But you do know Khan, right?
I've met him
You know
twice.
Sibiya, right?
I've met him
You
several
know
times.
Mandla, right?
Who?
Mandla Mahlangu.
Yes.
Mandla Mahlangu has a 7 million rand plot. Has a house in Savannah with a salary of SAPS. Why would a police officer, why would a person who owns so much businesses continue to be a police officer when you can open that space for people in South Africa to get a job, who has multi-millions of businesses, sits there and it doesn't catch your eye? Allegations of 300 million of drugs, that doesn't catch your eye, but Pashlani's house catches your eye. 80,000 rand sound catches your attention. Aye, Bob Sullivan. You are silent.
Sorry, Chairman, is that a question?
It
or
is
a
a question. I'm just curious on how
So
do
is it
you
a question
how
or
do
a
you
statement?
pick who to attack?
Pardon?
How do you pick? How do you identify who to attack? Why would you leave Mandla? Why would you leave Farouz Khan out and just go strictly for this person, Pashlani, for 80,000 rand for a sound system that has proof of payment? Your statement doesn't even have one single evidence of Pashlani. I'm even thinking that Pashlani was at this dismissal of his is also something that we need to look at. Uyangizwa yazi. Uyazi uyangizwa ngempela. Akasezwa mase khuluma mina manje.
Okay.
No, I will end here, Chair. Ngicela ukushaya isikhathi for Baba Skhosana. Thank you.
So the reality of the situation, Chairman, it's not a case of what catches my eye. If somebody comes to us and gives us information that, in this case, it was a Brigadier Mkhwanazi in the police who came to us and explained to us in some detail about how he believed there was corruption going on with General Pashlani. As far as you mentioned Feroz Khan, I had a tip-off about Feroz Khan. And when I investigate that tip-off, I found that the tip-off was false. So I called, I didn't tell Feroz Khan who the tip-off came from, but I called Feroz Khan and I sat him down and I explained what the tip-off was, and he gave me and that was like 5 or 6, maybe more years ago, and that was the last time I saw him. Now, at the end of the day, we can't just say, oh, something catches our eye, so we must go and investigate it. We're not the state. We're a charity. And we don't have limitless resources that we can run around.
But Mr. Sullivan.
And do all these things, when in fact, when somebody comes to us with prima facie evidence, we then have the ability to investigate something, and we investigate it. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying you must know our South African language. You've been here for 40 years. You must know simple things. You say you love South Africa, right? Wait. It doesn't make sense that Mr. Pashlani has paid for that sound system and has proof, but you continued with the case. But you're saying with Farouz Khan, you got a tip off and you just let it go just like that.
No. In fact, unfortunately, you've completely misinterpreted the statement, which is included in my bundle.
What evidence does your statement have on Pashlani? Just one evidence.
You know, Chairman, I can't
but I'm only asking, while you are I'm just talking on top of you, you can answer, you hear me.
I cannot answer one question.
Oh, lo,
or while I'm answering it, I get another question. So the reality of the situation is that the evidence in the Pashlani case that we investigated, the sound system was less than 1% of the complaint. In fact, as far as the sound system was concerned, we weren't interested in the purchase of the sound system. We were interested in the fact that a contractor
Right.
of the police
Uthatha 10 minutes.
installed the sound system. In other words, a police supplier went to his house and installed the equipment in his house, and he didn't pay for that installation. The other part of our complaint was
But
that
if
he
it was
built a
important,
house
why did
at
you go
somewhere
and look for
between
proof of
4
payment for the
and
sound?
5 million rand.
Babu Paul, why did you go and look
That
for
he built
proof
a
of
house
payment
for-
if it wasn't important, Babu Paul? Ngicela impendulo nje, simple. Mkhulu,
I don't know what the
uyevenini
question
wena. Uyohlala
is.
ekoneni evenini lapha, ekoneni so.
So I can just get a
Mr.
question,
Chair, I'm
Chairman.
grateful, thank you. This, lo baba lo, akanaliqiniso nje. I'm sorry to say that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Chair, I just want to start by saying I want to give evidence of the allegation made against me in the Precinct of Parliament that I'm running away from the bank. I must go and pay my debt. Can you please, Ramano, give him the proof of payment which was paid last year, the issue which he's talking about. And I want him to apologize and retract for us to have a conversation because he misled this country. Because that issue which he's talking about, that judgment we are talking about is here, and the company name is Landiwe Security and Projects. I even paid, no, because they're going to take screenshots. Hence, I want to give him. I don't want this thing to be going all over. No, you must be himself who said that. It should not be me. That was a judgment. That was the payment. So you've misled the person who called you, whoever he is, misled you. The payment, total payment is 642,000.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't know which part of our investigation this one falls under, where a member of the committee produces evidence. I thought it should be the other way around, because we shouldn't create a wrong precedence of the committees to follow where things are done like we're in a schoolyard, school kids accusing each other of this and that and having to prove to each other about this or that. I think just saying the allegation was a lie and so on and so forth is sufficient than to produce evidence to a witness about personal matters. And even as that this should not be published, and tomorrow we're going to see it out there, we will not know how it got out there. But the fact that it passed through this passage, it will also have implications on us. Thanks.
That is a valid point, Honorable Malema. I think you wanted the witness to know that you, as he instructed you last time, that you must go and pay your debts. You want him to know that you have paid. You are in good standing.
Thank you, Chair. Like everyone in the country who run business, you will understand that. But what I'm saying is that misleading this parliament was completely out of line. So I just want him to retract that. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Paulo Sullivan, do you see the proof of payments? Switch off your microphone, Jali. Do you see the proof of payments by...
Chairman, what I see is I see some documents which are a bit fuzzy, but it appears to be proofs of payment.
Yeah.
I also see a document which says judgment by default, 25th of September 2025.
Yes, what we are saying that you must not read that because it's personal and confidential.
Okay.
It's for your perusal.
Okay.
But what he says is that once you have seen that and satisfied yourself that he is indeed in good standing, because he has his own personal reputation to protect and the juristic person that he represents.
First of all, Chairman, I didn't...
And that your statements have gone viral.
Yeah. Well, if they went viral, Chairman, it's because the member in question recused himself from Parliament, followed me out.
I don't want to make that a point of debate now.
Okay.
If you listen to what Honorable Malema said, let's not bring what does not belong here into our proceedings. I want him to ask you questions, and then at the end, when you have gone through that and satisfied yourself, in whatever platform, if you agree to go out with a ENCA and that horde of journalists which followed you on Thursday last week, I can arrange for you outside.
It's not going to happen, Chair. If the member...
No, it's not a point we're going to debate now.
Okay.
Now I want him to, you and him to have a conversation on our terms of reference. Thank you.
I'm not surprised. The arrogancy is on a high level, and I can tell you now, we are dealing with a wrong honorable member, maybe. Maybe in the last administration, people used to dance for your tune. I'm not going to do that. You've seen the proof of payment, if you doubt it, because in the precinct of Parliament, that's what you said here, and you say you are not going to retract what you said, even if you have the proof of payment. That tells me that even before you came in here, you instigated all of us because you are calling us crooks. And I can tell you, Mr. O'Sullivan, that we've been tolerating this white supremacy for many years in this country. And, you know, some of us, you said you've been threatened. I'm just making a remark, Chair. You've been threatened many times that they want to murder you. You know, they want to arrest you. Some of us were arrested multiple times. You know, we've been kept under state of emergency for many years. In fact, my friend, two of my friends passed on. Ephraim Mohale passed on. We didn't even know the remainings of George Shabangu, our friend who passed on. We are only arrested 10 times. We are making a fuse about it. Some families, we are still missing some of our friends in the struggle. But let me start by saying to you now, I'm going to question you. Because you've been threatening prosecutors, generals. Now, let's start here. On the knowledge allegation of these syndicates we are talking about, you stated that you have no knowledge of the allegation made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi regarding a criminal syndicate infiltrating law enforcement structures. Given your extensive involvement in investigations relating to senior sub-official, can you explain why would you have no knowledge whatsoever of the alleged network or individuals identified in those allegations?
Chairman, it's like asking somebody why they don't know about this or why they don't know about that. The reality of the situation is that until I heard the mention of the name Kat Matlala, I'd never heard of this person before. I had no knowledge other than what I'd read in the media about his involvement or alleged involvement with some extraction system or scheme. It wasn't a matter we were investigating. We had no knowledge of the inner details of that system. What I did, however, have knowledge of was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's involvement in trying to unlawfully pervert the course of justice when it came to the IPID investigation in respect of General Pashlani. And evidence has already been led. And I suggested in one of my earlier emails to this committee that the committee should in fact call Humbalani Kuba, who is a senior IPID investigator, and let him explain to this committee how it was that he came to meet General Mkhwanazi in 2017 and be escorted into a hotel room. Escorted into a hotel room.
Chair, please, can I need your indulgence,
taken away from them, and then to be told that he needs to come over, like Cedric and Kabindi has done, and become a witness against IPID because they want to stop the Pashlani investigation.
Chair, can you please help me? The last time I've asked again, because we are not on a lecturing room here. The question is simple. If that's the case, have you opened a case against General Mkhwanazi? Yes or no?
A case was opened way back
Against General Mkhwanazi?
against all the people.
No, I'm talking General Mkhwanazi. Leave the
Not
other
just-
people.
The case wasn't just against.
No, I'm talking about General Mkhwanazi. I don't
wasn't
talk
a
about
single
Kuba. I'm not
case.
talking about any other person. My question is simple. Have you opened a case against General Mkhwanazi?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, there's perception that, in fact, you have done that. You stated that it was made clear and unambiguous that you, Mr. O'Sullivan, you are not a member of the IPID. Can you explain how that distinction was communicated to a witness at Sable Hills, and whether any written disclosure or identification was provided to avoid the perception that you were acting as an investigator with an official authority? Honorable Nomvalo asked you earlier about that you are a complainant and an investigator. How so?
So what's the question?
No, don't do
No, I'm
that
having
to
a
me.
problem because I'm getting a multiplicity.
No,
What is
it's
the
one.
actual question?
It's one question.
question
You
is-
just delaying my time. That you impersonated yourself as an IP official.
Okay, so this question, Chairman, has been answered. In my affidavit,
Can you answer me now?
I'm going to read from the affidavit.
No, don't read. Answer me, because I have the affidavit. I've read that. I just want
You
an
don't
answer
have
from
this
you.
affidavit. This is the affidavit I provided to the Zondo Commission.
No,
on the
but-
19th of October.
I don't want a Zondo commission here. I'm
And-
asking you.
And the point I'm pointing out here, and I'm referring to the.
But please don't take me to
I'm
Zondo
referring-
commission that fast.
I'm referring to the affidavit of Michael Masha to the Zondo Commission, and I refer to it with the headline, Lie to, O'Sullivan expressly held himself out as an IPID investigator. And I stated under oath, this lie is easy to prove. One only has to have regard to the transcripts of the meeting with Jooste, that was Mr. Chris Jooste. It is clear from the transcripts that despite the lies peddled by the Mabula squad and Mashuka, I at no point introduced myself as being from IPID, let alone expressly held myself out to be from IPID, as Mashuka fraudulently claims. How does Mashuka then contrast the exculpatory evidence
Chair,
exchange of
Chair,
emails I had with
Chair.
Jooste on 2016?
Mr. O'Sullivan, I've got that. I'm saying to you, please, if Zondo Commission calls you again, please go and explain to them. I'm asking you here, as a member of this ad hoc committee. My question was very simple. If you don't want to answer, it is fine. But reading that is not going to take us anywhere. Now, I'm going to ask you again. Your interference of evidence in your WhatsApp messages, in annexure, the CCTV photos are not important and cannot remove it from the statement. Who gave you the instruction on what authority was the evidence alleged to be removed? You remember the story about the CCTV one at the Sable Hills.
I don't understand.
Okay, let me lead you. In the email which you wrote, 26 December 2016, you said, like Honorable Nombalo said, you'll bring Mono and yourself to prison. You were threatening Pashlani as well, and you're threatening Advocate Mashuha. Can you confirm whether this communication was received and whether it was reported to the authorities.
Which communication?
I'm saying to you, you know, there's attachments here of emails. Are you denying those emails?
I can't see these emails. I don't have them in front of me.
You don't have those emails. Evidence leader, he says he doesn't have those attachments which advocate Masha gave us yesterday. You'll make them available. In the same correspondence, you warned that your wife and associate will be targeted next. That's what you responded when Honorable Nomvalo asked you. I'm making a follow-up now. Did you interpret this as an intimidation or aiming at influencing the investigation on your conduct?
No, definitely not.
Why were you threatening them?
As I explained before, given the criminal conduct of both the Mabula team and Michael Mashucha, it was appropriate to take steps to notify them that I wasn't going to tolerate their nonsense.
Now, the rubbish which you spoke about here last week, you were saying that there's rubbish when we are asking you, and you call us names. I'm going back to where I said the CCTV issues, because there was a removal or exclusion on CCTV evidence formally recorded in the investigation file. And my question, and who authorized it? Did any investigator or official attempt to alter witness statement or evidentiality material relating to the CCTV footage? Or you don't know anything about the issue of CCTV?
Yes, in fact, that was also covered in my statement to the Zondo Commission, where Mr. Jooste was sent a draft statement. And when he wanted to sign the statement, he asked if he could remove from the statement the reference to the CCTV footage which he had given to Pashlani. And Mandla Mashlangu, who was present, he said to Mr. Jooste, you may remove it from the statement. So it wasn't anything to do with me at all.
Chair, just before, because I've got 9 minutes now to go, I want us to play a video, because we have a dishonest criminal fraudster with a so-called forensic for justice. There's not justice at all. That so-called forensic for justice, for me, is forensic for fraud. Okay, can you please play that clip?
Microphone. You see, what we will not accept here is both of you, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Honorable Skosan, if you are going to use those words, criminals and fraudsters, to describe witnesses before us here, that cannot be accepted. We are probing allegations, and both of you must refrain from using those words to describe any person coming before us, or to describe any person against whom allegations have been made.
Yeah, but Chair, those words were used by some of the honorable members from the DA, and it was not an issue. They were never called that they must stop that. I can play them for you if you want to, unless it's exclusive.
I'm astonished that he's saying it's what's the right number?
No, it's fine. Is that clip? Now, Chair, as I said earlier, I agree with the former.
Just one moment. Honorable Malim.
No, I wanted to come in before Honorable Skosana comes in. Those remarks Skosana is making are not meant for black witnesses only. It was said to Ket Matlala, and we all allowed it. We all did. And no one, not a single one of us, raised an objection. And for me, it's not a conclusion necessarily. If Honorable Skosana says you are a fraud, you are a thief, you are what, it's a statement that is put to the witness who can rightfully so dispute and say, no, I don't agree with that statement. And we proceed like we did. I mean, Matala was called all sorts of names, and he said, I'm not any of the things you are saying. And we all proceeded. It's on record. So it shouldn't be that Paul or anyone else comes here and it gets to be treated differently, because he calls people crooks, he calls people all manner of names. And he must be made to test his own medicine. Thanks, Chair.
No, this is what I'm saying. I was addressing both speakers, both himself and Honorable Skosana, because Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has repeatedly, orally and in messages that he allegedly sent to people who appeared before us as witnesses, have called them as such. And even in today's proceedings, he repeatedly made those claims that people are criminals. When Honorable Nomvalo was asking him, why did you do that? Why do you think you have the authority to do this, to do that? He tried to give a context that criminals were trying to do this and that, and I did not have a choice but to do that. And that's exactly, I want him, in particular, and Honorable Skosana, to know that as a committee, we have not reached a stage where we are convinced or we have assessed evidence to say somebody is a criminal or is involved in criminal activities. We are still probing, and I just wanted to put that message across, including you, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Can you proceed, Honorable Skosana, to ask questions?
Yeah, but Chair, Honorable Malema is correct. Those words were used, but there was no. You never said anything when those words were used. But be that as it may, I'll continue.
So,
Mr. O'Sullivan.
You think I'm protecting him?
Yeah, that's my feeling, Chair. You know, that's my feeling.
Let me tell him here in your presence, Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan, I'm not protecting you.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, I just wanted to ask you, did you assisted your partner, Sarah Jane Trent, to lay a charge blaming Duduzile Zuma for the unrest caused by her father's detention without trial by Judge Kambembe and other judges? Did you help Sarah?
To make a case against who?
Duduzile Zuma, Sambo.
Sam Butler.
Yes.
Zuma Sam Butler.
Yes.
It was quite a few years ago. I think it was 2021. And I believe that I sent a complaint to the National Director of Public Prosecutions consisting of a sworn statement.
Chair, sorry, Chair. Did you help him or not?
Her.
Yeah, did you? Yes, your partner, Sarah Jane Trent.
I think I may have done.
Yeah, you've done that. Not that you think you've done that.
Yeah.
But be that as it may, you've been saying that you are opening dockets against people. How do you open dockets if you are not a policeman? Only a policeman can open a docket.
I'm sorry, Chair, but the gentleman's understanding for the law is factually incorrect.
I know, I'm asking about the docket. How do you open it? Because you are not a policeman.
You go to the police station.
Then open what?
You
A
complete
docket?
all the documentation and you
No,
submit
no,
it.
I'm talking about a docket. You said you are opening dockets.
Correct.
You can go and open a case, not a docket. It's only a policeman who can open a docket, Mr. Osoliven.
They register the docket
No,
on the system, on the cash system.
I'm saying, unfortunately, you've been playing with our justice system in this country. You are law unto yourself. And this must stop. And we are going to open a case against you.
Well, I'm happy for you to do that.
You know, and I can tell you now, it's not a threat. You know, it's our duty as members of this ad hoc committee not to allow anyone, including you, and even this case of you having the so-called 48-hour notice. We'll make sure on that. There's no citizen. It's only you in this country who has that. No one else. We are not that special. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We are going to take the following 4 speakers and then break. They will come in this order: Honorable Chopper, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mattheys, and Honorable Bangazita. Let me acknowledge the presence of Honorable Ndamase. Honorable Ndamase, good morning to you. Every time we wanted to acknowledge you in our proceedings, you disappeared. Today we caught you. There is no way you can escape. Thank you so much.
Not limited to Advocate Mashukha. And Mr. O'Sullivan makes it extremely difficult for this committee to ascertain what is true and what is factual, considering that we don't have a forensic investigator at our disposal. When Honorable Mola asked about Critch's house today, you denied buying the house. Let me pose it to you differently, Mr. O'Sullivan. Did you buy the house in an auction?
So I bid at the auction for somebody else. So, yes.
And
In
you
that-
put it,
but
and you
I-
put that same house in the market in January.
No, I didn't put the house on the market. The owner of the house put the house on the market.
So you were bidding in the case.
Pardon me?
So you were just bidding in the case. You were not using your own money. It wasn't for yourself or any other business that you own.
That's correct.
My opinion in your view, sir, is somewhat split, considering your conduct statement and your evidence. Firstly, I have respect for you, for your age and your experience, and it comes with a lifetime of work. Few people reach a stage in life where they've spent so many years involved in matters of justice and crime. And I think that in itself, Mr. O'Sullivan, does deserve acknowledgement. But where I do find myself in conflict is when I read some of the words you have chosen to write, and it has already been spoken on today, and subsequently threaten people who have appeared as witnesses and who have also testified before this committee. Some of the emails that were placed in front of us are just plainly rude, and they're threatening. They do not resemble what I would expect from a routine professional engagement. And while I appreciate your defense to bullying, as that is your view, sir, it is still no way to conduct yourself, especially when speaking to the NPA, who were prosecuting. And because your threats may be construed as interference with the independence of the NPA. If you had to threaten the evidence leaders and the members of this ad hoc committee in a similar manner, I'm sure you do not believe that this House would allow it. At the same time, what is also clear, and it is consistent, that you have pursued corruption with determination. I think you have said so almost in every email that you have sent. So your effort is also not undeniable. However, it becomes difficult when the same pursuit of justice is accompanied by language that undermines your own credibility. And so when emails cross the line into threats and personal attacks on one's family, it risks bringing your own reputation into disrepute. And that is something, Mr. O'Sullivan, I cannot agree with you. Now, I will say this, it is entirely possible that many of the things you say, the suspicions and the allegations that you raise in those emails, do maybe contain truth. It's not for me to judge whether the person is guilty or not. However, they might contain truth. And it may be very evident that what you wrote about some of those individuals, that they are indeed hiding something, which in my opinion is something that I believe. And if that is the case, it should not come at the expense of your improper conduct and decorum over the years in the emails, in this house. And perhaps it's part of the environment that you've worked, that you need to appear to be tough. But there's a very short distance, Mr. O'Sullivan, between demonstrating toughness and becoming unnecessarily rude, or overreaching the limits of what one is permitted to do. And I think that is a fact that binds everybody in this room, as we are all bound by the same rules and regulations. Being direct is necessary, Mr. O'Sullivan, but by being direct can quickly become threatening, and being firm can quickly become attacking. Mr. O'Sullivan, you are entering a stage in your life where many of us are taught, and I'm sure many of us in this room will agree, that a person deserves a measure of respect simply for the years that they have lived and experiences they have gained. I've also seen that some people here have spoken to you with extreme disrespect. There has been name-calling, insults, and comments that are plain defamatory. And in my view, Mr. O'Sullivan, it's also morally wrong and completely indefensible. At the end of the day, sir, you are also somebody's father, you are someone's brother, friend, maybe you have grandchildren. But with equal respect, sir, when one speaks to others in the same harsh manner that we have seen in some of your emails, it becomes difficult to separate the two. You have in many instances been on both sides of the fence. You have dished out, Mr. O'Sullivan, and now you have also received. I have no doubt that, like many people in this room, that are passionate about removing corruption from our institutions, the goal is shared by many of us. But there are rules to be followed, Mr. O'Sullivan. And there are standards of conduct that must be maintained. Passion for justice cannot replace discipline in your behavior, in the language you choose to use, and how you approach people. And that, sir, is the balance I struggle with when I look at your evidence before this committee. You find corruption and wrongdoing on one hand, but then on the other, you front as a white man, and those were your words, sir, to access places like Sable Hills, and you take pictures of people's houses, and you question and interview people. And unfortunately, Mr. O'Sullivan, it is a fact that I battle to reconcile. But I thank you for coming back to this committee, despite all the issues and medical issues and so forth. And I thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan.
May I respond?
Yes, Mr. O'Sullivan, you can make a few remarks in respect of what Honorable Klopper was saying.
Yeah, obviously with the benefit of hindsight, it's very easy to change it's not easy to change history. When you're fighting evil, sometimes you have to put on a cloak to make yourself look a lot tougher than you are. Especially when you've got problems with people trying to murder you, people trying to arrest you falsely, people sending out somebody to kill your family because they can't get to you. So you have to, unfortunately, fight fire with fire. And whilst I regret that some of the males may be seeming to be threatening or rude, sometimes it's necessary to bring the battle to them that will leave no stone unturned to shut you down and put you in prison and drag you off planes, assault you in front of your children, raid your offices on multiple occasions, and have prosecutors that magically whip up arrest warrants within 3 weeks of a fake docket being opened. So, yes, it may look like they were rude and insulting. And sadly, I have to admit they were intended to be rude and insulting, because I wanted to bring the fight to them and show them that I'm not going to be a walkover. And unfortunately, sometimes they will just show you what they've got there. But what they won't show you is how they have connived behind your back to pull off the things that they pulled off, which included dragging you off at 220 kilometers an hour with handcuffs on so tight behind your back that you can hardly move, and putting you in a cell with raw sewage running across the floor. And when somebody comes to bring you food and comfort items, the other 17 members in the cell share it out amongst themselves. It leaves you knowing that if you don't fight hard, you're going to lose. And unfortunately, unfortunately, it was necessary to take those steps. And if I had to do it all again, I might have done it slightly differently. I probably would have done. But the benefit of hindsight is that I realized that if I didn't fight hard, I would be dead, or my family would be dead. I had to move my family overseas for their own protection. And I apologize for being rude and taking the fight to them. But I realized that if I didn't, they would have beaten me and they would have got away with what they were doing. And it wasn't done for any other reason than to demonstrate to them that I wasn't going to be walked over. I wanted them to be aware of the fact that I was onto them. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Are you done, Honorable Hlopha?
I am, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable Malim. Okay, Honorable Mathies, your time starts now. 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan.
It's until 12:33.
Sorry, Chair?
Until 12:33.
Mr. O'Sullivan, Honorable Shongwe asked you if you owned the Creature's house, and you said that you don't, and it's owned by a company. Is the director that you were speaking about Anthony Fitzhenry?
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay. Is he your business partner?
He's a friend and a business partner.
Okay. And did he resign from Forensic for Justice in 2016?
Pardon me?
Did he resign from Forensic for Justice around July 2016?
I can't remember.
But he resigned at some point. He was.
I don't know if he was a director of Forensics for Justice.
Okay. Is that because the two of you have a few directorships together in some companies, one of them called St. Helena Corporation?
That's correct. I sold him that company.
Okay. And then are you a director of a company also called Trade Winds Corporation with Anthony?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
a public company based in London.
Okay. And this is the one who holds the mortgage for your house?
No,
No?
there's no mortgage on my house.
Did it ever hold a mortgage for your house?
I'm trying to remember the year, but I think at one stage, yes, that's
Oh,
correct.
okay. And it also holds the mortgage for the Creche house?
There's no mortgage on the Kretcher house. It was paid.
Did it at some point hold the mortgage for the Creche house?
Never.
Never, okay. I just want to go to the charge sheet. And on page 31, advocate that was here, the former senior prosecutor in your 2017 case, he told the committee yesterday that you went to the Staple Hills waterfront estate with the IPID officers and that you took photographs of General Mkhwanazi's home. Did you do that?
I
Did
took
you
photographs of what?
Of General Mkhwanazi's home, when
No,
you went?
I
you-
took Google Earth photographs
Okay.
in the previous year. I never took photographs of the house when I
So-
went there. In fact, I included that photograph in the docket that I opened.
Okay.
And I took that photograph in 2015.
Okay. So you didn't take any pictures inside the home and sent it through to the IPID investigators. So we won't find any evidence later or any information rather, Mr. O'Sullivan, that will confirm that you took pictures and then you sent it to the IPID investigators.
Took pictures of what?
Inside Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's home.
I've never
when you
been.
went.
I've never been inside the house in question.
Okay.
Never been there.
Okay, the affidavit you refer to quite regularly here to the Zondo Commission. In paragraph 31, you state you state there was an internal confidential memorandum, right, within the NPA. And this was in relation to the senior prosecutor that was prosecuting your case. And it was regarding the arrest of Sarah Jane Trent that involved the kidnapping and that a phone was stolen. Can you confirm that you received this memorandum from the authors? Or how did you get a copy of an internal memorandum from the NPA?
The docket that we had opened, I had opened the docket for kidnap and contempt of court, and Sarah Jane Trent had opened the docket for kidnap and theft of her cell phone and intimidation. And these dockets were unlawfully removed from the prosecutors. And I can't remember the lady's name now, but the lady in question supplied me with a copy of the letter saying, listen, it's out of our hands. We have sent this docket to, I think it went to Sean Abrahams or somebody else, I don't know.
Okay, so the question here was there was an internal confidential memorandum.
Yes.
I'm asking about that because you refer to it in page 34 of your affidavit to the Zondo Commission. How did you get that internal memorandum?
Sure. I can't remember now. We're talking about 10 years ago.
So do you know who the authors were?
I can't remember their names. There were two deputy directors of prosecution.
No, the authors of that internal memorandum.
I'd have to look at my statement to find their names, but I believe there were two deputy directors of public prosecution in Pretoria.
Okay. Well, do you know if they were members of AfriForum?
I haven't a clue.
Okay. We're going to talk about the Barkhuizen matter. Do you remember? Do you recall that? In 2015, did the family request or did you assist the family?
Oh, I can't remember the lady's name. Mrs. Barkhuizen was murdered.
Mm-hmm. And her husband, George Barkhuizen, was initially convicted of her murder. Were you involved in the investigation?
In fact, the family came to us. They came to. It was a pro bono case, so the family didn't have any money, and their complaint was that Mrs. Barkhuizen had been murdered, and when we carried out the initial investigation, we were able to secure video evidence, and we supplied that to the police, to the investigating officer. And then Mr. Barkhuizen had appointed an attorney. I asked the attorney if he would be prepared to meet with me to clear the air, and he agreed to meet with me. And one of my colleagues, Melissa Naidu, and I suggested to his attorney that the police should be present in case they would have questions as well. And we sat in a plus-minus 3-hour meeting. And at the end of the 3-hour meeting, the police decided to arrest him for the murder, and he was charged.
Okay.
And when the matter went to the High Court, I was subpoenaed as a witness. So too was Melissa Naidu. And we gave evidence, and at the end of the High Court trial, he was convicted. I can't remember, I think he got life in prison. And he took it on appeal about 2 years later. And I believe the appeal court overturned his conviction.
Okay. So you were, from what you've just explained, that you were working with the police in this investigation?
So any investigation you do, especially a murder, you have to work with the police. You can't carry out the investigation on your own. So what we did, we carried out our own investigations, and the information that we obtained, we supplied it to the police. So we didn't investigate with the police. We carried out our own investigations. And we were able, for example, I got 25 volunteers, and we searched the whole area of ground near the house where the murder took place. And we did more than that. We knocked on the doors. The police didn't have the resources. We knocked on the doors of every single house in the street where the murder took place to see if anybody heard or saw anything. And we were able to get some video footage
I think you said that, okay.
One of the houses, which was then handed over to the police.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. So on that case, you confirming that you were present at the Oakdean offices when I think it's Wademan, who was the investigator, conducted the search. And you conducted the search with her on around the 3rd of July, 2015?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I don't think we carried out. I think the police carried out the search. We didn't.
You weren't there?
I don't recall being there when the police carried out any search.
I want to go to the actual, the George who was convicted, and he took the matter on appeal, and it was overturned. The judgment is 8 pages, and the judgment, the judges make quite scathing remarks that the primary witness, his initial statement was changed, and he also refers to the private investigator. You don't remember any of that?
I have no knowledge of that. I think there was another private investigator involved. The family involved another person.
But they also summoned you in the primary investigation. So you're saying that after...
To the trial?
Yeah, so
yes,
during the trial...
the other person was summoned as well. Or not summoned, subpoenaed.
Okay, so you were summoned to the trial.
No, I wasn't summoned. I was subpoenaed.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. You were subpoenaed to the trial.
Mm-hmm.
There was also, to your knowledge, another private investigator that was subpoenaed to the trial.
I think there was a lot of people subpoenaed to the trial.
No, I'm asking about a private investigator because the judgment...
I believe that I believe there was another, I don't know who his name was. I believe there was another private investigator that the family went to.
So the family wouldn't have told you that they have you, because if they didn't have money, how would they have gotten to private investigators?
I believe they got, so we didn't do it as a private investigator. We did it as a pro bono case through Forensics for Justice. The reality of the situation is they'd been to somebody else, they had paid that person money, and I don't know what happened there, but apparently they hadn't got any results. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so there were two private investigators, yourself and somebody else who you don't know, but you continued
Just to
investigating.
clarify, we weren't private investigators. We carried out a forensic investigation.
Okay, no problem. So you're saying that the High Court judgment, where it talks about specifically about the private investigator who was with the colonel who was investigating, and they got the primary witness to change their statement, was not referring to you?
Definitely not. I never got any witness to change any statement. I wouldn't do that. That would amount to defeating the ends of justice.
But I'm just saying this judgment says that, but you disputing that the three judges who made this call, and quite scathing remarks, which will make the judgment available, was not referring to you as the private investigator, because you only...
I haven't seen the judgment.
Okay, we can make that available. I'm just asking, but
Yeah.
now it's only after, when I brought this up, you said that there was another private investigator.
I think we knew all along that there was another private investigator, and it was in the media that there was another private investigator. But I can't remember. We're talking about more than 10 years ago. I can't remember that
I would have
person's
just thought
name.
you would have said that when I asked initially that you did the work pro bono, but the family had already paid for another private investigator.
You didn't ask me that.
No, I didn't, but you mentioned it when I brought up the court judgment. But no, we can move on. It's not a big deal. We can get clarity from the court as well on which private investigator they were referring to in that judgment. Are you registered with the Private Security Industry Regulating Authority?
I am, yes.
Okay, which company? How many companies are registered there? Because we couldn't find details.
It's there on the register.
I beg your pardon?
It's there on the register. I'll call it up now
okay.
if you want.
And then there's a code of conduct. Are you familiar with it for those that are registered or private practitioners, private security practitioners?
So if I can explain to you, the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, my registration dates back to the 90s, and I've just kept the registration going, but I actually don't perform any security work. So I'm not even obliged to be registered.
So who regulates your work as a forensic investigator?
The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
Okay.
And there's a code of conduct.
Is that in South Africa?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the PPE investigation you did for the ANC.
The what investigation?
The COVID-19 PPE matter involving the 125 million rand.
Yeah, we didn't do the investigation for the ANC.
Who did you do it for?
I can't remember the gentleman's name.
Was he an ANC member? Was he the MEC of Health?
That's it, MEC of Health in Gauteng. He approached us.
But he is the ANC, okay. Yeah?
Yes, but we did the investigation for him in his personal capacity.
Oh, in his personal capacity.
Correct.
Because he was charged.
Pardon?
Or did you do the investigation for him because he was charged for corruption in the scandal, or how did it come about?
No, he wasn't charged with corruption. Mm-hmm. The allegation was that he had allowed, if I recall correctly, that he had allowed employees within the Department of Health in Gauteng. And he asked us to do the investigation personally, so it wasn't done for the ANC and it wasn't done for the Department of Health. And our investigation identified the individuals within the Department of Health. And we then handed that investigation to him, which he then went and gave to the police.
Okay, and Dr. Bandile Masuku Is that the name?
That sounds familiar.
How did he find out about you, or how, do you know? Did he approach you?
I don't know. We have a website and we have a telephone
okay.
number, and he approached, he asked for a meeting, and he signed the mandate, and we carried out the investigation. It wasn't a long investigation. We interviewed, I think, maybe 2, 3, 4 people, and then we drew up a report and we gave it to him.
Do you know what happened to the report?
I haven't a clue.
Do you know if anybody was cleared? Did the ANC use that in its integrity committee? You don't know anything, you just submitted it to him.
I haven't a clue. We gave him the report, and I understand he went and opened a criminal docket against the members of the employees, and I think the one was the chief finance officer, if I recall. I can't remember her name, and another one was a procurement officer, and that they had rigged. They had rigged the procurement process to acquire, I'm not sure if it was masks or something else.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So it were the staff members or those working in the department that you found were involved in the PPE, and you cleared any politicians of any criminal doing? Or did you identify any politicians in your report?
One thing we never do is we never issue a certificate of cleanliness. And the reason for that is if you issue a certificate of cleanliness and it's later found out to be wrong, what we did say, I think, in the report is these are the people we've identified, and we explained the reasons why. And then I think, and again, I don't have the report in front of me, but I think we may have said we found no evidence implicating, and we listed the people that we could find no evidence. But that's not a report of cleanliness. It's just a statement that we could find no evidence.
Okay. Your relationship or your engagements with the now Lieutenant General Mosikile, she was at some point an acting commissioner in Gauteng, and she also headed up its detective services. What has been your engagements with her over the years?
I don't think I've spoken to her for more than 10 years. I can't remember. It would be a very long time ago.
So when you were in contact with her 10 years ago, however long it was, what sort of engagements did you have with her?
It's probably even more than 10 years ago. I'm afraid I can't remember. It's probably 15 years ago, 20
Did you have meetings with her regularly?
I don't think so. We may have had, I just can't remember.
You've never asked to have meetings with her and dropped off dossiers in her office on investigations?
I can't remember.
You don't?
It's possible. You know, when you open...
You know, that normally happens. We don't remember when we're not sure if someone has submitted evidence.
If I could remember, Chairman, I would absolutely say I can remember this and I can remember that. I do.
You remember a lot of other things, though.
Well, with all due respect, you know, you have to try and move some of the stuff out of your memory to put other stuff into the memory.
No problem.
And as far as I can remember, my interactions with General Mosikile at the time were business-like, cordial and professional. The same like with General Sabia, we never had any social interactions with her. There would be, I think at one stage she was head of detectives for Gauteng.
Okay.
And during that period, there would have been cases that, and I don't think we're alone in saying this, that some cases get stuck in a logjam at a police station somewhere, or there's some interference with a case where the case doesn't get properly investigated, and the only way to deal with those matters is to escalate it. Okay. And we would have escalated those matters. So, and I think that's probably...
When she spoke about you rather affectionately, but I suppose she's younger and her memory might be a little bit more fresh.
If I'd say I probably haven't spoken to her for 10 years, I think that would be fairly accurate.
Okay. No, but I wasn't talking about the time on how long, but I was talking about at a period. but it's fine.
Pardon, I can't hear you. Sorry, Chair, this chair is grossly uncomfortable.
Next, Honorable,
No, she's continuing, sir.
she's using her minutes.
She's in charge.
She's using her minutes.
I mean,
She's in charge.
Okay.
thank you. I'm almost done anyway. Just on General Mosikile, there's an email, but it's unconfirmed yet, and we are getting clarity on this email, where she recommends you to do this investigation for Dr. Masuku. Like, highly recommended you. Would you be surprised if she would do something like that?
The Chairman, I would have no knowledge of this email.
Okay.
I can't remember why Dr. Masuku came to us. People come to us and they ask us to do an investigation. The first thing we do
No
is,
problem.
is
It
the
was
normal
just a big
FICA
case.
checks and stuff, and then they sign a mandate and we get on with the investigation.
Okay, completely understand, Mr. O'Sullivan. It was just quite a big case, so I thought it would be something that would be entrenched in your memory, but that's no problem. Let's talk about, apparently, and you'll say, tell us yes or no, there's a download or an existence of some proof of payments amounting to 200,000. And this reflects payments that were made towards McBride's legal fees at some point. Are you aware of anything like that?
Chairman, I think I already gave evidence that we made a donation to,
Okay.
and it was just a contribution. I believe the legal fees ran into
Okay.
millions, but we donated 200,000 rand.
So you are confirming that? Okay, no
That's
problem.
correct.
And you personally authorized those payments towards the legal fees?
That is correct. In fact, we paid it to the attorneys.
Okay, no problem. We're just going to go back a little bit when you applied for your permanent residency in South Africa in 1989. And in that application, with the information we received from Home Affairs, and I think, and I hope the evidence leaders circulated that bundle because we put it in the group a while ago. But in that bundle, we do have some copies. It's just two of the documents we're going to refer to. You declared that you owned two houses, one in the United Kingdom, which was still under mortgage and being paid, and then another house in South Africa. And you said you had very little cash in hand. And then there's no record on this application of multiple properties or significant capital investments. Is this correct?
No, so that would have been the properties in my personal name.
Oh, okay. No
That wouldn't have dealt with institutional.
Okay. So when you submit applications to Home Affairs, it's my understanding that you would state that this is my personal and these are. So you didn't provide the information to Home Affairs when you applied for your permanent residency to state that you also had, these are the companies and these are the properties that I have.
I can't, we're talking
You can't remember. Okay.
40 years ago, I went and I sat and they wanted accountants' records, audited accounts and so on. And if I have to look for them now, I don't think I'll find them.
Okay. Okay. Because Home Affairs file doesn't have anything that indicated that you had more than two properties and one was under investigation.
Under investigation?
Sorry, not under investigation, that you had any other properties that just indicate one was
I had
under mortgage.
I had
beg your
multiple
pardon.
properties. So
Well, you didn't declare that to Home
I-
Affairs when
I
you
absolute-
applied in
I abs-
1989.
I absolutely did, yeah.
Oh, you did.
Yeah,
Okay.
but they weren't in my name.
Okay, but
you
you
know,
declared to them that.
I declared all my assets and liabilities.
Okay. So I think we must note that for our evidence leaders and our legal team that we get clarity on all the documents. They have provided it to us, but we must get it officially via the committee chair. on what's information, because what we have, it's not showing that. And then just quickly, and on our last point here, would be in 1991, there was a motor accident judgment in the UK. Dr. R. Finn. So you wrote to the Department of Home Affairs stating that he was pursuing a private investigation against you for a motor accident that you caused. And then he
In
obtained a
1991?
judgment, 1991. And he obtained a judgment for you for £1,000.
I know
Are you
nothing-
aware of that
I
correspondence?
know nothing about it.
Oh, okay. And Home Affairs later contacted you regarding this matter, and you responded to the letter from Dr. Finn.
I don't
And
even
you
know who
listed
this
your-
Dr. Fenn is.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. So that's also something we must note and follow up and get clarity on the Home Affairs files. But in the meantime, we do have those few documents. I'm done. Thank you, Chair. And
Am I allowed to get copies of these documents?
So you didn't hand over those documents of Home Affairs that we posted 2 weeks ago?
Thanks, Chair. How many minutes? Until? 12:54. Mr. O'Sullivan, when you walked out of the hearing last time, that was you feeling very superior and looking very down at us and thinking you are more powerful than all of us. Am I correct to put that statement?
No, that's not correct.
But what was going on? I mean, if the chairperson is sitting there, we are here, why would you just feel this power that you don't have over Parliament and just walk out?
I'm afraid it's a misinterpretation on your part. It may look that way. Unfortunately, and it's it's very unfortunate. My health isn't good, and I'm already now starting to feel quite a bit of pain sitting here.
Honorable
And I really don't think...
Mr. O'Sullivan, can we reserve that question for our later session, like I requested? That we will come and deal with that matter and give you time to solicit answers from him. Yeah. If you can please now ask him, are you fine? You can proceed.
So when you were saying to Honorable Skosana, go and pay your debt, and so on and so forth, in the precinct of Parliament, you are continuing with your style of silencing people, intimidating people. And you thought Honorable Skosana was those kind of people who will sheepishly just disappear by you telling them about their private and personal matters. Because I think that's how you got your influence in society and in the law enforcement, where you come across personal information about people and you use it to silence them. And that fits very well into the narrative that you have become this bully in the country where you do as you wish. And you wanted to do that with Honorable Skosan. By extension, all of us sitting here.
Chairman, I didn't hear there's no question, it's just a statement.
Yeah, it's not only, we don't
Should
only
I
ask
respond to
questions, we
this-
also make
should I
statements.
respond to the statement? Okay. You know, Chairman, when I left last week, I was followed out. Actually, first of all, there was an attempt to obstruct me leaving. And then I was followed out. And then outside Parliament, without parliamentary protection, I was provoked. I don't know what it's all that squeaky noise. Outside Parliament, I was provoked a statement was made in front of the glare of the media. He's a spy, he's running away. Look at that spy, he's running away. And I pointed out to him, very simply, I said, you're not in Parliament now. You don't I don't know, what's this squeaky noise? I said, you're not in Parliament now. You don't have the protection of Parliament. It'd be better if you just go and settle your debt with the bank. And that was it. That's all I said. And it had nothing to do with bullying or trying to silence. If the member had not have been insulting me outside Parliament, I would have not said anything at all. But unfortunately, by that stage, I had heard enough insults.
Mr. O'Sullivan, just for your information, Mr. Skosana was still in Parliament. This is a precinct of Parliament, and all his privileges and yours were prevailing at that moment. So Parliament does not necessarily mean me and you sitting under this building. It means the whole precinct. And so if we're going to take that discussion further, at least have that understanding. But I want to ask a different question.
So the fact of the matter is, Chairman, I don't agree with that interpretation of the Act. I believe that Act applies to a sitting, either a committee or a parliamentary process. I don't believe it applies to the car park and the whole of the precinct. It's like saying, oh, you're in Cape Town, you can say anything you want. My interpretation, and there may be disagreement, my interpretation of it is that I was being badgered. I was being followed out and screaming and shouting at me, provoking me. And if that wouldn't have happened, there would have been no comment about go pay back the bank, or it's better if you go and settle the bank, or whatever the words were that I said. So I'm not accepting that you have parliamentary privilege everywhere. You have here, yes, you can call me all the names under the sun, and I have to sit here and tolerate it. But once you step outside, you're no longer having the protection. That's my interpretation. And if I'm wrong, then so be it. But the point is, I responded. And I'm, based on the information I had available at that time, I was just responding from my stomach and my heart, not from my head, because I was just tired of all the insults that I'd received that day.
Were you friends with is it Anthony, the one who bought Cratcher's house? Because earlier on when Nomvalo asked you, Honorable Nomvalo asked you, the first impression you created was that you don't know the person who bought the house. It was bought by the company. Later on, I went to have a braai. I called the director of the company, and so on and so forth. And when members pursue you, it looks like you always knew this person, even when you were buying the house. Even when you went for a braai, you knew the person. Am I correct?
Yeah, so it's a timing issue because the house was sold, and the person that bought that, when I say the house was sold, the person that bought the house, I can't even remember his name. So actually, as far as Anthony is concerned, I bid at the auction, and I had him on a telephone because I suggested to him that if the house was available on auction for a good price, it would be worth buying. So I had already known him a number of years by that stage. And yeah, so that's it.
So you guys bought a Creature's house, you and Anthony?
No, I didn't buy it. I assisted him to buy the house.
But you are partners?
Not on that business.
No, or not on the company that bought the house?
That is correct.
So when it comes to buying the house, you and Anthony, even when you have assisted him and put him on the telephone and all of that, the relationship stops when he's buying the house. From there, it continues. This partnership. It only separates on the buying of the house, but otherwise you are partners.
Chairman, I have a lot of other business activities that Anthony isn't involved in. He has a lot of business activities that I'm not involved in. And we have some business activities which we are both partners in. That's how it works out there. But I was not the partner on that. I just merely assisted him by going to the auction and bidding.
And you know by principle that the complainant can never be an investigator on his own matter. That you know. You can't say there is nothing that stops the complainant to be an investigator. From a simple principle of law, you cannot be a complainant and investigator in your own matter.
Which act are we referring to?
No, I'm saying a principle. A generally accepted principle is that you can't be a complainant, an investigator, and a judge in your own matter.
Well, you certainly can't be investigator and judge, that's for sure, because that would be a distinct conflict of interest. But the reality of the situation is that you can be a complainant and investigator provided you have no conflict of interest. Now, for example, if Forensics for Justice set up investigations into state-sponsored corruption, we're not a victim of that crime. The whole of the country are victims of those crimes. What we are doing is we are investigating those crimes for the sole purpose of bringing that case to a point where the corrupt individuals can be prosecuted. We don't go out there to fabricate any cases. All that evidence has to stand the test of time in a court of law. We sit with the prosecutors, we sit with the police, and where there's under-resourcing of the police and the prosecutors, we help them fill that gap by providing the specialized skills that we have, so that, for example, the matter can be brought to trial. And if you look at most of the big fraud and corruption cases today, the police don't work those cases on their own. They work them with forensic companies because they just don't have the resources to work those cases on their own. So you end up with firms like Ernst & Young or PwC. Some law firms have their own investigation teams like Weber Wenzel, Bowman's. And those teams work together with the police. We do exactly the same. We work together with the police. We don't drive the investigation. We assist the investigation. And I think that's the most important thing to understand. If the police had to do these investigations on their own, they'd never get out of the starting blocks because they just don't have the resources. So what happens is, and there's a balancing act, with Forensics for Justice, I fund those investigations because I believe it helps make the country a better country. And we also get some public subscription. But in the 10 years that Forensics for Justice has been running, I doubt very much that our public subscription exceeds
We
R1
don't
million,
have too much time.
whereas
I'm being
my
so nice to you.
contribution exceeds 15 million rand. So I try to do it.
Yeah.
It's my way of putting something back into the community.
That's fine, but you just answered it. You are not investigating. You are assisting the investigation because you know for a fact that you cannot be a complainant and an investigator at the same time. So, for instance, if I were to complain about a criminal who ran away from parliament and I open a case against that criminal and the police say, we can't see that criminal, here is the criminal at the airport. It doesn't make me an investigator. I'm just helping police who are saying, we can't see, we have been looking around and we can't find this person. I'm like, in the same matter where I'm a complainant, the person I'm complaining at said is going to the airport, is probably at the airport, He's rushing for a flight. We don't know why he's rushing for a flight when he's got a private jet. Look for him there at the airport. I'm assisting them. I'm not investigating, but I'm a complainant. You know for a fact that that's why you are saying we are assisting them in the investigation. You cannot be a complainant and investigator in your own matter. You know that.
I disagree.
Then you are deliberately trying to mislead this house. Because this country must live here with the understanding that they can be complainants and be investigators in their own matters. It's wrong.
Chairman, if the complainant is an investigative firm, but not the victim of the crime, it's standard practice that they carry out the initial investigation, and that's exactly what we do. We carry out the initial investigation, we prepare all the evidence and the sworn statements that we take, and when we've finished with doing all that, we go and sit at the police station and we register the docket. And after that, we meet with the police and we meet with the prosecutor and we ascertain, is there something else they need? If we are able to assist, we will do so. And we have cases going at the moment, complex fraud cases involving hundreds of millions of rand, where the prosecutor sits with us and the police, and the prosecutor would say, is it possible to get a statement from this person and that person? And the policeman would say, that person is employed by the complainant company. So is it okay if the forensic firm get that statement? And the prosecutor agrees. And that's standard practice. It's going on all the time. So it's not a case of where we are the victim. We are the complainant.
You, Mr. Robert.
Sorry.
Olusegun.
I wanted to ask you if you've got a police station in your house.
The time of the member has expired.
I've got 3 of them.
The time of the member has expired. Look at me. The time of the member has expired. Honorable members, I had said that we were going to take Honorable Mngango. We will not be able to take Honorable Mngango now because we must move to Good Hope Chambers. And then we will resume proceedings at 20 minutes to 14 hours. So we are going to be on break until that time. And then at 20 to 2, we are proceeding we are resuming the proceedings at Good Hope Chambers. And the first speaker there will be Honorable Mngango. And Ramano says members can follow him.
was the leadership of this country, it was ministers, and it was heads of department. Can I tell you why? It was your intention to overthrow this government, and it still is. I look at all the articles released in 2017 and shortly after that meeting that you had, that braai, book launch van niemand 'n boek gekry het nie. Supporting articles by the DA, EWN on the 26th of the 1st, 2017, DA to reveal more evidence of alleged corruption against Pashlani.
Say again, I didn't hear that.
An article, EWN article, that has now been taken down, but it's in the messages because the guys would copy each other in the messages and the support.
What messages? I don't understand what messages you're
Messages
talking about.
between Sarah Jane Trent and Mandla.
I didn't involve myself in any.
Yeah, you don't have to involve yourself. You don't have anything to do with anything that's wrong in this country. The DA supported your plot against overthrowing this government.
The DA.
Yes.
How did that work? You have some evidence about that?
I will show you.
So you're saying, if I understand you correctly.
I'm saying that
the
you came to
DA
this country to be of assistance to the white community, and I am saying to you that you plotted top ministers in this country, ministers such as Nathi Ntetwa, ministers such as Fikile, a whole lot of ministers. It's in that conversation between Sarah and McBride. If you look at the pattern, if you study the people that you choose to investigate and go after, it is ministers, it is people like Jackie Selebi, it is people like Pashlani, it is heads of organizations, of state organizations. You were plotting to overthrow this government, and I leave it at that.
With due respect, I think you've been watching too much TV.
Like you.
Yeah. And
I have been following a pattern and I've been following a trend.
For the
I'm going
record.
to leave that. I'm going to leave it as it is. I'm
No, you
trying to
can't.
paint you a picture here.
Chairman,
Mr. Sullivan, I'm going on to my second question.
No, I have to finish dealing with your first question. And the reality of the situation is quite simply, first of all, I don't know about any so-called book launch. It was a braai, and at the same time,
That was called top secret.
I don't know anything about any top secret. At the same time, it was the end of year braai, and by the way, there were nobody there.
Forum with DA, with the head of IPID.
Chairman, I'm trying to answer, and I'm being interrupted. It is not the right.
Mr. Sullivan, you have lied too much.
The reality is
giving you airtime.
There was nobody at that braai from the DA. There was nobody at that braai from AfriForum. And my understanding is that AfriForum have already opened a criminal docket of perjury against Cedric and Kabinda for sitting in this house and lying that AfriForum and the DA were present. And I can 100% guarantee there was nobody there from the DA and there was nobody there from AfriForum. And by the way, I would say 80% of the people that were there were African. So
from SAPS, from state organ that was helping you to plot against General Pashlani.
Chairman,
I'd like to move
the
on now.
member is making this up as she goes along, and it's a farce, complete farce.
Making up anything.
Absolutely.
I keep saying when I ask questions, it's not because I don't have the answers, or it's not because I don't have, because I do have supporting documentation.
Well, perhaps I can have the evidence.
When you stated this morning, you also again lied, and this is why my patience is up with you. When you stated this morning, you do not require CIRA membership, right, as a forensic investigator. That's right, you said you don't.
If you're a certified fraud examiner, there's an agreement between CIRA and the ACFE, which makes it clear that if you're a CFE, you do not need to be registered with CIRA. However, because I've been registered with CIRA since whatever, I can't remember the year. I've kept my membership going in case, just in case, I decide to involve myself in security company activities, but I'm not involved in any security company activities.
Mr. Sullivan,
and I do not.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Let me finish answering, please.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm done.
I would like to finish answering the question because you're making false allegations and then you're preventing me from answering. The reality is that there's an agreement between ACFE, a written signed agreement, which was approved by the minister, which makes it clear that if you're a certified fraud examiner, you do not have to belong to CIRA. However, I've kept my CIRA membership going just because, but I don't need to. I don't need to be a CIRA member.
Mr. O'Sullivan, CIRA is the regulatory authority in terms of the law in South Africa. The ACFE is an American organization with a charter in South Africa. ACFE is not a regulatory authority. It's a self-governing association, like a stokvel, where you belong to. That is what you are referring to. It's a self-governing association. It is not a regulatory authority in South Africa.
That's your version of events.
No, that is.
I have to.
You have to.
I have to tell you that you are wrong.
When you came into this country, our country, you have to comply and adhere to the rules and regulations of this country.
I comply with the rules and regulations.
No, you don't. You have violated. I know. I've seen. I know you are registered. We've got your registration. Company O'Sullivan, Brosman and Associates. You are registered. Registration date in 2012. You registered with CIRA.
No. That's when the company was formed and I registered it. And the reason I registered it was because from time to time, I get asked to give security advice. That's the only reason.
Mr. Sullivan, you are registered with CIRA, meaning that you need to comply with the CIRA regulations. And as things stands, Mr. O'Sullivan, you have violated the entire code of conduct of the CIRA investigation, code of conduct. You have done investigations. You've used your own tools. Are you familiar with section 15 of the code of conduct?
I don't have it in front of me and I don't have a photographic memory, so I'm not able to respond to that. But I can tell you, I don't have a security company and I'm not providing any security services.
The fact that you are registered with CIRA binds you to the regulation. You are once again, I cannot believe you. You are once again lying under oath and cooking up your own justifications. Sir, you are refusing to adhere to the rules and the laws of this country that binds you. Everything that you have done in your plot to overthrow this government is against the law. You have misrepresented yourself to all the state organs and everyone that you have done business with. That is a fact.
I maintain that you've been watching too much TV. It's absolutely wrong to come with this completely absurd allegation that I'm plotting to overthrow the government. I mean, I've never heard such nonsense in all my life.
Okay.
Honorable Ngola.
Chair, I'm rising on a serious point of order. I have been observing how the witness, it's for the third day today, responds or disagrees with sentiments put to him by members. In the 3 days that he has appeared, whenever he disagrees with what the member puts unto him, he refers the member to be watching a lot of TV, trying to insinuate that what the member may have been saying is fictitious. Even when it is fictitious, there is a respectful way of disagreeing with a member in whatever is put before him. I think it's time, Chair, that we reprimand the witness not to behave like this. Thank you so much, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Much of the things Honorable Mola has covered me. We just wanted to raise that this belligerent of the witness before us cannot be tolerated. He's treating us with disdain. This attitude, which I've spoken about earlier, has to stop now, Chair. You know, I think it's high time that he respects this parliament. You know, for him, the only person who's right is only himself. Everyone is talking rubbish. Everyone is nonsense according to him. Hence, I said what I said earlier. When you deal with criminals, you must deal with criminals. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Paulo Sullivan.
Chairman, I must sit here and be called day in, day out a criminal, a thug, a white supremacist, and I must just keep quiet about it. I'm just saying, I won't say she's watched too much TV. I will say, what you're saying is not true, it's fictitious. Thank you, Chairman.
So you are withdrawing the statement that
I withdraw the statement that the member watches too much TV, and I replace it with what you're saying is false and fictitious.
And you also apologize for having made that statement.
Of course, Chairman, I always apologize.
Can we proceed?
Chair, I'm going to conclude at that because I don't think it's even worth our time further probing Mr. O'Sullivan. I'm actually glad that it's come to an end. Again, I'm going to put it to you just today, because I actually thought today you'd come and you'd come clean and you'll just respond. You lied about the purpose of the prize several times. There was inconsistency. You lied about knowing the owner of the house. You lied about having interaction with Khan. You said you just met him once. Recently, have you been having meetings at the residence at the Moti offices with General Sibia and Mr. Moti?
No, I've never had.
In the last 2 months, you haven't met any one of them.
I've not had any meetings with General Sabir and Moti at Moti's offices. So that's also another fictitious statement.
You lied about not being obliged to Sira. You just lied the entire morning. Mr. Sullivan, I say this and I want to put it on record. Every organ, state organ, if anything, when we make our submissions and recommendations at the end of this, should be barred from working with you. You have misrepresented yourself to this entire country, operating as an alleged forensic investigator. I leave it at that. Thank you.
Am I allowed to respond, Chairman?
You are allowed to comment on the statement.
Thank you. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa would make the claim that you are now putting forward unconstitutional. And I deny categorically that everything you've said is true. I've done my best and gone out of my way to use my memory as best as I can and recollect events over many, many years. This letter that's been handed to me now, I've only seen it for the first time. I've never seen it before, and this 44-year-old letter. So at the end of the day, you know, I cannot say that I came here to overthrow the government. Clearly, my record, if you go on our website and you look at all the other work we do other than corrupt police officials, and you look at the work that we do there, at the moment I've got somebody that has a community property association where members of the Community Property Association have stolen hundreds of millions of rand, and we've taken that case on voluntarily to help them get their money back. And those are not white people. They're poor people living in rural areas, Chairman. At the end of the day, I do the best I can. I'm not perfect. There's nobody perfect out there. And one thing I can say, with my head held high, I've done my best to try and make this country a better place for all citizens.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, honorable members. Can I check Mr. Paulo Sullivan?
Pardon?
Are you good?
I'm uncomfortable. I'm very much in pain, Chairman. But I'm listening.
Oh, okay. There are numerous witnesses who have come before this committee and have made statements or claims of your involvement or interference in the work or the operations of IPID and the SAPS. Is it your submission before this committee that all those statements or claims are inaccurate?
Chairman, I stand by the submission that I've made to the commission, to the committee, with all the evidence, and I believe that the evidence speaks for itself. Over 36 years, I have done my best to help in the fight against crime. And like any other situation, some of it might have been imperfect, but where I've made mistakes, I've tried to rectify them. I have in no way, shape, or form attempted to take over IPID or to take over the police or to overthrow the government or to possess or own any instrument of government. I've just done the best I can.
That's what I'm checking. Are you saying that the statements or the claims that have been made about your involvement,
Yeah,
your alleged involvement or alleged interference, are you saying that those statements are inaccurate?
100% inaccurate. And what they've done, Chairman, is part of a narrative to, in my opinion, this is my opinion, if I'm allowed an opinion, it's part of a narrative to distract the attention of this committee away from its real terms of reference, which is to get to the bottom of who is currently capturing the criminal justice system. And I can tell you for certain it's not Paul O'Sullivan.
Do you agree with me that with the answer that you have given that these statements are inaccurate?
Correct, Chairman.
If the committee was to find that there is some veracity in one or two of the statements, you would have lied under oath before this committee.
Correct, Chairman.
Did you participate in the investigations of the late Police Commissioner Slebi?
That's correct, Chairman.
Did you investigate General Pashlani?
That's correct, Chairman.
Who else in the SAPS senior ranks did you investigate outside of Slebi and Pashlani?
So I can't remember all the names, Chairman, but there's quite a few. And this, when you've got a situation where there's corruption going on within the police, for example, there was a case last year, in fact, it's now the year before, in 2024, where a police official and a prosecutor were arrested for selling a docket. And we put that complaint together. And by the way, we didn't take it to IPID. We took it to the police, to the head office of the police. And the matter was investigated. And that colonel in the police and that prosecutor, senior state advocate, were arrested and charged, and they're currently on trial for corruption.
Yeah.
So that there were many cases like that.
It's fine. Is it still your submission before us that the investigations on slavery did not have anything to do with the frustrations that the Kuselene contract had at the airport?
That's correct, Chairman. In fact, I opened the docket against Jackie Salebi for corruption whilst I was still working at AXA. And I took that docket to the Scorpions because Jackie Salebi was the chief of police. And the Scorpions said, there's insufficient evidence here. You'll have to find more evidence and come back to us. And a couple of years later, I went back.
Okay. And then the investigations on General Pashlani, did they happen before you tried to coax him to investigate General Monroe, or did they happen after you have sent him the emails?
Before, Chairman. And if you have a look at the statements that are contained within the docket, you will see that I had already been at Sable Hills Estate and obtained evidence before that time. But unfortunately, IPID was paralyzed for 10 months. So there was no investigation carried out by IPID. So I carried out the investigation myself.
And these generals, you were investigating them privately?
Pardon me?
You were investigating them privately?
Yes, under the auspices of Forensics for Justice. You know, there's a number of organizations, for example, Outer.
No, it's fine. I get that it was a private investigation.
Correct.
So before you start the investigations, isn't it a requirement in South African law that you obtain a permission from the authorities to start investigations? If you do private investigation, or you can just wake up and say, Honorable Skosana, this is what I found about you, without him knowing that he's under investigation, if you do a private investigation.
So, Chairman, if we take the case of Forensics for Justice as an example, we have a hotline. It's 0800 118 118, and people phone in. And there's also an anonymous email service where people can send emails in. And we will get probably somewhere like 20 or 30 complaints a month. And some of those complaints are of such a nature that we just send it directly to the police because we say it's not our focus.
In this case, you were investigating a police or
correct,
a senior
and
officer.
That, as I said, Chairman, that was based.
So I want. Do you seek approval, or do you just intrude into the privacy of the person, and then later come with evidence and say this is what we have against this?
Now, we open a docket, Chairman. So what happens is we assemble, in the case of...
I want to know, how is that evidence assembled? Is that evidence assembled with approval, or you just investigate a person without him or her not being aware that is being investigated? Well, and then the next thing, you have gathered evidence, you go to open a docket. How do you do it? Do you first seek approval from the authorities?
No, you don't have to seek approval, Chairman. For example, would you expect an investigative journalist to phone up and say, listen, I want to investigate this?
No. Let's not talk about journalists. We talk about Remember here, and this is what honorable members have asked you since this morning. We are what we call a constitutional democracy, where the rights of the citizens are guaranteed in this constitution. How do you violate, or where do you get the right to flagrantly violate the rights, the privacy of a citizen without him or her being aware? You are not a state institution. You agree with me?
Chairman, it's not violating the privacy of a person to open a criminal docket against them.
No, wait, let's not go to criminal docket. We still talk about gathering evidence before a docket is opened. If you can share with us, how is that evidence gathered?
Okay. So if I take, and we use the example of General Pashlani, we got a tip-off. A whistleblower came to us. We interviewed that whistleblower. The whistleblower in question is a brigadier in the police, and he came to us with evidence. So we took a sworn statement from him, and we packaged all that evidence, and then we decide, okay, let's see if this is true. I then reach out. By the way, I reach out to other people that he says will have further evidence. And that's how you put your case together.
By the way, when you say you reach out, you do that without the subject of investigation knowing that he or she is being investigated by private citizens in the country. Is that what you are saying?
That's correct, Chairman.
And then when you have gathered that information, you go and open a docket.
That's correct, Chairman.
And then when you were doing that, you are not doing that as an institution of state. You only come into contact with state institutions when you open a docket.
That's correct, Chairman.
So the act of investigating a person surreptitiously by a private citizen, doesn't it amount to flagrant violation of the privacy of that person?
I disagree, Chairman. If that was the case.
Okay, let me put it this way. If there is an allegation against me now,
yeah,
the police or through the prosecution, they will sit and evaluate the evidence that they have and then decide if there is a case that is prosecutable or not. And then from there, they can approach me. They are a state institution. We talk about you, who is a private citizen like me. Where do you get authority to move around gathering information about me when you are not an institution of state? You don't derive any authority from any law in this country, because if you have to do that, for instance, when you have to do a private prosecution, you can't wake up here and say, I'm doing a private prosecution. You must start by applying to a state institution for you to be given that approval to do a private prosecution. Am I correct?
There's a certain amount of investigation you can do to determine whether or not the allegations bear fruit. And if it appears that the allegations bear fruit, Chairman, a docket is put together, a draft docket is put together, and then it's opened, and then it's up to the police to continue the investigation, because we don't have the ability.
I don't disagree with you. You are right that you need to present a prima facie case.
Yes.
But how legal is the process of ensuring that you have that prima facie case?
It's allowed. And if it wasn't allowed, the crime levels in this country, Chairman, would be a lot higher than they are.
Okay. So you are submitting to us that whatever action that you would have taken in investigating the citizens of this country falls within the prism of the law.
That's correct, Chairman.
And you agree that if this committee was to find that you have flouted the law, you would have lied before this committee?
Well, I have to see what it is that they say, Chairman, but I don't agree that if the committee does that, I've agreed that I've lied.
No, I'm saying, you say, you are telling us now that all the actions of investigating the citizens of this country, your actions fell within the ambience of the law.
Correct, Chairman.
And then I'm saying that if it was to be the finding of this committee, there is concrete evidence available that you flouted the law, you would have lied before this committee.
Well, I can't pre-agree that I've lied to the committee, Chairman. I would have to see that document and listen to what's being said and if necessary, contest it. The reality of the situation is we act in good faith. When we get offered things which are unlawful, and it happens all the time, we reject it.
Okay.
If people offer us bank statements, I in fact had somebody come to me and ask me to do an investigation, and I said they would pay us to get phone records and bank statements. I chased them away.
Okay, no, it's fine. So you have repeatedly said here that some of the witnesses who appeared before us lied before us. Am I correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
So in the 4 days that you have been with us, there is nothing amounting to a lie that you said before us.
That's correct, Chairman. I've testified truthfully to the best of my ability. Of course, you know, I'm in my 71st year, so there may be some memory issues here and there, but I've done the best of my ability to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Advocate Masha was here yesterday. He told us about a polygraph test payment that was made by you. Did you ever pay for a polygraph test where is General Mkhwanazi? General Mkhwanazi was supposed to be one of those people going for the polygraph test, and he withdrew when he heard that the test was being paid by you. Did you pay for that?
Chairman, you would have to go back and examine the radio interview where Mkhwanazi made an allegation that I was in a process with, and by the way, his allegation is completely mirrored by what Cedric Nkabindi said. But his fake docket, which he had opened against me, alleged that I sat in a house in Bedford View with the DA, an AfriForum, and Robert McBride and others, and we talked about overthrowing the government. So I said on the radio, we're prepared to take polygraph test and we're prepared to pay for the polygraph test, so that he can't say, I'm not going to pay for the polygraph test. So I said to, and I was overseas at the time, and I said to my finance lady, contract one of these people, the polygraph people, and pay them to do those polygraphs. And as it turned out, he didn't go for the polygraph.
What the committee wants to know is,
we paid for the polygraph.
Did you pay?
Not me, the company, the Forensics for Justice paid.
Is your company?
It's the non-profit company.
Is it your company?
It's not owned by me. If a non-profit company you have
but
trusted, I was the founder.
Are you involved in that company?
Yes, I'm the founder of that entity. And
do you know what we call the South African Council of Civil Investigators?
Sorry?
South African Council of Civil Investigators.
I don't know.
South African Council of Civil Investigators.
I don't know about that.
And you are not registered. It's a professional body of people who do the kind of work that you claim to do. Are you registered with them?
Never heard of them.
You never heard of them?
No, Chair.
Okay. And then maybe the last question that I may ask you, which members would somehow have asked you. If you take a collage of the text messages that you have sent to either General Pashlani, to Nkabinde, to Masha, and so on and so forth. And you look at how you threatened or intimidated them. Doesn't that remind you about what the apartheid authorities did to black people in this country?
Chairman, I don't think so. And if you take this collage in isolation to everything else that's going on at the time, which includes the massive breaches of my constitutional rights, if you put the whole thing together, you can't just look at something in isolation. But certainly, if you want to temper that, Chairman, you must look at, for example, the work that I've done in developing tourism in Soweto. You must look, for example, at the work I've done in developing business opportunities.
No, you are speaking in mitigation.
Not in mitigation.
Let's put aside the
you have to look at everything
and
together.
look at the collage of the statements that you make against black people. For instance, it's you here. You want our sympathy when you tell us that.
Pardon me?
I say you want our sympathy when you tell us that you were arrested in a plane, the manner in which you were arrested, isn't it?
Chairman, I don't want your sympathy.
No. We are human beings. Even if you don't want our sympathy, out of our humanity and generosity, we can sympathize with you like we sympathized in many occasions when you were in discomfort. Yeah. What I'm saying is, you say to us that the manner in which I was arrested was very terrible. But you have the chutzpah, the audacity to write a message to a person where you include his wife and maybe children by extension, who will become victims of your action. That I will come and sell your house, I'll come and do this and that, I will have you for breakfast and I will still not be satiated.
As I said, Chairman, you have to look at everything in context. I don't deny some of these messages, but when you look at what happened that led to me sending such messages and what triggered that, you start to realize that actually those messages were lightweight compared to what those people did to me and my family. So really, at the end of the day, Chair, I'm not perfect. I'm just trying to do my thing. And to be honest with you, I'm in my 71st year now, and I think I'm going to throw the towel in because I'm actually cut full of all the 36 years of work I've done and what I'm got to show for it.
There is, you know, where we, you know, for the purpose of euphemism.
Probably?
The purpose of euphemism.
The purpose of what?
Euphemism.
My family.
Yeah, euphemism. When you say certain things in a better way, have you ever heard of what we call paternalistic herrenfolkism?
Paternalistic what?
Herrenfolkism.
I don't know that other word, sorry.
You know the herrenfolk. The herrenfolk.
I don't know what is that.
God's chosen people, the Heron folk. Paternalistic Heron folkism.
I don't know about this, Chairman. It's new to me. I've never heard of this.
You never heard about it?
No.
Yes, it's an esoteric concept that is used to describe how the past where we come from, how white people regarded the blacks in this country as helpless people who do not know anything that they can do, anything knowledge, anything innovation, anything prosperity is white.
Yeah, no, I cannot possibly agree with that principle. And in fact, we've gone out of our way, me personally, to help people that are poor, and they're not white people, to help them to educate their children, to help them provide lighting in their homes at night with solar panels and a light inside, to help them have ablutionary facilities, to put on parties for their children. I can send you all the pictures. And when you see, we hire face painters and we have and we get Father Christmas, by the way. We bring a black Father Christmas because I didn't want them to have a white Father Christmas, and we're handing out appropriate presents for those small, poor children. So if you saw some of that, you will say, wow, that's not
my last question to you would be, the director of public prosecutions in a country, either in Ireland or in UK or in South Africa, who sees the messages that you send to a prosecutor or a minister of police who sees the messages that you send to their generals or to their police officers, or a president of a country who see those messages that you send to the people who serve in the government which they lead? What should be their attitude towards such messages?
Well, Chair, it's like anything else. You have to exercise the audi alteram partem principle. And you need to take these things in context with the big picture. You cannot just say, okay, let's just analyze these messages. You have to look at what triggered that. What happened before that? What happened after it? And I'm saying, Chairman, that the audi alteram partem principle must apply, because if it doesn't apply, then you have a kangaroo court. And,
yes.
And that cannot be allowed.
Yes. So maybe your last comment should be to this. If at the end their conclusion is that you are a bellicose agent provocateur, what will be your comment?
My comment would be, it's very disappointing that you have arrived at that conclusion, because it fails to recognize the truth. And when you have people parading before you who haven't been properly interrogated, who haven't been able to actually, if I was able to cross-examine some of those people, I would have actually been able to expose their lies. But it is what it is. It's not a court of law. It's a parliamentary ad hoc committee. And I guess at the end of the day, I expect that somebody on your committee will find me guilty of treason and have me executed and hung at dawn. But the reality is, Chairman, I've been a loyal citizen to this country since I came here. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to address your committee.
And you still maintain by the oath you took that all the evidence you have given here is truthful?
That is correct, Chairman. Thank you.
Advocate Aronson. Maybe before, can I check Honorable Skosan?
Chair, I just wanted to remind you as well that when we left the other chamber, there's matters which are outstanding, and you said you're going to give us.
Yeah, no, you will comment on those matters. We must finish this part.
Thank you.
Advocate Aranse or Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, a number of the questions that we had have been covered. We're just going to wrap up with this last section, probably 3 questions. Okay. Mr. O'Sullivan.
Are you sure it's 3 questions?
Yeah, I've got them here. It's just,
Yeah.
what we've been doing, Chairperson, it's not asking questions for the sake of asking. It's looking at Mr. O'Sullivan's affidavit and seeing that his evidence is fully covered. So these 3 sections just speak to that questions, but everything else has been covered. Mr. O'Sullivan, do you need a comfort break?
No, I'm in a lot of pain. A comfort break isn't going to help. We've reached a stage where I'm in a lot of pain, Chairman. So if we can just do the questions quickly, I will sustain.
You see, let me tell you, the whispers that I got from my members, which are informal, is that you need to allow Advocate Mkhwanazi to ask you.
I will allow
those questions that
because
let me tell you, if you leave without her having asked you those questions, it will appear like there is something that you are running away from.
I'm not running away, Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm just in a lot of pain, and I ask if we can move on quickly.
We sympathize with you. We are human. We know the values of compassion and solidarity, and we very much respect you as an elder. Yeah, let's run very quickly, Advocate Mkhwanazi. Can we run quickly?
Chair, if you need to move to the next item.
Run with the questions.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I would like to just piggyback on a question that you were asked by the chairperson, and this relates specifically to infiltration at IPID, and where you can find that it's at paragraph 147 of your statement. You don't have to open it.
Okay.
I'll just put the question to you. From paragraph 147 to 154 of your statement, you deal at length with your involvement in investigations at IPID. And according to your statement at 147.1, your work within IPID was in the period 2016, whilst Mr. McBride was the head of IPID. And were there any investigations that you did in that period besides that of investigating Mr. Pashlani?
Oh yeah, lots of
Within IPID. Can you name a few?
Prasa. We carried out a corruption investigation at Prasa. We carried out a corruption investigation at Transnet.
And is this all through IPID? IPID is, no.
That had nothing to do with IPID.
I'm asking specifically about IPID.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
sorry.
so it's the question that I'm asking is in relation to infiltration at IPID.
Yeah.
And in your statement, you deal at length with the investigation that you conducted with investigators from IPID.
Yes.
And the only example you give is in relation to General Pashlani.
That's the
My
only
question
investigation.
I have is there any other investigation that you conducted?
No, Chair.
Was it IPID? So it's only General, okay, thank you, I'm covered. The second question then relates to after Mr. McBride left IPID, he testified that he left in 2019. And a lot of your testimony had to do with that you assist in investigations where there's political corruption. Did you conduct any investigations with the new head of IPID after Mr. McBride left?
No, Chairman.
So you've never done any other work? It was only limited to the period with Mr. McBride?
That, not the whole period of Mr. McBride, but that period pertaining to the General Pashlani investigation.
Okay, covered. And then the next question that I have is, one of the things that you looked at in your investigations at IPID was a contract that had to do with a grabber or spyware.
I wasn't involved in that. I never had anything to do with
You didn't look at that contract?
No, I had nothing to do with that or the contract. I knew nothing about it.
Okay. You testified that you were aware that there was a grabber that was to be purchased.
You're talking about the 45 million rand?
Yes,
story.
indeed.
Yeah, I got that from the newspaper.
Yes, I'm saying that you also looked into that. You looked into that contract.
No.
You did not.
Never saw the contract, never knew anything about it.
Okay. My follow-up question would have been, did you also look at the contract where General Sibiya purchased spyware for the city of Johannesburg?
Never had anything, no knowledge of that except until I heard it in the media.
Okay. The third issue has to do with the Mabula team. Yesterday, Advocate Masha testified that it is common that when a senior official is being investigated or is conducting an investigation that relates to them, that they would use investigators from a different province. General Musikidi also confirmed that juniors don't investigate seniors within the rank. So my question around the Mabula team is, you say that it was unlawful for the Mabula team to do the investigation on behalf of General Pashlani regarding his Sable Hills home. And the two generals, the general that testified, as well as the advocate who's in Mashucha, they both testified that there's nothing uncommon about that. That is exactly what happens. You assemble a team from a different province in order, because of the sensitivity of that investigation. Do you have any comment to that?
Well, I think it's possible, but my comment wasn't about where they were from. It's about what they actually did. And they went out with a counter investigation. So they were only set out to stop the investigation into General Pashlani. That was their only purpose in life. And in order to do that, they targeted everybody that was involved in the investigation.
However, what they were dealing with was in relation to your investigations at General Pashlani's house. So it was very related. It was not remote.
So I made the point, Chairman, that they created a fictitious story that there was a threat to a security, and that's what launched the investigation. It later transpired there was no threat to the security, and in fact, a report had been issued that there was no threat to the security. So what they were really doing was a counter investigation aimed at destabilizing the investigation against General Pashlani. And unfortunately, they succeeded because he wasn't eventually prosecuted on that. He was prosecuted on some other cases which we had nothing to do with.
Okay. The last question, thank you that you are still seated. The last question is regarding Mr. Chauke. And Honorable Vessels asked you about the work that you did having been commissioned by Advocate Chauke regarding the National Commissioner. That would have been the lifestyle audit that you conducted to provide a report whether to see that the candidates that were up for nomination were suitable to be the National Commissioner.
The brief was not to see if they were suitable, but to determine whether there were any skeletons in the cupboard that could cause problems later.
Okay. And the only thing that I seek to do with that is that you've given evidence to that effect and that you had a brief. Who was the brief from?
Bajani Chowki.
Bajani
And
Chowki.
I've made point of the fact that he's since denied it, but the reality is there, and I've got the emails.
Are you able
that I
to
sent.
provide that email to us?
He didn't ask us in writing. I sent the report to him, and I said, as requested,
Yes.
here's the report.
Are you able to provide that
Yes,
report to
I
us?
can forward it to you.
Thank you.
I think I may have forwarded it already, in fact.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, thank you.
I am in a lot of.
Thank you so much. Let's do like this. No, there is one last matter. Please, just bear with us, Mr. Just one last. Can I see? I'm allocating one speaker per party.
Oh, there.
Yes.
No,
That's how we're going to deal. Can I see if you want to, because listen, honorable members, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has sent us his apology about.
I'm in a lot of pain, Chairman. A
Yeah.
serious amount of pain.
Yeah, no, we agree with you. In part, Honorable Ngola and Honorable Malema have spoken to some of the issues they want to raise with you. Can I identify members who want to speak on that item? Honorable Ngola, Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Bangazita, Honorable Malema, Honorable Sols. 5. Yeah, one member per party. No less than 5 minutes. You can't go beyond 5 minutes. We still have another witness who is coming. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think you forgot to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Tsie and the MK Honorable Mazwai.
Let me recognize the presence of the following members. Honorable Ndlela. Thank you so much and welcome. Honorable Masina. Thank you so much and welcome. And Honorable Lizie. The witness before us is Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan. And we want to thank you so much for being part of this proceedings. Thank you. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you, Chair. No, just 2-3 issues from me. Mr. O'Sullivan, you say in your letter, you were gravely in pain and you had to leave on that day.
I'm in a lot of pain right now, Chair. And you know what I have requested?
No, I'm asking about that.
Yes, I've requested that my medical condition be kept confidential, but I was in a lot of pain then, and I'm in a lot of pain now.
Yes, that's why we have kept it confidential and that's why we only use pain. So, but when you left here, you said you are catching a flight.
Correct, Chair.
So this is a contradiction of what you said. We have a video of you leaving the house. Remember?
Yes,
There's cameras all over the chambers.
It was both. It was both the pain and the fact that I had a flight. And we can go into detail and we'll be here for another.
No, but why is the flight matter not properly covered in the letter of apology?
I disagree that it's not properly covered. Oh, dear. I'll read what it says here. Matter of timing. This is on page 5 of the letter. Following on from the above, I place below the following extracts of the transcription of the discussions at the committee concerning my agreed departure time. And the chairman states, honorable members, this is Mr. Robert Paul O'Sullivan, who's going to be with us from now until 1 o'clock. And then he carries on with some other stuff, and he says, we'll hand over to legal counsel to conclude with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, and then we will release him at 1 o'clock. So
Yeah, but the
sorry,
email you wrote.
please let me finish.
No, I'm saying, oh, no,
Sorry.
wait, Mr. O'Sullivan,
Please
wait.
let me finish, because it says here, at 12:25, when I was already starting to feel lots of pain, I stated the following: O'Sullivan, I need to go in 35 minutes to go to the airport. Chairperson, yeah, so that somebody else says he has a flight to catch. I said, I have a flight to catch. So you're saying that I didn't mention about the
Yeah,
flight to catch?
no, let's go there. It's not properly covered because you
Pardon?
also do not attach any travel details around your traveling.
Well, as it happens,
And
I'm-
also you have written,
I'm
no
in
wait,
flight.
you have written an email to the evidence leaders and you said you must leave not later than the 14 hours. When did your flight detail change?
So if you have a look here, again, we're going to be debating this for a very long time. I've given the communications between myself and the evidence leaders. And I said here, good morning. And this is now the message I sent to the evidence leaders on the 26th. Good morning. And the good news is that I managed to get a few hours sleep and I will see you at 0900. I need to leave no later than 1400 for the airport.
Exactly.
Let me finish, please. Underneath that, I said NB. There was a typo in that message. It should have read that I needed to be at the airport by 1400, which would have meant leaving by 1300.
No, it is my take that the type explanation.
Mr. O'Sullivan, you know you have been reprimanded since this morning that you don't have to shout.
I know, I'm just in a lot of pain, Chairman.
Yeah, we understand, but just for you to say it the way you have said it now.
I'm sorry.
Apologize. Look at him
I'm
in
sorry.
the eye and apologize.
Look at me, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Is your last minute?
Yeah, it's my last point, Chair. Look, my view is that this apology is just a damage control for the mess you have caused for yourself, because even the pain you are talking about, you'll recall that in the first appearance, we had allowed you to go because you were in pain. So it would have been sensible for you to raise the same concern with the chair, then we would have made the same arrangement. So there is no such a thing as a pain. You are just doing a damage control for what you have done. And in our view, you were completely in contempt of Parliament, and therefore you are going to suffer the consequences of your actions. Thank you.
Mbalo, if you can create space for the conversation to have eye contact.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I think as the first point, I agree with the latter speaker. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, what you have done has never been done even by the state president. Even when the president is under a hostile environment in Parliament, they've never done what you have done to us, because they understand the constitutional mandate of Parliament, and Parliament is the highest organ of state. So you did the unprecedented. The apology that you wrote to us, I agree with the latter speaker that is nothing but a concerted effort to escape liability for your actions. And that apology can never be enough up until you apologize to South Africans, because Parliament is a democratic institution which is constituted by representatives of the people. So you provoked many South Africans on that day. You did not only provoke us, because this is the people's parliament. We are here for the people. were carrying the mandate of the people. So we'll never accept any clandestine apology. An apology must be submitted to the people of South Africa, not to us. I'm giving you this opportunity, and if you choose to swallow your pride, that is not going to take the criminal aspect, the offense that you committed on that day, because you committed a criminal offense. But now I'm giving you an opportunity to swallow your pride and apologize to South Africans for undermining their institution like you did. I'm giving you that opportunity.
Chairman, I made the apology in writing. I've read out that aspect of it this morning. I'm happy to say that I apologize to the whole country, not for undermining Parliament, but for leaving at the time I did and in the manner in which I did. But I do not believe, despite your assertion to the contrary, that I committed any offense. And that's it in a nutshell.
No, I think you have done what I've requested you to do. For your previous appearance, how much did you claim from Parliament?
Pardon?
For your previous appearance, I think you are appearing for the third time now, correct?
Yes.
For the previous appearances, have you claimed for the recent appearance?
I've not claimed. I only claimed for the first appearance.
For the first appearance, how much did you claim from Parliament?
I think it's about 80,000 rand.
For one appearance?
No, that was for 2 days, 3 nights in a hotel during Indaba week. Indaba week, Chairman, there were no hotels available. So in order for me to be at this Parliament, I had to book the only hotel that was available. And it's not a 6-star or 9-star or whatever hotel, it's a 3-star hotel. And they had 2 empty rooms, and I grabbed those 2 empty rooms. And they were 10,000 rand per night, per room.
That amount must never be paid to you from the taxpayers' money. There must be a minimum amount, and you must never receive any special treatment. The same amount that has been paid to the previous witnesses who have appeared here must be paid to you. In fact, you must be paid the lowest amount. Your amount must be rated in accordance with the lowest amount that has been paid to previous witnesses. You were not coming to a honeymoon here. You were coming to Parliament to assist our investigation. So we're going to write to the Speaker that no amount of 80,000 should be paid to you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Malema.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. O'Sullivan, I don't think that, like the previous speakers, your apology is really genuine. Because after you left here, you went to media houses and said you'll only come back here if we stop calling you a sellout, a thug, a spy, and all manner of things. And that was after you left, where you had an opportunity to self-reflect. You didn't do that. And I don't blame you. It is in the nature of who you are, a typical white male who feels is superior than the rest of us. And you displayed it here the same way you displayed it every day, the same way your subjects and targets for investigations in their majority were black males in the senior positions, because we have no regard for black people. And you looked at us here and said, no, none of these people is going to tell me anything. And that's what makes the allegations that we wanted to overthrow the state more legitimate. Because what you did that day was to overthrow the legitimacy of Parliament. You were eroding the authority of Parliament. And had we not taken a firm stand, this Parliament was going to be rendered useless and toothless because of you. And if this Parliament is not going to act on you, so that no molecule after you comes to repeat what you did. No one must ever, ever come to this parliament and behave the way you behaved. And we can only do that if we act on you and act on a white male who behaves like he's untouchable. Then everybody else will know that that parliament will bite you if you go there and undermine it. And with those few remarks, Chair, the EFF reject your apology. It's not an apology. It's an afterthought of a racist that wanted to undermine the authority of a democratic institution called parliament. And you wanted to erode its authority, and you successfully failed. Because we'll never allow that. We're not going to allow that. That the white males must continue to do what they've been doing previously during apartheid government. You displayed white arrogance, white supremacy, and we watched it in action. And you need to know that that which you did reflects exactly what happened at Flag Plus. And you confuse this parliament to be like a Flag Plus, as if you didn't go is in charge and we are subjects and arrested in that farm. We're not in a farm here. We're elected by our people. Whether you like it or not, you have an obligation to respect the will of the people, because this parliament is the will of the people. So you must find it in you that the new South Africa does not have a room for that kind of behavior of white males who are racist in nature. Thanks, Chair.
Do you have any comment on that statement?
None whatsoever, Chairman.
Okay.
I'm not going to dignify that statement with a comment.
Point of again, Chair. We don't need anything that, you know, this arrogance again is saying is not going to dignify what? What are you going to, what are you not going to dignify here?
No.
Call a white racist.
No, we are racist, yes.
No, wait, Honorable Skosan. Wait.
No, but he must retract that, Chair. What is said to the honorable members?
No, wait. What do you mean when you say you are not going to dignify? You mean that the statement that the honorable member has made is undignified?
Absolutely undignified, Chairman.
What moral basis do you use to determine that the statement is repugnant?
I totally disagree with being called a white racist.
Yeah.
Apartheid.
Is it difficult for you to say, I disagree with your statement, and to say, I can't dignify that statement?
Okay, I disagree with that statement, Chairman.
Okay. Honorable Bangazita.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think my colleagues actually have covered me substantially on what I had wanted to say. Safe to say that there is also an aspect which actually leaves me very much concerned when Mr. O'Sullivan actually referred to all of us, members of parliament, as crooks. I know that he tried to apologize on that one, on that comment, but it's lingering in my mind, because it was, to me, an expression of his innermost, thinking about what he sees in front of him as members of parliament. To him, he does not see members of parliament. He sees, a group of crooks, as he actually had said. And I really take great umbrage at that. I'm struggling to forgive him on that one, unless I see genuine retraction of that statement.
What is the recourse you are seeking, Bangazita, from the witness?
I don't think that it actually warrants just a mere sentence of saying, well, I apologize. There has to be some kind of demonstrable, remorse
Yes.
on that one.
Can you make that request to him to show the demonstrable remorse that you talk about? Mr. Apollo Sullivan, the honorable member says you have not been demonstrably remorseful. You know where this statement comes from. When we met with you last week, it was raised here that you have called members of parliament crooks, and during the proceedings you later said some. And the reason why he's saying it is that after you left the proceedings, when you did an interview with ENCA, you said, after you have apologized, when you got out of the door, you apologized, like you made an undertaking that you'll apologize. But then after apologizing during the course of the interview, when there was a horde of media houses around you, you said that you apologized because you wanted to make peace in the house. And then further went on to say, I don't have time for crooks. I have a plane to catch.
I wasn't referring to members of the House as crooks, Chairman.
Who were you referring to when you said, I don't have
I
time?
can't remember at the time, but you know, if it's been read that I was referring to members of the House as crooks, then absolutely I retract and apologize for that, because it wasn't.
That's exactly what I'm saying, because you were with us.
Yeah.
You say, I don't have time for crooks.
Yeah, I think somebody
I have a
comment,
plane to
Chair.
catch.
I think somebody made another comment, Chairman.
That is why the honorable member says now, because we are here, all of us, you are not saying it to the media. Nobody must hear you out of context. You just look at them and say, Honorable Souls, Honorable Malema, Honorable Mattheys, Honorable Mwango, up to Honorable Sokanyile. Here you say, I want to apologize for those statements, because he says there is no demonstrable remorse.
Chairman, if it's been read that way, I absolutely retract and apologize to everybody for that comment. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Souls.
Mr. O'Sullivan, when you walked out in the last meeting was obviously very disappointing. Furthermore, after that, you wrote to me 3 emails. In one of the emails, you spoke about my colleague and shared with me the membership declaration form of Honorable Skosana. And I'm sure you wanted me to deal with it here. Secondly, you shared with me, you praised me, and then you shared with me you joined the ANC and left when President Zuma became president, and then you joined the Democratic Alliance, and you're no longer sure about them, so you're choosing to vote for the mighty Patriotic Alliance. Now, the reason why I never responded to you is because I wanted to do it face to face. I wanted to let you understand. The reason why I didn't respond to you was 2 things. One, I wanted to preserve the integrity of this committee and show you that even us has integrity. 2, I wanted to show you that I'm a little Busman boy that doesn't need affirmation from anybody. And I'm not doing what I'm doing for claps. Mr. O'Sullivan, I want to remind you all the good work that you've done, your arrogance and display of arrogance takes away from the focus on what you really do. But it's your choice. I urge you again, put your breastplate of righteousness in place. I leave you with this scripture. Pride comes before the fall. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Look at me, because I'm now going to be biblical. Last week, Thursday, when you left the proceeding, 3 times I called you, and you thrice ignored me. 3 times. Mr. Paulo Sullivan, Mr. Paulo Sullivan, Mr. Paulo Sullivan, 3 times being called, thrice ignored. Do you want to apologize to the chairperson for not having heard that?
Absolutely, I didn't hear it, Chairman. I'm sorry.
The microphone, they say they can't hear you.
I absolutely didn't hear you calling, Chairman, so I apologize for not hearing you.
Okay. Look, we have come to the end of the proceedings, and I'm going to give you a chance now to say something between 1 and 5 minutes that we are concluding these proceedings in a very ceremonial way. And I want to hear what is your feeling,
What is my what?
your sentiment.
My sentiment,
Yeah,
Chairman.
what is it that, I mean, from the first day you came here, remember before you came here, there was a lot of furor between you and us. Hey, I will not come there, I will not appear before this and that. So now we are at the end of the proceeding. We have had 4 days with you. And today we have an opportunity to conclude the proceedings the way we are doing now. And it will only be fair if there are members you want to thank the legal team, you want to thank so and so, you want to thank Bonani, it's your opportunity.
Okay, Chairman.
Yeah.
Obviously, I thank Bonani. I thank the Parliamentary Protection
The
Service.
microphone.
Obviously, I thank Bonani. I thank the Chairman. I thank the evidence leaders. And I thank the Parliamentary Protection Services for taking care of my security arrangements. And really, Chairman, at the end of the day, I believe that you have to carry on with your work and produce a report and do what you want to do. But it would be totally misguided to say that I've captured the criminal justice system, or that I tried to overthrow the country and all those other things. But be that as it may, I can't stop you from doing what you have to do. And I would thank you for now allowing me to go, because I'm in a lot of pain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are going to do this. We are going to take a 20 minutes break as we prepare for the next witness who will come here at 20 minutes to 5. And I'm going to request Mr. Paul Robert O'Sullivan and Honorable Mandla David Skosana to walk each other outside, hand by hand, side by side, walk, stepping toe to toe, so that the Honorable Skosana. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, everyone present. Ms. Sarah Jane Trent, welcome. Honorable Chair, my colleague, Ms. Mkhwanazi, Advocate Mkhwanazi, will be leading the witness. I think she has just...
Yeah, she has spoken to me that she just need a minute. What I need from you is a confirmation that the witness before us is the witness that you have done consultations with, and that she is the witness the committee has decided on.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Indeed, Sarah Jane Trent, the witness before you, we've consulted extensively with her, in particular, my colleague, Advocate Mkhwanazi. I've also attended or participated in quite a number of online. We've had the fullest cooperation from Ms. Trent. She has commission signed her affidavit. I have the original here. I'll end it up, Honorable Chair.
So you confirm that
So we can confirm that you can.
this witness is Ms.
swear.
Jane Trent.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sarah Jane Trent,
Good afternoon, honorable
and
papers.
welcome to these proceedings. We are going to allow you, together with Advocate Mkhwanazi, to do what we call the presentation of evidence. But before you do that, you must be under oath. Before we administer oath, I want to read the following to you: that you have been invited before this ad hoc committee, which has been appointed to investigate the allegations that have been made by the Provincial Police Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal Province, General LT Mkhwanazi, that the information or evidence that you are going to give here shall help the committee in its oversight and investigative work. It investigates, amongst others, number one, alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, the PKTT or NPKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS, and number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public, and lastly, political interference within the work of the SAPS. Ms. Trent, in extending his invitation to you, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee has indicated that you may provide information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. And please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of this inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or any place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it, which is false or misleading, commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to an imprisonment not exceeding a term of 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect, oath or affirmation?
Oath.
You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. You shall say I and state your names in full.
I, Sarah Jane Trent,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much. You are sworn in.
Thank you.
I will come to you. Advocate Mkhwanazi, can I check how many hours do you need in the presentation of evidence?
Chair, at most, I think it will be 2 hours, but probably less. The statement is really short.
So we can say between now and 19 hours.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Before we start, Honorable Mkhwanazi.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to tell the witness that she's sitting on a chair that is for special people. So, but she swapped before. It happens.
I noticed.
So if the staff members can remove that chair because it comes with trauma. Chair,
I can imagine.
on a serious note, I'm going to leave at 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought I must register my apology.
Where are you going?
Going to the EFF.
Okay. You have organizational commitments.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Any other apology that needs to be recorded? Okay. That permission is granted, Honorable Member, that time when it comes. If you feel you should leave, you are allowed. Mrs. Trent?
It's Miss.
Are you fine?
I'm fine, thank you.
The person that you look at is Advocate Mkhwanazi. From my table here is just to wish both of you good luck in the presentation of evidence. And if we can be done by that time, 19 hours, it will not require us to extend hours like we did last night. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Trent, do you have your affidavit in front of you, your statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll just go straight into it. At paragraph 1 of your statement, could you please tell the committee about your current professional standing, including the affiliations that you have? It's just basically paragraph 1 of your statement.
Yeah. I'm an attorney on the non-practicing role, which means I don't act for anyone in court or practice. And I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Fraud Examiners. Oh yes, and I have my own business. I'm a sole director of SJ Trent Pty Limited.
And when did you join? When did you start your own business?
I think it is here somewhere. Please forgive me. 10 May 2023.
Yeah. And what does your business do?
I provide services as a certified fraud examiner, which is if a client comes and they've got an issue with fraud, theft, some legal issues that where they need someone to look into it and see if there's any relevance or prima facie, if they have a prima facie case. So, for example, the client wants to, in a civil case, wants to know whether it's reasonable to go to court to continue suing someone, but they want to know, do they have the funds, or if you suspect that they are laundering money in order to evade, I would then have a look and investigate that and give them an opinion of whether they have a case or not. That's just one small example. But yeah, sorry, I'm rambling. I will try
that's
not
fine.
to do that.
That's sufficient. From paragraph 3 all the way to paragraph up to paragraph 6, you set out your educational background.
Correct.
And at paragraph 4, you say that, paragraph 3, you say you matriculated in 2002.
Correct.
And you attach your CV. And is that the most updated CV that you've attached?
Yes, it is.
As STJ1.
Correct.
Okay. And then in 2003, you would have then started studying. You completed a marketing degree from Stellenbosch College at Boland.
No, it wasn't a degree. It was, I passed 16 subjects.
Okay.
So you've got your N4, N5. So it was basically a 16 subject merit certificate, not anything
equivalent to a diploma, possibly.
Possibly.
Okay.
That's why I put merit certificate instead of diploma, because it's technically not.
Okay. But then you subsequently studied toward your law degree.
Correct.
And you obtained that in 2013. That's at paragraph 5 of your statement.
Correct.
And then you then started articles at paragraph. It's much later in your affidavit, but what I should do is, just for the sake of completion, is at paragraph 7, you detail the various certificates that you obtained after obtaining your LLB degree. So that would be 7.1. You became a certified fraud examiner.
Correct.
Which you've somewhat explained, and it deals with what you do in your current business.
Correct.
Okay. And then you've also done the usual courses that are done as a person who's doing articles to become an attorney. So that's detailed at 7.2.
Sorry to interrupt. This is actually, I think they brought in this new rule where all advocates and attorneys have to do this course.
Okay.
So this is what this is. When I was an article clerk, I did I think it's legal practical training.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Okay. And then finally, you say that in April, you completed a course in evidence for decisions from Harvard Kennedy School.
Correct.
Okay. And then we are now at paragraph 8 of your statement. And that deals with the background, your career background. You started working in 2008, and you did various jobs from 2008 up until 2011, when you then officially started your articles.
Correct. Or I went to a law firm. Yes.
And that's because you were, you say that at paragraph 8.3 that you were working while you were studying.
Correct.
Okay. So from paragraph 8.3, you say that in July you joined John Walker Attorneys to assist with the Mkhwanazi Group. Can you explain what your role was there, and how did that role turn into your training?
Okay. As short as possible.
Yeah. We are at 8.3 of your statement.
Okay. So John Walker Attorneys, the law firm, acted for the liquidators of the company, and I apologize. There shouldn't be PTY Limited after Mkhwanazi Gold. You know, I've been objected. So it was actually a public company. There was the insolvency issue and liquidation of Mkhwanazi Gold, and they needed someone to do quite a bit of the grunt work, carrying files, going through information and sorting it out. So I had the online interview, I think it was on the Wednesday, and I was on a plane the next day. It sounded like a really good opportunity. And so it started off in the inquiry. You have all the bank statements, and my principal, John Walker, said, make this make sense, go through it, and that's what I did. So I followed the money in a sense, and that's, I think, where I got that, I found that sort of hunger to investigate or look into things more than the legal work or in a law firm. So that's. Yeah.
And then you subsequently did your articles.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Then John Walker offered me to do articles with him and to stay on, and that's what I did. And then I did 2 years there.
When did you leave?
It was, I know it was around 7, 8 April. I want to get that. I think I have I put it in here?
Which you at 8.3. 8.3 of your statement.
Oh, is it not here where when I left? So it would have been 2014.
Around
April 2014.
Around 2014. Okay. You've been invited to give evidence in respect of your time that you spent at Paul O'Sullivan. You say so in not Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, and at paragraph 12, you set out the basis of the invitation. Would you like to read that into the record?
The ad hoc committee has requested me to provide evidence in relation to issues and allegations raised by General Pashlani in his testimony before the inquiry and those that allegedly implicate Mr. O'Sullivan by virtue of having been in his employ at Forensics for Justice. I'm informed by the evidence leaders that, in his evidence, Mr. Pashlani informed this committee that I accompanied Mr. O'Sullivan and IPID investigators to his Sable Hills home in 2017. As a result, this led to the allegations that IPID had been infiltrated by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and by extension by me, who also accompanied him to Mr. Pashlani's Sable Hills home.
Okay. That I just, for that provides context as to why you are here. Now I'd like to take you back to 8.4 of your statement, and we will start from there. So at paragraph 8.4, you say that from February 2015, you assisted Paul O'Sullivan on a pro bono basis for Forensics for Justice NPC, I think. How did you meet Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
So I sent him my CV. I think it would have been maybe 3 days prior or 4 days prior. I thought, what have I got to lose? I'm interested in investigations. Someone suggested to me, why don't you just send your CV? So I did, and he goes,
what did, sorry, you went a bit too far.
oh no, I just sent him my CV, yeah.
So you were at this point, you'd completed your articles, and were you working?
You know what?
Or were you just seeking new employment?
I completely forgot to add one
You could
place
say
that
it.
I worked in. If may it's
No.
not in my affidavit, but
It's not.
it wasn't for very long, so I completely forgot to add it in.
It's okay. We can make
apologies.
It's okay. Sarah, we can make that amendment. Where we are now is at paragraph 8.4 of your
Yeah.
statement. And we're dealing with your employment in 2015 at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Yes.
And the question that I've just put to you is, if you could just tell the committee, how did you meet Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? And you can just take a step by step on how you met him and how you got to work for him. Yeah.
Okay. I sent him my CV, and I can't remember exactly what was in the email. And his PA gave me a ring.
Who was
Not
his
too-
PA?
Gigina.
You can.
Sorry? Her
What
name is Gigina.
Gigina.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gagina, you sent an email. Did you know Paul O'Sullivan before? How did you
No.
know to contact him?
I'd had coffee with a friend of mine, and I was saying, oh, you know, I really like investigating. It's in a law firm, you know, I don't think it was a good fit for me. And she said, well, why don't you send your CV to Paul O'Sullivan? And at the time, I didn't have a job and doing free online courses in a coffee shop. So I thought, well, I've got nothing to lose. And so his PA called me and said, can you come on Saturday morning and meet Paul? And so I did. And he said, well, he doesn't have, not looking to employ anybody, but he does have certain pro bono work that he does. So he would sort of, if he needed me to do anything, he would pay me an hourly rate. I didn't work from the office. It would be from home, and then I would send him what I'd done and the hours that I'd done. And then
Okay. So my next question to you is, if you could just then maybe describe the work. Did you join him immediately after you met him that Saturday?
No.
Were you meeting him for the first time?
I'd met him for the first time.
Okay. And then when did you join after that conversation, after that first meeting on the Saturday?
So if it was the Saturday, then we had another meeting the next day on the Sunday. And I can't recall exactly, but you know, it would have probably been like a briefing on, you know, what I would do. And then the Monday, I think, was the 2nd of February. And so I had, you know, what I needed to do. And I think at some point I went to the office either that Monday or that week to meet the staff and be introduced. But I didn't go into the office every day or anything.
Okay, so please describe the work that you then undertook for his organization and its mission and what it basically stood for. That you can find where we are now is at 8.4 of your statement. You don't have to remember at the top of your head.
Sorry?
I'm saying you're at 8.4. I'm just directing you where we are.
Yeah.
So could you describe the work that you undertook for the organization? It's
from beginning to end or just from when I started?
Based on what you say at 8.4 of your statement.
Oh gosh. Basically, as you know, over the years and as I sort of saw what was happening, we saw a lot of what happened in you know, corruption in the criminal justice system, and so we would open cases and try as much as possible to expose it, and I guess get people to do something about it.
If we take it line by line, at your statement at 8.4,
yes,
you say that you did work for him on an ad hoc basis. So does that mean that you did not have a permanent contract to work for him?
Sorry, are you talking about from 2 February?
So you say on 2 February 2015, I'm still at your statement at paragraph 8.4. Nowhere else, just only at 8.4.
Yeah,
and if you can read it in. The question,
that'll be much better. Thank you.
The question is relating to that paragraph.
So I could just read this in?
Yes.
Okay. On 2 February 2015, Paul O'Sullivan used my services on an ad hoc basis to assist him with some of his pro bono work, which he did under Forensics for Justice, NPO, a non-profit organization that identified elements of the criminal justice system that had been captured by criminals or politically corrupt individuals that serve unconstitutional agendas with the aim to protect connected criminals from corruption charges. Through the use of forensic investigative methods, Forensics for Justice is able to expose corruption in those who act corruptly, promoting transparency and accountability, and inevitably protect scarce public resources.
What were your responsibilities?
For Forensics for Justice?
Yes.
Gosh, so each case would come about in different ways. So either you would have a whistleblower that came to sit with Mr. O'Sullivan, and he would listen to what they say, and if they had documents, he'd have a look and see, is this something that we can put together or expose or open a case, and that's sort of how it would come about. It would generally be on something that we already had, where there would be someone that had come and given something, but I don't want to sort of admit that's the only.
You can give an example. I mean, what typically did you work on? You said you worked on an ad hoc basis for Paul O'Sullivan, for Forensics for Justice.
Okay, no,
and for Forensics for Justice? That's where we are. We are at.
I understand, but remember, I did Forensics for Justice. This ad hoc work was from 2 February until May.
Yes.
And then I was employed at Paul O'Sullivan. Yes. So I'm just getting confused, if you just bear with me.
So on 2 February, when you joined on an ad hoc basis, which entity were you doing work on an ad hoc basis?
That would have been for Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Okay. In your statement, you say you did services on an ad hoc basis to assist Paul with pro bono work, which he did under Forensics for Justice. Yes. So you've read that into your statement.
Yes.
And my question is, just typically, what kind of work did you do? Give me an example of, if you can give the committee an example of what work was being done by you on an ad hoc basis for Forensics for Justice.
I think at that time it would have been research.
Okay. So when you joined.
Yeah, because I wasn't able to access certain things, so it would have been research or putting things into a spreadsheet or something like that, kind of.
Okay. And you then subsequently, we're now at 8.5 of your statement, because we're moving step by step. You then subsequently, on 1 May 2015, officially joined Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. Is it fair to say that what you had been doing earlier for the first 3 months was perhaps on a probation of sorts?
Yes, okay. I would say that.
Okay. So then when you joined Paul O'Sullivan Associates, PTY Ltd,
correct.
What sort of work were you doing there? What was, just typically give us an assignment that Paul O'Sullivan and Associates would do. And if you could also make a distinction between the work that was being done by Paul O'Sullivan and Associates versus what was being done at Forensics for Justice.
All right. So there were 2 other directors at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates who were running their sort of own project, so to speak. So I was sort of if they needed anything, then they could ask me. So it would be research or putting a document together. It was almost like a candidate attorney kind of a job. And then on the Forensics for Justice, it would have been the same thing. So if I was asked to do something, so I didn't have my own case or anything like that. It was research this or put a file note together I don't even think I sat in meetings at that point.
Okay, but you were already a certified fraud examiner. That's correct.
On the 1st of May 2015, yes. No.
You were not?
No.
Okay. You testified that you were interested in forensic work and your friend told you about Paul O'Sullivan and Associates because you had already been doing fraud, like that kind of work.
Well,
had you received a certificate? Have you done the course? No.
No.
Okay.
I just found it more interesting, and it was something that sort of stimulated my brain a bit more. I can't really explain it, but
so at that point, essentially, you had joined without having done the exam yet, and you were basically doing work on an ad hoc basis, similar to a candidate attorney, whatever was required in the firm, research, you know, you would basically take care of it. And you didn't have, what was your specific role?
Oh, sorry.
Your position.
It's all in my affidavit.
Yes. We are at 8.5.
Legal, it was legal researcher was the title that I was given on the.
Okay. So because you make a distinction between these two entities, your monthly salary, once you became permanent, who was it paid by?
Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Paul O'Sullivan, okay. And the work for Forensics for Justice was purely pro bono?
Correct.
Did you have to record your hours?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the 31st of March, we are now at 8.6. You say that you became a director.
Of Forensics for Justice.
Yes. So how did that move happen from you having been doing work on a pro bono basis for Forensics for Justice, and then you became a director a few years later?
Mr. O'Sullivan asked me if I'd like to become a director of Forensics for Justice and Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, and I accepted. I'd been there for 6 years, so I think I didn't see any issue.
Okay. We can now move on to the business of the day, which is why the committee has invited you to come and give evidence. We're going to jump a few pages, just a couple of paragraphs, and those paragraphs basically deal with what the work of this committee is, as you would see at paragraph 15. Not paragraph. If you go to a statement at paragraph 9, it sets out the work of this committee. So there's no reason to have to go through it specifically. So we are now at paragraph 17.
Yes.
Yeah. You testified that, well, you didn't testify, but you stated that the committee has called you because of the work that you were doing whilst you were at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, particularly the investigations that you conducted regarding Mr. Pashlani's Stable Hill home. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pashlani testified regarding you accompanying Mr. O'Sullivan and IPID investigators to his Stable Hill home. In what capacity did you attend Pashlani's home, General Pashlani's home?
As Sarah Jane Trent, employed by Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. It's the capacity I went.
So you were and what was the purpose of the visit?
It was, so the matter was opened in the late Mantle Mkhwanazi and Temani Binang were investigators. And so usually what we'd do is just brief an investigating officer on, on a matter. And we just went to show the house, or sort of the scene of the crime, which was the house. And because that was basically the crux of the corruption allegation. Sorry,
it's okay. We can just break it down into
please
smaller questions. If you look at paragraph 17 of your statement, You say that some of the work that you were doing at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates included forensic investigations, compiling criminal dockets, forensic reports, advice on evidence, and assisting branches of criminal justice system in investigations, providing litigation and support and fraud detection and prevention services.
Correct.
Now, that is a mouthful, so we need to break that down. And the question that I've asked you was in relation to the work that you were doing at the time at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. One of the projects that you were doing was investigating, assisting IPID in its investigations, and particularly into General Pashlani. And the question that I have for you is, at paragraph 18, rather, let's not have a question first. At paragraph 18,
Yeah.
it's headed Investigations into the previous acting commissioner, Police General Pashlani.
Correct.
And if you can read paragraph 18.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry if. Okay. On 9 November 2016, Paul O'Sullivan and I met with two IPID officers, the late Mandla Mahlangu and Timani Binang, had requested our assistance in the initial stages of this investigation. I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, Act 1 of 2011, the IPID Act, they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance at their request. This included informing them if and when we had any new information, carrying out forensic report checks on persons of interest, desktop research, and consulting from time to time. And then I set out the section.
Okay. If you can just perhaps pause there, and then now we'll take it step by step.
Okay.
Now that you've remembered what you said, that statement.
Yeah, if you could just remind me to read from you.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm just wasting everyone's time mumbling.
Okay. So earlier in paragraph 17, you tell us that you were assisting various branches of the criminal justice system. Which branches particularly were you assisting?
So if I can explain, so when we assist a client or in a pro bono matter, we open a docket. And if there are certain people that we think might have information or a witness, we'll give them a call and say, look, we're investigating this, or we'll have people come to us and open the docket with the police. And then you get obviously a CAS number, and an investigating officer is then appointed to the case. We then contact them and say, look, if it's a client, we'll say, we've been mandated to do this. Please let us know if there's anything you need from us. We are whatever. And the same thing with the Forensics for Justice work. So when I say branches, there would be, the NPA, it would offer assistance, but not guide them.
Okay. So you did work for the NPA. That's the one criminal system, the one just. Okay. And what else? Which other government or law enforcement entity did you do work for?
So I didn't say we did work for the NPA.
You assisted?
We said, look, we are certified fraud examiners. We were mandated to open this matter, if it's for a client, but on Forensics for Justice, as Forensics for Justice, please let us know. These are the services that we do normally provide. We know that the state is under-resourced.
Okay. While still on that example, on the NPA, not that you did work for them, you would assist them. So you introduced yourselves as an entity that does forensic investigations. And what came out of that introduction with the NPA? Did you have to assist them in any operations?
No. Okay. So this is quite literally what we would do. I'd call them up or send an email and say, hi there. If it's a client, we're mandated by the complainant to assist in the investigation up until the time we need to open the docket. We are certified fraud examiners, and if you need any assistance, please let us know. That's pretty much exactly what we would say.
And then what would
and then follow
NPA
up.
Yeah, what would
When I
the
say the
NPA
MPA, it
say?
would be, that's exactly what it was.
Okay, let's
But-
work on an example, taking it step by step. So you would then approach the NPA and say to the NPA, we offer these services, we have a client. we
No,
can assist.
no.
Okay,
We never, no.
okay. Take,
Quite literally, hi, we've assisted a client or as Forensics for Justice to open a matter. We have the capacity to do these things as certified fraud examiners. If you need anything or feel it is appropriate to ask, please let us know. Here's our card, or, quite literally, that is it. I would, it wasn't, we want to run the case or.
yes, no, I haven't said
anything.
that you.
Sorry.
I'm not,
I
I'm
just-
also not insinuating that. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to run with your evidence,
Of course,
as you said.
of course.
So I'm just piggybacking on what you've said earlier. And where I am now is that if we can just park at the example of the NPA, because I'm just looking for an example, right? And so you've testified that you would approach the NPA, and if I can read your words verbatim, we've assisted a client to open a matter. We have capacity, and if it is appropriate, please let us know how we can assist. The next question I have for you is, what would then come out of that offer?
Nothing. Normally, I mean, I've done a lot of cases, but
Just
nothing.
on the NPA, because I want us to just use the one example. I'm going to go to the next one after
Yeah.
this. So on the NPA, what would the NPA then say as a
I can't
response?
recall a time of it coming. What's an example?
So while you think about it, this is all in line with what you've said
Correct.
at the previous paragraph, that you were assisting branches of the criminal justice system.
I
And,
know it's.
and so the statement is quite vague, and it doesn't actually detail. I'm just asking about that. Like, if you can just give examples of the branches of the criminal justice system
Okay, and then with
that you
so-
assisted in
so-
investigations.
Yeah, that's basically what would happen. But usually with the MPA, I mean, they don't need any assistance. So it was, and it wasn't every case.
Yes.
So, for example, I'll give the example of Pashlani. I don't even know who the prosecutor would be.
Okay.
You know,
So who was investigating General Pashlani?
IPID.
IPID, okay. Would that be now where you are at paragraph 18? So before we get to paragraph 18 and we deal with the specific example of General Pashlani, I was just perhaps asking this question, if you can assist the committee on, I think from line 4 of paragraph 17.
Yeah.
Those would be your roles and responsibilities, what your role entailed within Paul Sullivan and Associates.
Correct.
Okay, so if you could then maybe flesh out for us, what is it that you were doing? But the question is more linked to assisting branches of criminal justice system and investigations. Perhaps if you can tell us what you mean by that.
I think there's nothing really more. It would literally assist a client in putting together a criminal complaint that we would then assist them in opening a criminal case. Either the client or we would, depending, get the CAS number. They would then get an investigating officer and would communicate with the investigating officer and say, like I said earlier, if you need any, most of the time, yeah,
Okay.
not really.
Maybe
So
you can just list them without giving examples then. You can just list the different branches of the criminal justice system that you assisted.
So SAPS,
SAPS, yeah.
IPID, and then the NPA, but I mean, that was like really nothing. It was purely,
So those are the only branches of the criminal justice system that you were referring to, that
yeah,
paragraph?
yeah.
Okay.
As far as I can recall, what other?
I don't know, I'm
No.
not really sure what the
Yeah,
work
that-
does. Okay, that's,
Sorry,
okay.
you know what, actually, I should have been a bit more clear in that statement. I was just quite rushed, and it kind of, I got it from a previous document, and I thought maybe rather copy and paste it. So
No,
I'm not
Ms.
sorry
Trent-
for causing any.
No, you're not
confusion.
causing anything. Ms. Trent, your statement, together with your oral evidence, together with your oral submissions, form part of your evidence. So what you may have left out, as you will see, the committee members will also invite questions of clarity where it's unclear, and all we are doing is going through your statement paragraph by paragraph, and you have a moment now to explain to the committee what it
Okay.
is that you meant. So it doesn't really matter that it's not in here.
Okay.
You can now tell us in evidence.
Okay.
Already.
I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. I forgot to add a place that I worked as well before I went to Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. It
Yes,
is in my CV.
Yes.
I just
You've mentioned,
I forgot.
yeah.
Oh, did I? We just didn't go through it now.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah, because now we are
Okay.
past that stage. We are
Okay.
now at the stage where you are working for Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. Okay, if we can then go to paragraph 18. At paragraph 18, you talk about the investigations into the previous acting commissioner of police, General Pashlani. You've read the statement into the record. So if I can just maybe ask specific questions. Could you recount how Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, or perhaps Paul O'Sullivan and you, became involved in IPID investigations?
Well, it was just this. This was a criminal complaint made with IPID.
By whom?
By Mr. O'Sullivan. He laid that complaint. A rather serious complaint against the head of police for South Africa, for the nation. And yeah.
And this was in November 2016.
Are we sorry, if you can.
It's in your statement. We're at
No,
paragraph 18. We're at paragraph 18. We haven't moved.
I understand.
Yeah.
You asked me about investigations with IPID, so that.
You've answered, you said it was the only investigation.
Yes.
I have here that this was a criminal complaint by Paul O'Sullivan in November 2016.
Can I just read this?
You've read it already into the record.
19.
Yes. No, we're not at 19 yet, we're at 18. Okay. What type of assistance did you provide for IPID at IPID's request?
We did searches. I did a lot of desktop research. So, and then it would be a sort of a file note on media articles or social media things, or go on Twitter and see what's happening. And it would be just a file note, and I would then send it. And then certain searches. So if they were doing an investigation and it led to something, I would do that.
Okay.
And which
From whom did this request come?
so it would come from one of the investigators.
How did you meet? How did you get into IPID? That's the question I asked when we started. Like how did your involvement, how did Paul O'Sullivan and Associates get to be involved with IPID?
Okay, so in February 2016, Paul O'Sullivan, under the auspices of Forensics for Justice, gave a complaint to IPID. I was involved in some of the interview with the whistleblowers and that. And then I believe nothing happened at that time. And when Mr. McBride got back to IPID as the ED, I went to meet an investigator that he'd appointed, the late Mandla Mkhwanazi.
Okay, before you met Mandla Mkhwanazi, how did it come about that you knew that Mr. McBride had not been at IPID and he now was back at IPID? Like, I just want you to just tell the story of how did Forensics for Justice or Paul O'Sullivan and Associates get involved at IPID? Like, how did you meet?
Can I ask a favor?
Yeah.
We go in bite sizes because it's quite a long story and I feel like I'm not.
It's your evidence, Ms. Trent. You can
Okay.
take it. I'll switch off my mic.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying
I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean, you need to give your evidence.
Okay. And then when Mr. McBride was back, and knowing that he, had a reputation for, being against corruption, Mr. O'Sullivan said that I should give Mr. McBride a call and ask if we can chat to him about our docket against Mr. Pashlani at the time. And he said, no problem, you can meet the investigating officer.
So it's Mr. O'Sullivan who introduced you to Mr. McBride. Did he know him prior to asking you to call him?
He knew him, but I don't know for how long or what the relationship was.
Yeah, just whether he knew him. Okay, so you then called him when he was back to basically get to investigate, to assist in the investigations of General Pashlani.
Great. Look, it was a lot of, it was, I would say, a bit of a complicated matter. So what we usually like to do is meet with the investigating officer and go through what we've done and put in the docket when we've opened the docket. So we'll say, okay, go through the statement and the evidence and everything and sort of brief them on it.
Okay. So then you called Mr. McBride, and what happened next? Did he invite you for an interview? I mean, a meeting? You can just tell the story.
Then I can't remember I don't remember how I got to the meeting. I just remember I went there and he said, this is Mandla Mkhwanazi. He's going to be leading the investigation. Hi, nice to meet you. And then I left. Mr. O'Sullivan was not there.
Okay, so that's how you would have met Mr. Mkhwanazi. What was Mr. Mkhwanazi at IPID?
I don't know that they have ranks or anything like that, but he was a senior investigator.
Senior investigator, okay. So in your statement, you say, now at the end of paragraph 18, you say, I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, Act 1 of 2011, they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance at their request. In terms of which provision exactly? You say in terms of the IPID Act, which?
Yes,
Yes.
this section.
Okay, you can tell us which one, and you can read it in, the one that you rely on.
Okay, the functions and investigative powers. Section 24, subsection 1, an investigator may, subject to the control and direction of the executive director or relevant provincial head, exercise such powers and must perform such duties as are conferred or imposed upon him or by or her by or under this act or any other law, and must obey all lawful directions which he or she may from time to time receive from a person having the authority to give such directions under this Act.
So you rely on
I'm
24(1)?
No, I'm reading
Okay. Okay.
this whole 3A for the purpose of an investigation made.
Yes, Ms. Trent, you can continue.
Oh,
You
okay. 3A, for the purposes of conducting an investigator may direct any person to submit an affidavit or a firm declaration or to appear before him or her to give evidence or to produce any document in that person's possession or under his or her control, which has a bearing on the matter being investigated and may question such person thereon. 3B, an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
So, Ms. Trent, are you basically testifying that you're relying on section 24(1), 24 subsection 1, 24 subsection 3B, and 4, those provisions? That's what you rely on for being able to assist a law enforcing agency?
Correct, at their request, yes.
Okay. And it's all those provisions that you rely on? No, you can respond.
Honorable James.
Yeah, I'd just like to get clarity. These provisions that you reference here, are they not for IPID? Yes, this is the IPID Act. And this forms the basis of the work you do? No, it is that they can request assistance from us. So, sorry. If I can just have 1 second. Take your time. Thank you.
Basically, what the question is, Ms. Trent, if I can assist Honorable James, is that you have said in your statement at paragraph 18 that you rely on these provisions for the basis of assisting IPID. And the question is, which provision exactly do you rely on, and why is it applicable to you or to Paul O'Sullivan Associates to be able to assist in IPID work?
Yes, that they believe that we can assist.
No, the provision. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, take your time. So,
perhaps Honorable James, Chairperson, Honorable James has asked a question. Can we perhaps continue and then give the witness an opportunity once she's had a time to think about it?
I'm fine with that, Chair. Let's move on. Thanks.
No, Chair, we're not moving on, Chair. We're not moving on. She must point in this thing that she has attached here, where they say IPID can ask for assistance. She must go there. This was attached by her after reading it and after being a non-practicing attorney. She told us it's that. So she should know how you quote the law. She must go to where it helps her, because there is no such a thing here.
So if
Are you able to respond to the question?
sorry, I'm unable to concentrate. Yeah.
Are you perhaps at 3B of the provision?
Yeah, so basically what this means is that if they need assistance, they can ask anyone to assist. Okay, let me rather, an investigator may request an explanation. Okay.
Okay, at 3B, Ms. Trent, it reads that an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
Correct.
Would you like to expand on that?
No, I think that
Some water.
So basically, my understanding is that if they need assistance in something, they can ask for it lawfully, and they were allowed to do so, and there was no issue with that.
Okay. Perhaps it will become apparent as we move on. We are now at paragraph 19.
Just
Okay.
wait, the two honorable members there, Honorable James and Honorable Malema. Let me take Honorable Malema first.
Now, I want us to agree with the witness that what she has quoted here is not helping what she's saying. She says they can ask for help legally and all of that. It's a matter we can debate. That's fine. But in terms of what she's quoting here, there is no such a thing. And she has to agree that this quotation is not saying what she's saying. But that legally they can ask for assistance. Maybe the way Advocate Walo is saying it, as we go along, it will come apparent that they can ask for such a thing. But where we are now, 24.1 and 3A, 3B, and 4, all of that, there is no relevance to what she's saying. And she needs to concede that before we proceed.
She does not have an answer to the question. Ms. Trent.
Ask her if she agrees with me that this does not speak to what she's saying.
I disagree, but I think it would probably be up to you to decide at the end of the day. It wouldn't be for me to.
Quote where it says what you are saying. Quote it here. Is the purpose of putting of cutting this thing and putting it in your affidavit was precisely to make reference to it. Refer to where it says what you are saying.
What the honorable member is saying is that this committee is not dealing with facts, it's dealing with evidence. Yes, it is a fact that IPID may ask for assistance. But where is the evidence in law that provides for that fact or that substantiates? If you say you went to IPID because they have requested you to assist, the honorable members are saying IPID is a government institution regulated by law. There is national legislation that regulates the operations of IPID, including it as an organ of state. So where is the provision in national legislation? That's what they want to hear from you. If it is not on the document, but you know it is section 26, subsection 7, refer them to that provision.
Would you like an opportunity to respond?
Honorable James, do you want to make an addition?
No, Chair, I'll get back to this when I question ons kan nie bloed uit 'n klip uitslaan nie. Ms. Trent is unable to answer and respond. Let's move on.
Yeah, before Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, I was going to say even, I think completely Section 24 of IPID Act is irrelevant to the point, but even the subsection 3B that she's relying on explanation is also irrelevant, but we can expand that when it's our turn to ask questions.
Yeah, but before we proceed, can she concede that she does not have a provision in law to back the fact or the statement that she made here?
Can you just repeat the question?
The question is what the honorable members have asked here. Which provision in national legislation governing IPID are you relying on to substantiate your statement? Are you able to help Advocate Mkhwanazi?
Ms. Trent, what the chairperson is asking you is, at paragraph 18, you say that you were empowered, well, not empowered, those are not the words you use. Let's use the words that you use in your statement. At paragraph 18 of your statement, you say you were satisfied. Third line, you say, I was satisfied that in terms of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act, that when you say they, you mean Mahlangu and Binang. Those are the investigators from IPID. And you say they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance they request. So my understanding of this paragraph, you can comment from this. My understanding of this paragraph is that you're saying once you met with Mr. Mahlangu, you satisfied yourself that you were able to assist with the work of investigations that they were doing as investigators at IPID. And for that, you rely on the provisions that you've pasted at page 9 of your affidavit. Now, what the chairperson and the two honorable members have put to you is which provision exactly were you satisfied with that you could, which provision do you rely on for the basis of being able to do these investigations based on what you've pasted based on the provisions you've set out at page 9. And there are four different sections that you set out. Is there any specific one that you remember right now, or would you like to deal with that as we go along? Or are you conceding that these provisions do not apply to you?
As I understand, this is that if one of the IPID investigators requested assistance, that it would be lawful and that we would be able to give assistance. And that, and I interpreted from the purposes of conducting the investigation may direct any person.
Where are you reading from?
From 3A.
Yes, you may continue.
Or I don't know what you want me to say.
No. It's your testimony, Ms. Trent. I don't wish to tell you what you say. There's no specific answer I'm looking for. You answering to the two honorable members that have posed the question to you. It's a question of clarity.
Okay.
They're trying to get clarification on whether you still rely on these provisions for the work that Paul O'Sullivan's and associates conducted with IPID. Are these the provisions that you rely on?
Yes.
Okay. So if you say you rely on these provisions, which one?
What I've put down here.
Okay. Would you like to expand
No. I can, I just need to please guide me.
Chair, I'm asking a specific question. I'm saying to you, go straight where this act says that. It's very specific. You just say to me,
Okay.
3A or whatever, and then you read it out.
3B, an investigator or any person duly authorized thereto by him or her may request an explanation from any person whom he or she reasonably suspects of having information which has a bearing on a matter being or to be investigated.
So IPID doesn't suspect that you've got any information of any sort. You are saying they asked you to assist them. This speaks about speaking to any person who might have information or anything of that sort. Okay. You were asked by IPID to assist them in their investigation. Which law gives IPID such power to go to a private institution to help them with investigation?
Thank you, Honorable Malema. I understand your question now. It wasn't, it was purely on a, not to assist the entire investigation at all. It was, would you be able to do some desktop research on this, or do a search on this person of interest or whatever, but it wasn't assisting in the entire investigation. By the time it got to IPID, there were witness statements, evidence that was already there. So when it got to IPID, that was the work that had been done by Forensics for Justice. And we said, look, we've got resources and whatever, please use them if you need. But we didn't run an investigation with them.
So you never assisted IPID with any investigation. They've never asked you to assist them with any investigation.
No, they have. What I'm saying, no, I'm not saying we didn't assist. I'm saying in the entire investigation, like I wasn't sitting with them and going through everything. It was, if they came across something where they needed a search on something or something like that, then they would ask me. But it wasn't as if we were investigating with them, if I'm making sense.
Chair, let me leave it here.
Okay, Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I was going to say that maybe the witness is failing to adequately explain the kind of assistance that was requested from them, because I understand the frustration of honorable members that the Act, in particular Section 24B, talks about an explanation that can be requested by an investigator to a person whom they believe to be in possession of a certain information. Now, the impression that has been given by the witness is that they were requested to assist the investigation, whereas there is no provision in the Act to that effect. The only provision is a provision of requesting for an explanation. So I just wanted to say, Chair, maybe the witness must clarify what kind of assistance was requested from you by the investigator.
Sure. Sorry, I understand. I'm just trying to think. Okay, so if I needed to run a search, so if something came up in their investigation, on, for example, a company.
No. Let's not be all over the place. Here, you are approached by Mr. Mahlangu and Mr. Pinang, and then they say they want you to assist them in carrying out an investigation. What did they specify? I'm trying to assist you here. Did they specify that we want you to assist us on A, B, C, D, E. And if they did, what did they say?
Okay, so shall I start it from the beginning where, for example, the house?
No. I just want us to focus on the request. What is it that they wanted you to assist them on?
Not a lot. For example, I think I answered that. If they came across, so they carried out the investigation. When the Mantle Mahlangu got the docket or their case, I think it's called an inquiry or something like that at IPID. They then go through it. We went through it with them. And then I think Mr. O'Sullivan would have said, look, this is the house. I've had a look at the house. Let's go and I'll show you. And you need to, you should speak to the estate manager. I've been there before.
So the assistants went to that extent.
Yeah, so that was, I think, in the first week.
So it was not a once-off assistance. You were not called to come and clarify something.
Oh,
They wanted to work the investigation with you.
Oh, no. So in the criminal or in the complaint to IPID that was made, there was a Google Earth history analysis on the property and the extent of when it was built, and there was a
Okay, no. I don't want to eat on her time. Let me close it like this. They did not call you to give an explanation.
This was pretty much, it was, well, this is
No, but accompanying them is not giving them an explanation. You are assisting them when you accompany them to a particular address.
I'm not sure I agree. It was...
It's okay. Okay. We can continue this.
No, Chair, just a second. I think I'm largely covered. There is nowhere in the Act where it talks about assistance. As you allege. Hence, Orum non valo is expressly taking you to explanation, because the Act speaks about explanation, not assistance. But I think we must implore you to calm down. I'm worried that you are a bit nervous, and it makes it very difficult for us to get there. Chair, can we take at least 5 minutes a break to calm down? I'm worried that we would not be able to extract evidence from a witness this nervous. So if we can cool down a little bit, Chair. Thank you so much.
My hand was up.
I second, Chair.
Honorable James,
Okay, I wanted to ask a question, but let's take a break. I think...
No, Advocate Mkhwanazi, can you do the work that Honorable Skosana normally does?
Thank you, Chair. I will accompany the witness.
Yeah, thank
If we can just stand down for 5 minutes.
you. Okay. May we please sit down? We are going to allow Advocate Mkhwanazi because she met with the witness to present on how the witness proposes we must proceed. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Committee members, the suggestion is that the witness perhaps takes her evidence in a themed manner. We received a statement I'm abandoning that point. We are proposing that she takes her evidence in a themed manner. So she will just tell a story. She will be asked a question to deal with the work that they did regarding General Pashlani, and then she'll just take the theme in that way and just give oral evidence in essence, without relying on the statement. And she will just tell a story and questions can be asked as she goes along.
There is a proposal. The proposal essentially says that the witness is under oath, and the witness has proposed to the legal team that let's go through the themes in a structured way. You will ask questions on each of the themes, or you will introduce a theme. I will tell you what I know, and then we will move to the next theme. I tell you stories as I know them until we reach the end of the presentation. Honorable Matthys.
Just clarity, Chair. Does this mean that the witness statement has been abandoned? So it's still based on that? And so there's nothing in there that's been withdrawn from the sworn statement. And then we're going to go theme by theme. You'll ask, the witness responds, and then each of us will have the chance to ask questions on that theme.
Yeah.
And then how are you going to do the time allocation, Chair? If
No.
you're going to go theme by theme?
No, what happens is that the legal team has a structured approach in terms of the themes. And then the witness, let's say, for instance, the first theme is on the Pashlani matter. If there is any role or any involvement, the legal team will then present the matter to her and she will explain what happened. If there is anything she knows, if they were involved in operation, this is what we did. And then from there, they will introduce the second matter. If they were at the braai or at the book launch, she will, if there is any information she knows, she will explain that information until she concludes the presentation of evidence. But if members from time to time have questions like we were doing, members can always be allowed to ask questions for clarity. Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I just need more clarity, Chair, on the request. That one, then what is the difference between the sworn statement and, in terms of the content, and the oral evidence? Would there be any difference? And two, when we ask questions now as members, because the statement was sent to us, we read, we prepared questions. Are we going to be allowed to base our questions on the statement that is before us? And three, what if now, when she presents her oral evidence, we identify some discrepancies or some contradictions between what she tells us and what is written here on her statement? How are we going to deal with that situation? We're not being difficult, Chair, but we don't want to take a position uninformed.
She wants to respond to those questions.
Thank you. I'm also happy to do your normal procedure, I think, and Honourable Nomvalo, I think you have a very good point there. Whatever the honourable members think is the best way to proceed.
What is the way forward? Because I thought what you were presenting to me is what you have agreed with her.
Chairperson, let's take it again with the witness and continue with the statement. We'll just read in what she said in her statement, and where there's questions on each paragraph, we'll take it that way.
Honorable Sangon.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I've heard what the witness is saying, and I just want to maybe just pose a question. I've heard Advocate Mkhwanazi saying, let's go back that way. Ms. Trent, are you comfortable with that statement? Do you own that statement?
I do.
So all of the issues within that, you are fair with them, you are able to speak on them, because we struggled a bit at the beginning.
Yes.
So you're confident to go through it. Thank you, Chair. Maybe then that's the way we proceed.
Honorable Shong.
No, Chair. Thank you. Sir, this statement, how many times have you written the statement?
How many times have I written the statement?
The statement, did you write and submit it once, or did you do a back and forth?
Back and forth.
Okay.
When you say back and forth between
like,
who?
did you submit it once and then you are comfortable with it, or you?
So I consulted with Advocate Mkhwanazi,
Yes.
and she then started to draft the affidavit. I accepted her assistance.
Yes.
And then a couple of nights ago, I received her draft, which I then worked on, and I've just been sort of going through, seeing what's relevant, what's not relevant, that would assist the committee members. So
this is you.
This is my statement.
Completely
yes,
you.
Completely my
So
statement.
the proposal by Chair, is it your proposal or the Chair's proposal? Because it seems like there was a proposal and then you are not with the proposal. You are
No.
for the normal procedure that we normally do. Which is it?
Whichever the honourable members would prefer to do it, I think.
Would you prefer, if I'm a propose something different, that we keep quiet and you tell us everything, you confess, then we just let you go? Don't you think that would help you?
I can do that, yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know.
But are you going to tell us everything though?
I don't know. I'll tell you everything.
You seem too nervous. You see, I don't know how to say this, but I'm worried that you might, when we start questioning you, you might not give us exactly what we want, and you might be too emotional. So I think it will be best for you to just maybe tell the truth on what you know. Because our aim here is not to make fun or embarrass you, but it's to find the truth. You might have been.
What you are suggesting is what the witness has offered to do.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay.
My suggestion, Chairperson, is this. I think that it would be quite overwhelming for any person, including myself, to have to make a speech off the cuff. And my suggestion is that we continue with the statement of the witness. The witness did rely on that provision, but she may have been mistaken to rely on that provision. but we can proceed to talk into the matters as to why we are here, which speak into the terms of reference. And she will answer the questions that honorable members have as we go along. But I think that it may be helpful to, maybe even for me to deviate from the planned questions and just for the witness to speak into her statement. She can read it in.
What do you suggest, Advocate Mkhwanazi?
To use the statement as a guide for the witness, and she can read her paragraph into the statement, into the record, and we can then field questions that way. Yeah.
Before I take the honorable members, let's hear what does she want us to do. Miss Sarah Jane Trent.
I'm happy to go through the statement.
Okay. Honorable Malema, Honorable Klopper.
No, Chair. Honorable Nombalo made some remarks, and then the witness went back to being emotional. And I've seen some pattern. Every time we speak, when we expect the witness to speak, the advocate comes in between us and the witness. Unlike the other advocates where they wait and ask you if they can come back after we had asked questions or made comments. So she comes in between. Because that comment made by Honorable Nomval, had the advocate kept quiet and allowed her to comment on what Honorable Nomval said, would have gotten somewhere. Instead, the advocate came in between without giving her the necessary opportunity. And we even proceeded to speak. Even when she was in a state, she was as if we were not interested in a condition. Because at the center of everything else, all of us here, at the end of the day, we must answer the question, was the witness fit and proper to appear before us? And fit and proper does not only mean the pains at the back. Was she in a right mental status to appear before us? Because from time to time, she breaks down. This is the second time. She's doing it again now. You see, and it's not something that you can blame it at her. She could be going through something that we are unable to detect. What is this thing? And we just said to her, now just talk. And then she says, you know, actually, when you made me to talk, I was under a heavy medication of antidepressant or something like that. But no one cared to ask me, am I fit and proper? Am I ready, emotionally stable to take this on? Because this we are experiencing for the first time, Chairperson. But the last point I wanted to say was, I'm happy whatever way you continue with the witness, as long as there's nothing special that is being created for the witness. She must never be treated special or different to the rest of the witnesses that appeared here. So if that is the understanding, I'm more than fine if she goes without reading the statement, but speaking to the statement or going paragraph by paragraph for the statement. Whatever the issues might be, we'll get to the bottom of the truth of what she knows. So we are in your hands, Chair.
Honorable Thorpe.
Thank you, Chairperson. And Ms. Trent, I do see that Ms. Trent is emotionally really rattled where she's sitting. And Honorable Malema did cover me partially and just say, is Ms. Trent fit and proper to continue? I don't know if Ms. Trent would want to speak to a legal advisor. Does she feel that the statement is bothering her because we have questioned on one specific thing, which is the Section 24. Maybe Ms. Trent was advised to put this in and does not know how to articulate this, maybe not. I think it was a witness that said he was Mr. Nkambinda. He was sent back to revise his statement, if I remember correctly, and came back with his statement, and then he continued with his examination. Now, what Honorable Malema is saying, every time one of us speak, Ms. Trent does get emotional. And we can't treat Ms. Trent anything different than any other witness. But if that won't be the opportunity today, then we need to acknowledge it and move forward with the chair's discretion. But fairness will need to prevail, but in the conditions that we're currently sitting, I don't see that happening. And even if the testimony goes through to the end, when we do start with questioning, and Chair, you know how the questioning goes, what will be the outcomes then? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Souls.
Chair, firstly, we've always maintained that we've got to be fair. I think it would be wrong for Ms. Trent to now just read her statement without being questioned or led, because all witnesses, whether they were here with back pains, broken shoulders, in pain, they had to be led. Procedurally, Ms. Trent, you must be led, not read through your statement. Number two, we don't know the reason why you're emotional. But if your statement here is true, and what we've read in Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's statement is true, then you've been fighting serious criminals. You've been facing dangerous situations. Yes? Which means you have the capacity to deal with pressure. And perhaps you are pressured now, but I would want to believe that you know how to compose yourself. So, compose yourself. You will get through this. I can only give you what I always give as an antidote. It's a scripture that says, look at me. Look at me, Trent. Miss Trent, look at me. Don't worry about them laughing. Look at me. It helps me. I'm a nervous wreck. That's why I sit here with this thing. It gives me courage. I don't take it lightly. People laugh at me, it's fine. The scripture says, the truth shall set you free. Forget about the gymnastics and being cornered and all that. Calm down. Speak the truth. And like now, if you are not sure about that answer, simply speak the truth and say, I'm not sure about that. Move on. But from me, you are a crime fighter, corruption fighter. I'm not going to believe that you cannot go through this process. You understand? All right.
Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, good evening, Ms. Trent.
Good evening, Honorable Skasana.
I'm not sure whether the question, but I think my question you must not misinterpret it. Sometimes people will be saying we are too harsh. We are not harsh. I want to ask you a simple question. For this purpose, before honorable members here, are you fit and proper for you to be able to go through this submission which you gave us?
Do you mean fit and proper sort of psychologically?
In whatever way, you know, for you to be, because if you keep on breaking, it's going to be very difficult, because we have not started asking you anything.
Yeah, I thought I was.
Kodwa check sasa kwethiwa sibulela umuntu ngama question.
No. This is what we must do. Look. Wait. Honorable members, wait. Can you listen to me? You know, when I go out to speak to the legal team and the witness, I'm representing you. and I'm acting in your best interests. Because the moment you are elected to a position of leadership, you become an elder in society. That's what happens. We elect you today to be a leader. You grow immediately. Because the position of leadership comes with responsibility. And the reason why all the things that you are saying, the questions that you are asking, all of them, they relate to the proposal that Advocate Mkhize has made before you, because the intention was to help the meeting to move forward. And that is why she would not divulge some of the details here, which are not meant for public consumption. And the witness has said, look, here I am, this is who I am. I want to cooperate with you, give you the information that you want to hear. I propose we can go in there. If you allow me to speak, we can be structured in terms of the statement. And I tell you what I know. What I do not know, I will tell you that I don't know these things. And then the legal team will then guide the witness to say, we are on this. Then they give guidance and she makes a presentation. That's what has been suggested. But I can tell you, we can't in public ask a person questions like, are you sure about yourself? Who are you? I don't think we can do that. And we can't even expect anybody to respond to such questions in public. We can't. We need to have emotional intelligence. Honorable Skosana, and then Advocate Arens.
Chair, I think, I'm not sure if members will become comfortable. Perhaps the evidence leader must start questioning and we don't ask anything until the evidence leader is finished. Maybe clarity, we will get it at a later stage. I'm not sure, but I think my proposal will be that one.
We just deal with the presentation of evidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Advocate Arensa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. We just got a message, a request from Ms. Trent's attorney to have a word with her, if it's possible.
Where is the attorney?
Well, he's not present. He's obviously watching and is concerned about his client. I've got no idea what he wants to talk to her about.
No, that attorney.
But it may assist.
That attorney does not have a locus standi here. You know our terms of reference. When we are here, we speak with the witness. It's us who said that an attorney cannot speak in our meetings. If we are going to have a request from an attorney, that is going to be problematic. What we can do, we try and move. If there is a requirement for a break, she can request a break. Yeah, but we can't present a matter of the attorney in our proceedings. The only person who matters here is our witness. I'm going to try the suggestion that Honorable Skosana has made and see how far we can go. Advocate Mkhize, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Trent, we are at paragraph 19 of your affidavit.
Okay.
At paragraph 19, you say that you accompanied IPID investigators to Sable Hills. Please describe the circumstances of that visit.
Paul and I drove in, Mr. O'Sullivan and I drove in Mr. O'Sullivan's car to outside the Sable Hills estate, where we met with the late Mkhwanazi. And I think for the first meeting, Mr. Timani Bimnang was there, as far as I recall. And they were in a vehicle with only 2 seats. So it wasn't like a 4-seater it was just 2 seats. And then Paul said to Mr. Mkhwanazi, you can drive in my car, we can all fit into one car.
What car? So you, Paul, and the 2 investigators.
Correct.
Traveled in
Mr. O'Sullivan's car.
From where?
From outside the gate of Sable Hills. So, yeah.
Why were you going there? What was the purpose of going to Sable Hills?
We were going to show the investigators where Sable Hills and to
show the investigators where Sable Hill?
To go with them and also to see the estate manager so that to get the plans, because that would be part of the investigation. That's pretty much what happened. Oh yes, and then
what were you investigating?
The criminal complaint that Paul had laid with the IPID.
What was the criminal complaint?
Of corruption. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm just talking at the top of my head.
Yes. So you don't have to use technical terms, but there was a reason why you were at the house. So you met the investigators, as you've testified. You met the IPID investigators outside the Sable Hills complex.
Correct.
Or estate rather, and the 2 investigators got into Paul's car,
right,
and you were going to enter Sable Hills. What was the reason for that?
So we didn't go in 2 cars?
No. What was the reason for entering Sable Hills? Why were you there?
To go and see the estate manager and to point out the Mr. Pashlani's house, which was part of the investigation in that it showed that he had built a house so there was a lifestyle audit and a house that was built, and there was an analysis of that in the complaint. So, and that was the subject of one of the subjects of where the alleged funds or corrupt funds had gone into was the building of the house. So that was why we were there. It had nothing to do with anything other than this is the house. I think it was a 2-story, 8-bedroom, something or other, a very, very big house. And to see the estate manager, the estate manager.
Who is the estate manager?
His name was, it was a Mr. Yerster. I think it's Chris Yerster.
Okay. And what was the purpose of your meeting with Mr. Yerster?
So we went in into his office, and he had a security guard with him, and we introduced ourselves. I think Mr. Mkhwanazi gave him a business card that he was from IPID. I introduced myself as Sarah Jane Trent. Also, honourable members, I recorded all these meetings, interviews. So you obviously, I will give that to you. You can also see.
Yeah.
So there was no impersonating of any kind.
We haven't gotten there yet. My question, I just would like to know if you can tell the committee members what was the purpose of your visit? Why were you seeing the estate manager where General Pashlani lives?
Because the house, the property, was the subject of the where the funds had gone.
What funds?
Okay. At the time, when Pashlani was the head of the forensic services at the SAPS, he had a certain salary, and his wife had she was also a police officer. So their joint income would have been a certain amount of money. And during that time, you can see that this house had been built that exceeded that income. Now this investigation came.
How did you come to know that his house exceeded his income? Were you aware of how much he earns a month, and his wife as well?
So his position as a SAPS officer, I think you all would have done this. So you could Google it or phone someone up and say, well, what is someone of this, a general. So it wasn't looking at anyone's bank statements or anything like that. And that is for.
And what was the value of the house that he had built?
I don't know. I don't know what the value of the house was. Okay. Paul did that, his own analysis in that, but I can't give a valuation on that.
Okay.
Just wait.
So the purpose of the meeting was to discuss what with Mr. Jooste?
To get the plans of the property, because that would have formed part of the evidence, because in an investigation, you basically have to get every single thing. So if someone says, I phoned so-and-so, it's I phoned at this time, I phoned from my telephone number to this telephone number at this time, then you would get, so absolutely everything must be supported by evidence. And that was one of the things, because the house was a subject of the investigation. And that was the purpose of going there. As
Did you only meet with Mr. Jooste? Was there anybody else that you met?
At Sable Hills?
Yes.
Yes, he did have a PA. Can't remember her surname, but I know it was Antoinette. Okay. I think. Sorry, I probably should have guessed.
Mr. Shucha testified that Mr. Jooste, on that visit that you have just described, that Mr. Jooste and Antoinette Venter were compelled to sign statements prepared by Mr. O'Sullivan. Did you assist in preparing statements?
Yes, but no one was compelled to do anything.
Okay, you can take us through. What statements did you prepare, and why did you have to prepare statements?
So, as a certified fraud examiner, you're trained on interviewing witnesses, taking statements, evidence, all these kind of things. So, before we open a case, we'll sort of call witnesses up or possible people and say, would you like to, we know that you might have information, can we come and interview you, and maybe you can give us a statement. So it would have been something like that. And we would have just typed it up. And as far as I remember, Mr. O'Sullivan emailed it to him and said, look, it's your statement, you can remove anything or whatever, but there was no compelling of anything.
Yes, no. I just wanted to know for the committee to understand what the reason for the visit was. And what you've testified so far is that you went to meet Mr. Jooste and his PA, Antoinette Venter, to basically get plans for Mr. Pashlani's home. So why did you have to write statements? Did you get the plans?
I believe so.
Okay. So what were the statements?
I don't remember what the statements were. It would have been, oh yes, okay. So the first one, I can't remember. It would have been evidencing whatever, but I remember the second time we went there was on the 11th. Mr. Jooste had advised that he had spoken to Mr. Pashlani, and Mr. Pashlani had told him not to divulge anything. It will obviously, to the honourable members, it will become clear if you look at the transcripts. You will see exactly what was said. And then I think that became a subject of a statement.
Okay.
And then that became a case of interfering, but I don't want to jump ahead. Okay.
Advocate Mashucha yesterday
Mm.
testified that, you know, you, you sent a message saying, hi, Chris, please send your full name and ID number as appears on the ID for subpoenas. And then you sent the statement back and you asked for a paragraph to be removed.
So, sorry, can you just repeat that?
Basically, he testified that, you know, in an email that you would have sent, you said that these statements that you are doing are to prepare subpoenas, and you subsequently asked Mr. Uester to provide his full name, his ID number, so that you could prepare the subpoenas. You said you assisted. Is that what you assisted with?
Is there an email?
I don't have the email
So
here with me. He testified.
He said
Yeah.
that I sent him an email asking for his ID number for subpoenas.
Yes. The question
have
that
to see- I
the
would have
question
to
I'm
see-
asking is, the statements that you were preparing, were those in preparation for subpoenas, or were those just, what were the statements for?
I cannot, on Chris Uester.
Yes.
Cannot imagine it being for a subpoena. Oh, I can't answer. It's too vague. If I can be shown, perhaps if you said I sent an email stating this, I would maybe be able to, because I don't know what he's talking about on a subpoena.
Okay. We'll find the email and then we'll put it, we'll
Great.
place it before
Great.
you.
I'd be in a
Now
better position to answer.
Okay. Now we are at paragraph 20 of your statement. At paragraph 20, you say that on January 3, in 2017, a case of fraud in impersonating IPID investigators was opened against you. What was your understanding of this development at the time? This would have been about a month after you would have visited Sable Hills.
Yes. Okay. So I didn't become aware of this on the 3rd of January. I am using this date as it appears as the date of which it was opened. So I didn't become aware of it at this point.
Okay.
This is just for information that this is on the timeline and how it
Would have
how it
subsequently
occurred.
became aware of it. What
Yes.
happened? When did you become aware of it?
On the 10th of February.
How did you become aware of it? So you had just mentioned,
I just don't want to.
you had just mentioned that
2017.
that on the 10th of
February 2017, when a massive group of cops and guns and cars came and abducted me under the auspices of arrest. And yeah, that's when I learned. I was told it was for pretending to be an IPID officer.
You say you were abducted. If you could just turn to your annexure bundle,
Yes.
which is this bundle. Annexure ST7.
Yes.
SJP7. It's at page 14.
Ah, okay. Yes, the arrest warrant.
What is that document?
This is what looks to be the arrest warrant for Camille Driftcast 12 of 01 of 2017.
Okay. And in the middle of the section, it says that application is hereby made in the issue of warrant of arrest of, whose name is there?
Sarah Jane Trent.
You can read what's below.
On a charge of IPID Act 2011, section 33(5), pretend to be IPID investigator, fraud.
Okay. At the bottom of the page is a stamp, and it is dated the 8th of February 2017.
Correct.
And it is also signed at the section where there is where it's labeled magistrate.
Correct.
So you mentioned that you were abducted.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Or, yeah. Yes.
Would you not have been abducted by whom?
Well, if we carry on going through it's a very long story, and I think I don't want to jump around.
Just the name.
By whom, you mean?
Yes, by
okay,
whom.
so I didn't hear.
Yes.
I don't know. I think it was Brigadier Clifford Khorane, Colonel Ishmael Dawood, Brigadier Parasa Ngube, and Yanentebu Mabula.
Okay.
And others that I don't know.
So they would have arrived on the 10th. You're going to tell the events how they unfolded, but they would have arrived on the 10th of February to arrest you, but you used the word abduct, and I've just sent you, if you can give me a moment, I've just sent you to SJT 7 at page 14, which is a warrant of arrest.
Yes.
Signed by a magistrate, stamped and dated 8 February 2017. Is there a particular reason why you use the word abducted and not arrested?
Yes. So when an application for an arrest warrant gets to a magistrate, there would have been a docket is opened. It is then given to an investigating officer. The investigating that's appointed, they carry out some investigation, and a prosecutor is appointed to a docket, and that investigator will go and see the prosecutor, if it's a weekly thing, or I don't quite know how it works on their times. And the prosecutor will then go through the docket and say, okay, we've got this, okay, we need this. And then they'll write the next instruction on it. And in the docket, we'll have the affidavits or sworn statements and the evidence and the chain of evidence and everything. And those affidavits are obviously under oath, but you don't know whether someone's lying under oath or anything like that. So the prosecutor is then going on what is in the docket that the police officer has given. The prosecutor then says, well, looking at this, on the face of these affidavits and everything, let's go get, a magistrate might give us a warrant of arrest. However, there are different circumstances on this issue as well when it comes to the prosecutor, because we can get to that again. And then when it gets to the magistrate then trusts that the prosecutor is coming there with prima facie evidence, or on a believes the prosecutor of what they're saying, and they say, okay, no, that's fine. And the prosecutor I'm simplifying.
So what?
So I believe, and then I know that there were certain statements that were either coerced or people lied under oath. the other thing is that
So you say that you were abducted because you later found out some information relating to the charge and the docket and basically the process
No.
under which you were arrested.
that as well is one
Okay,
one of them.
we can move on.
The other
We can move on.
Oh, no, I
You're
think
going
I
to describe the circumstances. I was just asking you specifically why you used that word, but we're going
No,
to.
there's another element, but I'm not going to go into detail. Is what happened on the arrest, which we can go into, but that was not a proper arrest. But we'll.
Okay. So at paragraph 21 of your statement, 'cause we're just going to take it paragraph by paragraph, and you'll be able to unfold your story as we go along.
Okey-dokes.
So at paragraph 21, you describe this investigation as a counter investigation. Can you explain why you view this, why you view it in this way, and what you believe General Pashlani's intentions were? You can read.
Okay. The investigation was effectively a counter-investigation to the corruption allegation against Pashlani and only concerned itself with the manner in which IPID was conducting its investigations. It was clear to me that Pashlani was abusing his authority as acting commissioner of police to protect himself from investigation and reduce the credibility of IPID witnesses by requiring them to make additional, possibly conflicting affidavits.
The question is, can you explain why you view this as a counter investigation?
So in February, March, in or around or about that time of 2016, when Mr. O'Sullivan had laid the complaint at IPID, nothing had been done. But what we came to find later was that the then acting head of IPID at the time, Mr. Mkhwanazi, I'm so sorry if I can't remember something, had informed Mr. Pashlani that there was an investigation and a complaint made by Mr. O'Sullivan, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And he had signed acknowledgement of receipt on that. And I think they'd asked for a meeting, but
Yes.
that meeting didn't.
I can actually assist you with that because the evidence has already been led in respect of that.
Oh, I see.
Mr. McBride led evidence, into that effect.
Okay.
So we are aware of those circumstances. Yeah. So why do you call this investigation a counter investigation?
Okay. Oh, sorry. So he then knew that there was no investigation that happened at IPID, so he was fine. And then when he became aware, they've picked up the case now, this needs to stop. We need to stop this investigation happening. And he used the excuse of a security threat to then have me and Mr. McBride arrested, and we'll go into the circumstances of those situations and stop the investigation into him.
So in essence, what you are saying is that because Paul O'Sullivan and Associates was investigating General Pashlani, he then launched a counter investigation and claimed that there was a security threat to counter the corruption case that you had launched against him, lodged against him, rather.
Not exactly. It wasn't. So when I say the letter that went to Mr. Pashlani in early 2016, it was IPID informing Mr. Pashlani of an investigation or an investigation into a complaint made by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And IPID then once Mr. McBride had come back from his suspension, had picked up the matter, of course, because it's the National Commission of Police for South Africa. It's a serious matter. It should be investigated. And that's when he came. So it was IPID that was investigating. Forensics for Justice had done investigations and taken sworn statements from whistleblowers and received evidence, but handed it over to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at paragraph 22, you say you were served with an application in the Pretoria High Court by General Pashlani. And that application is in our bundle at
page 8.
At page 8, and it is annexure SJT6. Is that the application that you are talking about that was served on you?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of this application?
So this, okay, can I just read it instead of?
Maybe what we can do is highlight it because we're going to run out of time.
Yeah.
So in essence, the relief that General Pashlani launched an application. The respondents is IPID, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. You are cited as the third respondent, as well as a magistrate, Tsazi. And it is a review, it's an application to review and set aside the search and seizure warrant, which was issued on the 29th of December 2016 regarding his home at Sable Hills at Waterfront. So when you went to Sable Hills, did you have a search and seizure warrant, or were you going for a meeting with Mr. Uester?
Yeah, we were going to go and meet with Mr. Uester. We hadn't made a previous meeting, but it wasn't a search and seizure. No, it didn't need to have a search and seizure.
So this application, there was no basis for it?
No. In my opinion, it was in order to, you know, he had to do what he needed to do to stop the IPID investigation, but it was one of, anyway, sorry, over to you.
Okay. So you don't really know what the nature of what the purpose of the application was. You say it was just, it was designed to distract, but you did not have a search and seizure warrant.
Oh, sorry. The IPID did have a search and seizure warrant at some point, but as it refers to me,
what was testified is that you also went to Mr. Pashlani's home to identify a music system that had been fitted in his home. You were not party to that?
No.
Okay. Were there any other investigators within Forensics for Justice or Paul O'Sullivan and associates that accompanied you and Mr. O'Sullivan, or was it always just the two of you?
It was just the two of us.
Okay. Did the entity have other forensic investigators besides the two of you?
No. At that time, it was myself and Mr. O'Sullivan, and then obviously support staff, but it was...
So all the work that was conducted, the investigations, you would have knowledge of all those investigations?
Yes, unless Paul was carrying out something that he didn't need my assistance on.
Okay. Now we are at paragraph 23. On Wednesday, on the 8th of February 2017, you say that a warrant of arrest was issued against you. You state that you believe it was fraudulently obtained.
I think we've covered that.
Okay. And the reason why you say it was fraudulently obtained, just for the purposes of the committee, is that a proper investigation had not been conducted.
Correct. And
Okay, we can move to the
okay,
next
thank
paragraph.
you. Please do interrupt me.
At paragraph 24, please describe in detail the events of your arrest on the 10th of February 2017 and how you were effectively kidnapped. That should cover paragraph 24, 25, 26, and 27.
Okay, so you want me to read this or to
You can
speak?
You can
Is it-
read your statement or
Okay,
speak to it or elaborate.
Okay, so 2 days later, on Friday, 10 February 2017, at approximately 4:15 in the afternoon, I was unlawfully placed under arrest at the offices of Paul O'Sullivan and Associates for pretending to be an IPID officer. I don't add fraud here because this is what I was told at the time. It is my view that I was effectively kidnapped owing to the circumstances of the incident. I've provided CCTV video footage of the events and asked that this be played to the committee. I was then put in an old unmarked double cab bucky and driven to a Shell petrol station on Marlborough Drive, Sandton, which is about 2.5 kilometers from where I was arrested. I was not taken directly to a police station, and the arresting officer did not have possession of my cell phone. When I arrived at the petrol station, I had not yet been handcuffed. Colonel Ishmael Dawood told the police officer to cuff me. The police officer then unlawfully tied a cable tie around my wrists, as she did not have handcuffs. Approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes after I was abducted, Mkhwanazi, Ncube, and others unlawfully took me back to my office to steal my phone. I asked to see my warrant of arrest, and if not, that I wanted to call an attorney when we were still at the petrol station. They refused. And again, at the office, sorry, I've repeated something here. They aggressively refused to give or show me the arrest warrant. In fact, they pointed at me. It was not a nice experience. They did not produce any order allowing them to force me to open the gate to Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, to open my car, to search my car, or to remove anything from my car. I opened the garage door to the property as demanded by them, but one of the Mabulu team accomplices, Lucia, I only know her as Lucia, opened my car and stole my cell phone. The phone was not placed in an evidence bag. The phone was not seized when I was arrested, as has been falsely claimed. The search and seizure of my phone took place 1 hour and 40 minutes after my arrest, with no search and seizure warrant and refusal to see my arrest warrant when I asked to see it. I was then taken back to the petrol station where we remained for a long time, with no explanation as to why I was forced to wait there. I then heard Mkhwanazi instruct the driver of the vehicle I was in to take me to the Camille Drift police station. I was scared, as I knew that my legal representation would be at a Cullinan police station to meet me there, as I had been advised that that was where I was being taken. But instead, I was driven to Camille Drift police station, where a whole process of abuse of my constitutional rights continued. At approximately 6:20 p.m., 2 hours after my arrest, I was driven to the Camille Drift police station at times at a speed of 160 kilometers per hour on a freeway. I know this because I could see the speedometer. The driver had an R5 rifle across his chest and ate popcorn while driving. I was afraid we could crash at any moment due to the reckless conduct of the driver. When I arrived at the Camille Drift police station, not the Cullinan police station, one of the duty officers asked Mkhwanazi, "Is this Trent? People are looking for her." And I desperately, and I said, "Yes, I am. Please call them back and tell them that I am here." Mkhwanazi aggressively and unlawfully told the police officer not to call anyone, even pointing his finger at her. At approximately 7:15 p.m., I signed the constitutional rights form at the Camille Drift police station. One of the officers that had accompanied the arresting entourage wrote the time on the form as 6 p.m., when it was actually 7:15 p.m. I then crossed out 6 p.m. and wrote the correct time on the form. I believe this was done deliberately to hide the fact that they had hidden me after abducting me for longer than they actually did. In fact, I said as much to the officer. I was then locked up in a little cell in the reception area of the station. While still in the charge office, before I was detained in cells, a Colonel Mike Sales arrived at the police station and took possession of my cell phone from the arresting officers. My cell phone was by then in an evidence bag, which had been placed in SAME when we arrived at the police station. Mkhwanazi filled in the form list of seized items, and under seal bag number, but Mkhwanazi did not fill in the seal bag number. He filled in the IMEI number, I'm not going to read out that whole, of my cell phone. This amounts to a break in the chain of evidence. An extract of Mkhwanazi's statements dates her cell phone, iPhone 6S with IMEI number was handed in as an exhibit as per SAP 1340/49/2017 and sealed in evidence bag number. And I attach a copy of this statement and the list of seized items is Annexure SJT8 and Annexure SJT9 respectively.
Thank you, Ms. Trent. If I could ask you to then turn to page 15 of the bundle. Page 15, are you there? It is a statement which is attached to your warrant of arrest. It is proposed to by Mr. Clifford Makome Mkhwanazi. And I'm just going to jump around in his statement to speak to some of the things that you have said. It's your statement that you attached.
Yes,
Mkhwanazi's statement.
It's not attached to the warrant of arrest. This was a statement.
Okay, it's a statement. Okay, it's on the next page. It's on the next page. There he describes having arrested you, executed the arrest on the 10th of February 2017. That is at paragraph 3. In the middle of the page, he states that the docket is registered at Camille's Drift for intimidation, fraud, extortion, and attempted extortion, and pretending to be an IPID investigator. And then he goes on to state the time of when he arrived, him and the team arrived. It would have been 16:25, that's in the middle of the page. And we proceeded to number 7, Janine Street in Sandown, to execute the warrant. And when we were there, when we were about to arrive, I saw Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's vehicle coming out of the yard, and I tried to stop him, but he managed to drive away. Was Paul there the day you were arrested?
He was.
Left. Okay, so he left you.
Yes, and you'll see it in the video. He drove off and
left you to be arrested on your own.
Yes.
Sure. I saw a white lady through the glass door and trying to close the main gate with a remote control. And then further down, he says, I showed her, that's like 3/4 of the way on page 16. I showed her the warrant of arrest and informed her of her rights, of the crimes she was arrested for, pretending to be an IPID investigator in fraud. I also informed her about her constitutional rights in terms of section 35, 1 and 2 of the Constitution. She confirmed that she understood her rights as I explained to her, and she wished to consult her lawyer. I afforded her an opportunity, and she used her own phone. Did you phone your attorney?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's when he said the Cullinan police station.
She also asked when you spoke to a lawyer, and then your attorney then asked where you would be, and he said Cullinan District is what he said there, Cullinan District. And then further down, he says that Paul O'Sullivan at the same time were waiting for traffic. So here, okay. I handed over the subject to Warrant Officer Masha. We then drove through heavy traffic to a garage situated in Marlborough, where we all stopped to strategize and how we were going to trace Mr. O'Sullivan. At the same time, we were waiting for traffic to subside. So your statement says that they just parked at the garage for no reason.
It wasn't.
He gives an explanation to say that he was waiting for traffic to subside because it was 4:30 when you were arrested. So it was heavy traffic at the time to go to Cullinan area. I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'll just finish.
Please
reading
stop
the
me if you see.
Yeah, sure. And then it also continues on the next page. And he says that at the police station, the suspect was again informed of her rights, and her cell phone, iPhone 6, with that number, was handed in as an exhibit and sealed in evidence in a bag, PA 600-1904-294. On the following page, at page 22, your cell phone with the corresponding seal number, iPhone 6, has also been listed on that page as the item that they would have taken from you. So do you want to comment on some of the things that you've said in your statement regarding the fact that you were abducted, you were not afforded an opportunity, your phone was stolen, you were not afforded an opportunity to speak to your attorney? Would you like to comment on that? And why do you still say that you were abducted if you were able to call your attorney before you left, at the point at which you got arrested?
Thank you. Firstly, oh gosh, firstly, he didn't know where they were going to, or I'm assuming he did not know where he was going to take me, because otherwise he would have told the attorney exactly where they were taking me. So why tell that it's Cullinan Police Station? Because they only found, I'm going to digress slightly.
Yeah.
They found me at 10 p.m. because when I was in that holding cell, I heard the receptionist lady, sorry, who? Monica. And I screamed.
Okay. You can just maybe breathe for now and take it a moment. But what I was going to put to you that you can sort of think about. Ms. Trent, where I'm going with this is that this statement that you attached to your bundle from Mr. Clifford, I don't know what's his rank, Brigadier Clifford Horamo, he says that he was going to he told your attorney that he was taking you to Cullinan District. And your contention is that you were taken to Camille's Drift. And Camille's Drift police station, the jurisdiction, Cullinan Magistrate is within the jurisdiction of Camille's Drift. Why do you still insist that it was not the area where you were supposed to be taken, because Camille's Drift is in the Cullinan District? I'm trying to just understand.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. The arrest warrant on SJT 7, page 14, it's very clear. It says the police station is Camille Drift.
Chairperson. Chair, I'm worried now. Chair, sorry.
Honorable James.
I'm so sorry, Chair. We agreed earlier on that we won't interject, we won't ask clarity-seeking questions so that the witness can get through a statement without breaking down. We're not doing that, and the witness is still breaking down. And yet we have clarity-seeking questions. So what are we going to do now? Because we're not asking questions and the witness is crying and breaking down, and we're suppressing ourselves when it comes to certain paragraphs here that's really questionable, where we need clarity on, restraining ourselves, because really there are certain things I'm feeling pressed now to ask clarity-seeking questions.
No, the evidence leaders are about to conclude now, and then we will take a break and come back. Let's allow them to conclude.
Ms. Trent, I'd asked a question.
Oh, yes. So, Camille Drift Police Station, yes, is in the Cullinan district. But it's very clear on the warrant of arrest that it is the police station is Camille Drift Police Station. So he could have told the attorney, but
Perhaps the question is, while we are there, so that we finalize this and just put it to bed. The brigadier says that I'm taking the witness, the detained person I'm taking Ms. Trent to Cullinan district. What is wrong with that statement?
That's incorrect. It was Cullinan Police Station.
So were you at Camille Drift Police Station in the Cullinan district?
Yes.
Yes.
But not the Cullinan Police Station.
Yes. There's no Cullinan Police Station.
Which my attorney and everybody that was looking for me later found out.
Yes. But he says the Cullinan
That's what he says in his statement. It's not
Yes.
what he said.
I say this because this is your evidence. So I'm not trying to press you too hard. This is your evidence. This is the statement that you wanted to rely on.
Yes.
And this statement says something different to what you have said in your statement. And I'm just trying to get clarity on why then did you rely on this statement by Brigadier Mkhwanazi that says that he was going to take you to the Cullinan district, which is what he did. Camille Drift Police Station is in the Cullinan district. I'm just trying to understand, because the clarity that I seek has to do with, firstly, why you say you were abducted. You've explained that. But even though there was a warrant of arrest, and even though your rights were read to you, and even though your attorney was contacted, you still maintain you were abducted. The second question that I ask is, what false information was given to your attorney on a call when the statement you rely on says Cullinan District, which is a jurisdiction in which Camille Drift Police Station is situated? I'm trying to understand your evidence.
The attorney said, "What police station are you taking her to?" And he said, "Cullinan Police Station," or Cullinan Police Station, not Camille Drift. And that's why I say when the second time when we went to the petrol station, when he said Camille Drift, I started to freak out because now no one knows where I am.
Okay.
And I don't know whether there's a Cullinan Police Station or not.
The last thing that I would like to also just highlight to you is that you say in your evidence that it was noted that you had arrived at, this is paragraph 31, that you had arrived at 1800 hours, but in fact it was 1915, and you scratched it out. Why did you not make that correction in this statement? Why did you not ask Mr. Mkhwanazi to make the correction as you did on one of the...
Sorry, I don't understand.
So at paragraph 41, you say that you signed your constitutional rights statement and you noticed that they had noted 1800 hours. whereas you actually had arrived at 7:15 and you scratched it out and wrote the correct time. So, which made the facts, you corrected the facts. The question I have here is that why did you not ask Mr. Mkhwanazi to correct the facts? Because you rely on the statement, and the statement is very clear. It's still within what you've testified, which is the area. You were in the area, not the police station. The police station you were taken to after you were arrested falls within the Cullinan district in the area.
Yeah.
You still don't consider.
It's beside the point. What police station are you taking her to?
Okay.
Cullinan Police Station. They did not do that. They took me to Camille Drift.
Okay. If we can then move on to now discuss the theme of the cell phone. At paragraph 34, 33, 34, and 35 deal with the cell phone. You say that at 33, Colonel Sells asked for your passcode.
Correct.
What was your response?
I gave him a summary of what had just happened because I
Did you give
Oh, no,
Colonel?
no.
Okay, you didn't give the password.
I said, asked him if I would be defeating the ends of justice. If I did not, he couldn't answer me. He just went like this. And I said, I need to speak to my attorney, who was still looking for me at the time.
Okay. You say in your presence, you state that Sales opened the evidence bag and plugged in your phone. Is that not normal in the course of your items being
I don't know.
taken?
No, but I can't imagine. And the issue around this is, if we look back at when with the list of seized items, you had to put the seal bag number of the evidence bag, which he didn't. He a very seasoned police officer forgets that, oh, that's not where the IMEI number goes. What happened is, and then Colonel Sales ripped bag open and plugged in the charger and took with him unused one. So there's no evidence of that first evidence bag.
So is that the reason why you maintain that your cell phone was stolen and they taken to Israel? I'm trying to understand because my understanding is that when you get arrested, whatever items are on your person at the time if you're wearing a belt, it will be, form part of, the items that are removed from you because you can't have a belt on you. You cannot. So there's certain items. Your cell phone will be put in. If it's part of the evidence on your cell phone is crucial to the investigation, it will be in a evidence bag, sealed as part of the evidence. What was unusual about these circumstances?
They did not seize my phone. They went back and forced me to open the gate, and they took it out after I had requested several times, may I see my arrest warrant? Does it provide for you having my phone? And if I cannot see my arrest warrant, I need to speak to an attorney. Why haven't you taken me to the police station? The other thing was, oh yes, when they arrived at the thing, they allowed me to log off my laptop, closed my laptop. I was, why now all of a sudden we get to the the petrol station, and then they go, oh, I don't understand.
Okay. What would you like? What is your comment on? We now know that cell phone was taken It was taken to Israel. It was testified yesterday that it was taken to Israel, which is not an uncommon thing because at the time in 2017, the country did not have ways to unlock the phone so that they could bring it back into the country, so that it could be downloaded.
Was that
So
based solely
yeah.
on Mashucha's set? Is he the only person that said that?
At the moment, that's what
Okay.
we know. We will look into it. So if we can take it as this, your cell phone, it's not contested, it's not disputed that your cell phone went to Israel to get
Yes.
unlocked.
No,
it's
not
not disputed.
yeah.
So it then came back into the country, and upon coming back into the country, the messages were downloaded off it. You say that was unlawful. What was unlawful about that?
Correct. They stole my phone out of my car. They had no right to it. They had no right to even download it. They had no right to it.
I've read the statement into the record that when you were arrested, you used your own cell phone to phone your attorney. So at which point would your cell phone gone into your car after you had it on your hand while you were being arrested?
Yes. So the Lucia police officer was holding it. And at some point when I said, oh, do I need my charger? He says, you're not going to need it. So when I was standing outside with this woman who was holding it, I said, oh, we don't need my phone. Let's just put it in my car. And so we put it in my car and off we went. So they didn't need it. They didn't
So your phone wasn't stolen. Your phone was taken on your person whilst you were being arrested. So if we then move on from that, you then describe the events of your arrest. We now have received a letter from the NDPP that states that the matter will be re-looked into. And so the merits of that case will still be dealt with. And we can now move on to the next section. Your affidavit then, after it's detailed everything about Camille's drift, on the last paragraph, you deal with false allegations of infiltration into IPID. You directly deny the allegations of infiltration into IPID. Can you state unequivocally your position on these allegations and why you deny them?
There was no infiltration into IPID. I had no control over anything in IPID.
Did you have, did you know the head of IPID?
Mr. McBride.
Mr. McBride,
yes.
at the time.
Yes.
And you also were involved in investigations and assisting the work of the investigators of IPID.
From time to time.
From time to time. What was your relationship with Mr. McBride?
We had a semi-social relationship, but nothing sort of serious. There was, we met for meals, not a lot. Yeah,
So you had a relationship?
Not a relationship.
No, a semi-social relationship is what you have. I want to use your words. So with that semi-social relationship that you had, did you talk about investigations?
We spoke about what was going on, the corruption that was going on in the criminal justice system, but not necessarily. You see, Mr. McBride wasn't doing any of the investigations himself. He was the executive director, so it wouldn't have been discussing the investigations. But it was a very long time ago.
Yeah. What Mr. McBride testified is that he personally put together a task team and allowed Mr. Cedric Nkabinde to head up that task team. That task team was formed of two of the members that you spoke about, the investigators. They also formed part of that task team. It was colloquially known as the Pashlani task team.
Okay.
And he was quite involved in following the work of the progress within that task team. That's what he testified. And Mr. O'Sullivan also testified that, yes, indeed, he had complained to Mr. McBride about the slow progress into the investigation of General Pashlani. So there was some involvement at a level that is not just as a senior, but he did have his eye on specifically that investigation. He testified to that effect. Now, my question to you is, as a person who had been part of that investigation, dealing with the investigators, what did you and Mr. McBride discuss in the semi-social?
I can't remember. I can't remember. It was a very long time ago.
Okay.
So,
and what kind of meal, what time of the, I mean, what kind of meals would you meet for? Dinner, lunch, breakfasts? I mean, how often did you meet? And was
it would usually be like a last minute in Joburg or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I remember once a coffee somewhere in Pretoria. I remember a dinner maybe in Sandton.
Would Mr. O'Sullivan accompany you to these dinners and lunches?
No, he didn't know anything about it.
Okay. What we are doing, part of the work that is being done in this within this committee is that we are looking into infiltration at IPID. And when the question was put to you, when you were drafting your statement, that's the only paragraph that you gave. But we need to ask a bit more questions to understand, because you have already testified that you drafted statements for Mr. Uester, you prepared subpoenas on behalf of IPID.
No, I didn't
you
say
assisted,
that. I didn't say I prepared a subpoena.
You prepared statements. You did desktop work. You did desktop work.
I'm just gonna ask you to stop there.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with how you're summarizing what it was. I didn't draft a subpoena or anything, unless, I mean.
What did you draft?
On the Uester
in assisting IPID.
I don't think I did. I'm sure that there would be a record of that.
So,
but I know, because at the time it would have,
I can assist you, Sarah.
Yes.
Here's what you testified. You testified that you assisted in drafting statements. You also testified that you did desktop research. You also testified that.
Did I say I assisted in drafting statements for IPID?
Mr. Uester was in an investigation into Sable Hills on behalf of IPID. You testified that that visit to Sable Hills was a IPID operation. You accompanied the two investigators, you and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. If my recollection is incorrect, if it's incorrect, it's fine. You can correct it.
Yeah.
You can correct it. You can give your version.
I think I've given my version.
No, I'm just summarizing it because now we're dealing with.
I understand, Mr. O'Sullivan drafted the statement of Mr. Uester and sent it to him to say, look, we've drafted based on our discussions of earlier. I mean, I don't know what it said, but I'm assuming something like that, and which is totally fine to draft a draft.
Yes. So my question, I'm not trying to trick you at all. I actually am not. What I'm doing is I'm at the last paragraph. The last paragraph, as you can see, deals with a very important part of the work we are doing in this committee.
Oh, yes.
And let me, maybe just to finish. So all you've given is you've just denied infiltration, and I'm asking specific questions and also reminding you of some of the evidence that you have already given. If my recollection of the evidence, I mean, it's on record, but if it's incorrect, I'm not making you, concede. You can give your version. But my recollection is that you said you assisted in drafting statements.
I don't,
Perhaps you can tell us what kind of assistance you gave IPID.
we've done this already. Okay, so let me, desktop research, file notes. If there was a person of interest that came up, I would then run that check and give it to them for them to use. And
if you can just pause there, what do you mean if a person of interest came up, you would grant them a check? What check?
if they needed to know information on someone, as a certified fraud examiner, can access a certain database. Now, they're very strict. You have to have a reasonable suspicion that a crime may have taken place. So you can't say, oh, I'm going on a date with someone, can you check them out? Like, you can't do that. And then I would give that to them. There's nothing wrong with it. It's almost like, it's like a credit check. So there's nothing.
So you would conduct credit checks on,
yes,
as part of your investigations?
Yes.
And those would be on behalf of IPID?
Wouldn't say.
Did you conduct any on behalf of IPID is the question, essentially.
Can you explain what you mean by on behalf of? Because I think
the reason I'm saying on behalf of IPID, in assisting IPID, because you couldn't have been doing the work that IPID is doing. So IPID would give you an instruction to say, as an examiner, I'm asking, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm asking you the question. The question is, how would IPID how would you execute the instructions on behalf of IPID in assisting them with the investigation work?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there would be, I can imagine going through.
I'm asking specifically around the credit checks that you said you were conducting, because that's where we were now. Remember, the other evidence is already in. We now know that the desktops, studies, you would do research, sometimes draft statements. We are now at the point at which you would conduct credit checks. So just limit the answer to just the credit checks. How did you have to do any credit checks on the instruction of IPID? That's the question.
The request. On the request. And yes.
Okay. So you would also conduct credit checks on certain individuals.
I would download it, send it on.
Okay. This work, was it only limited to General Pashlani, or did you do other work on an ad hoc basis that they would require?
So usually in any of our investigations, we would, in our own investigation, before we'd open the docket, we would have done the searches like that as well. And for example, if I've got a client and I've done those searches as part of my investigation, I cannot give the client that information. So I'll give it directly to the police officer. Sorry, I've lost my place.
So you were giving an example of how you would basically execute a request from
yes,
IPID.
So I would run it and give it to them. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with doing that.
You mentioned Mandla Mahlangu. I think he's late. Is the late?
The late. Yeah. He was shot in the head.
Yeah. Mandla Mahlangu was an investigator at IPID. Do you know him beyond just the investigating work? Did you know him rather, because he's late now?
What do you mean?
Did you also have any social, occasional, relations with him?
We had lunch once and dinner once, yeah.
So you got quite acquainted with the investigators. You would meet them outside of the scope of
Correct.
work.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I mean, in
And-
hindsight, but I didn't
Yeah.
do anything wrong, but I understand you have to probe it, so.
Yeah, I have to just ask. And I think this is lastly. So you were comfortable with the IPID investigators, you knew them, you met them socially. What other work did you do on, I'm trying to choose my words very carefully, on the request of IPID from either the investigators or Mr. McBride or anybody within IPID?
I don't.
Besides General Pashlani?
There was no project.
Yes, I'm talking on an ad hoc basis.
I can't remember. I know that from time to time, there would be a request. I do remember there was a news article, but it was from leaked cell phone records, so I'm not comfortable going into that, but there were.
What do you mean by that?
There was people have said I was digging up dirt on the previous minister in Tlheko.
Were you?
No, no, I wasn't digging up dirt, but
did
I
you
did do a search.
Okay,
Yes, I
you
did do a
you
search.
did a
It was a lifestyle search, and yeah.
As part of the work that you did at IPID, you also conducted lifestyle searches. Can you comment on Mr. Paul O'Sullivan testified that he assisted Mr. Chauke in conducting a lifestyle search regarding the national commissioner that was to be appointed. Did you assist in that work?
I don't remember that. I vaguely recall I think I did one or two searches, but I didn't know who instructed or requested or anything like that. I was under the impression that Mr. O'Sullivan knew about they were deciding on a new commissioner and yeah.
And you didn't do any work for that,
Oh no, I did. I think I cannot say 100% certainty, but I do believe that I did a couple of searches on that. But I don't know the instruction, the discussion between how it came about between Mr. O'Sullivan and Mr. Chauke.
Okay. Lastly, did you have a romantic relationship with Mr. McBride?
I wouldn't say it was a romantic relationship, but it was social. I don't know quite what word to put it in, but for a brief time we weren't in a relationship.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. And it wasn't infiltration.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm at the end of the affidavit.
Are you done, Advocate Mkhize? Yeah. Are you done?
Yes, Chairperson.
Ms. Trent, what is a semi-social relationship?
You're not like, sorry, can you put the question to me again?
What is a semi-social relationship?
So we saw each other every now and again. There was an attraction. to each other, but there was no relationship that I don't know how really more to explain, but it wasn't some sort of, oh, I love you and I'll do anything for you and what do you need me to do for you kind of thing. It was what it was. Yeah.
What do you mean? You are like friends with benefits.
Are you allowed to say that on national TV?
Chairperson, I don't mean to interject while you're speaking, but I think there's new language for that. It's called situationship.
Oh, yeah, no. We are old. We speak Shakespearean English, and I can see now that globalization has happened. Do you understand what is meant by situationship, Honorable Shongwa? This is English. If you do not know that people can expand the language and create new words and concepts, screen short, screen grab, screen munch. That's what is happening. The language gets enriched. So there is situationship or semi-social relationships. Thank you. Is there anything that you want to say? Anything further that you want to say?
Not that I can think of.
Honorable members, it's now 19:55. What do we do with the time? When it is 19:55, we break. We come back at 20:30. And then we are going to have the long night with Mrs. Sarah Jane Trent. Before we break, I want you to know that we tried to get Mr. Adams to come back tomorrow. He's not available. And the two witnesses that were supposed to be coming tomorrow, one of them is a Lesotho national. So I requested our team to first check with Home Affairs if that citizen is legally in the country, so that we're not seen to be promoting wrong practices. And because we do not have confirmation from Home Affairs, we can't allow that witness to appear before us until we get confirmation. Number two, the second witness, who is a South African, says she is in Lesotho for the event that is known as the 117 kilometers Moshweshwe walk. So we will wait for her to come back to her mother country, because in any event, she's coming back to South Africa. So when she comes back, we will arrange with her to appear before the committee. So the two of them, one is waiting, we're waiting for that Home Affairs confirmation, and the other, we're waiting for her to come back. So what it means is that the next proceedings will happen on Tuesday next week. And then we will have a committee housekeeping meeting on Monday. Agreed? I'm talking to myself. If you keep quiet, I will look for
No.
Honorable Escosana.
The question, Chair, perhaps was not clear, or the information you gave us is not clear. But if I heard you well, is that tomorrow there's nothing? We are having our house meeting on Monday as usual. And today after dinner, we are coming back here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm Chair.
Yeah. No,
I'm agreeing with you, Chair.
Thinking progressively so that you understand what I mean. And you plan your things the way you want to plan them. Yeah. It's a report. Okay, I don't see any further hands, so I'm going to request you to stand up and leave the chambers. You will come back at 20:30. Yeah, I will say it when we conclude that next week is our last week. We don't talk about this week. We are already on next week. Yeah. You are told the chair is not okay.
Chair, apologies, Chair. Could we maybe quickly discuss it and make a, possibly with your discretion, make a ruling? Because it feels to me like we're not going anywhere. Slowly.
Yeah, we must get a report from the evidence leaders. They said to me that they were still busy with the witness. Let's wait for them to come back.
It's a chair, I was umpopodlo. I was umpopodlo. Yo. Umpopodlo is water mixed with sugar. It calms you down. Bamenzele yona manje. It's gonna work.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I think we had a sufficient break. We should be ready to conclude our business tonight. Ms. Trent, good evening once again.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Yes. I see you have taken off your jacket and these chambers are very cold.
Is it okay?
Are you fine without a jacket?
Is it okay that I've taken off my jacket?
Yeah, if you want to put on your jacket, you see, I have also put on my jacket. But no, it's not a problem. If you feel like you are fine, can we proceed?
Yes, sorry, I thought, okay.
The honorable members, I'm going to allocate 15 minutes to each of you. Can I see if you want to speak, all of you, or it's half of you, or a quarter of you? Can members who want to speak raise their hands? Let me see. 3 from the ANC, 2 from the MKP. Yeah, but I have said members must raise their hands. 1 from the DA, 1 Bangazita, 1 Sols, 1 Matthews, 1 James, 1 Vessels. So it's Honorable Cameron and Honorable Kola Barnett and Honorable Chief Whip, who have not showed intention to participate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 3 hours. It's now 9 o'clock. Yeah. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, I'd like you to note that I do not think that we are going to do justice to the witness and what information that we need on 15 minutes allocation.
What do you suggest that we increase the time?
Our 30 minutes,
Yeah.
normal 30 minutes, Chair.
You want 30 minutes. Honorable James, you want to speak?
Yes, I just need 20 minutes, please, Chair. Please.
Okay, let me see. Who else is not happy with 15 minutes? Okay. No, it's fine. We will do like this. I will allocate the full members 30 minutes each and 15 minutes to alternates. No. We're not going to go back and forth. No. We will not do that. We will not go back and forth. Yes. If you want time, you want it, and I give it across the board. So 30 minutes, Honorable Sangoni, 30 minutes, Honorable Ngola, 30 minutes, Honorable Nombalo, 30 minutes, Honorable Skosana, 30 minutes, Honorable Honorable Sols, 15 minutes, Honorable Vessels, Honorable
How many minutes, Chair?
30.
Oh, you said 50.
Yes, Honorable James,
Did you say 30 for me?
15. Yeah. Then we start with the ANC. Who is the first speaker from the ANC? And if you don't use the time that I allocated, I am going to use it, exercising my discretion as the chair.
No, you'll use 10, don't worry.
Yeah. I mean, at the end, when the last speaker comes, the time must be 30 minutes times 10 and 15 minutes times 4. If it is not that, the remainder of the time, if we still have 2 hours remaining, I'm going to use the whole 2 hours to question the witness.
To yourself.
Yeah. We start now. 15 minutes starts with you, Honorable Sokanyela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it's just few questions, Ms. Trent. In paragraph 18, you are citing about the assistance that yourself and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan gave to IPID. Then I want to check, were you aware who lodged a complaint against General Pashlani?
Are you talking about this matter, who lodged the complaint?
Yes.
So it was Mr. O'Sullivan, but I know that we had statements of other whistleblower police officers. Sorry.
When you went to Mr. Pashlani's house, were you not assisting the IPID?
It's not in an investigative capacity. We went in with them we'd done a whole investigation on it and went to go speak to the estate manager. It was as short and sweet as that. Maybe I shouldn't have said.
Who lodged the complaint?
Pardon?
Who lodged the complaint?
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Then investigator Mahlangu and Binang, why did they come?
So can you just ask that question again?
For instance, let me read out paragraph 18. You are saying that, in fact, it started there from 17, but in 18, you are saying that you met the two IPID officers, that is the late Mahlangu, Mandla Mahlangu, and Temane Binang, who requested your assistance. Then I'm inquiring now. Who lodged the complaint?
Mr.
You are saying
O'Sullivan.
that it's Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
And then the IPID guys, when they came to yourselves, but you are saying here, you were happy to get that assistance, or of giving that assistance of the investigators. And then, and now, when an assistance is requested, it is written. If it is yourselves who requested an assistance from the IPID, was it written down?
Oh, I can't remember. It could have been, could have been a telephone call or a message or an email, but it wasn't a, how do I say?
You don't remember.
It wasn't like a formal, we weren't investigating like a formal investigation. It was, we met with the investigators had been appointed to investigate this. We met, introduced ourselves, said what, we know the matter. And then I think it was a day or the next, around the same time, we said, okay, do you want to meet at the Sable Hills? And we can go and meet with the estate agent. We know, because the house is part of that investigation and a whole lot of allegations have been set out in the complaint, that is one of the things that they would have to investigate.
Complained about Mr. Pashlani's house. Okay,
yeah.
I'll leave it.
I would love to answer your question. I'm just trying to understand what you're asking. So the docket was open and it had a whole lot of allegations. And then there was almost like a lifestyle audit, and that included the house.
You don't know who lost the complaint, or is it Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
It's Mr. O'Sullivan, yes, with other witness statements and evidence within that complaint.
Okay, and then now you are going to Mr. Pashlani's house. You take the two investigators from IPID. You all take the car of Mr. O'Sullivan. It is being driven by Mr. Mahlangu.
Correct.
Were you friends with the two investigators to such an extent that Mr. Sullivan can give an investigator his car to drive to Mr. Pashlani's home?
So well, I'm going to speak for myself. I had only met them, it was a day or two before. I can't recall the exact date when it was. And we then said, why don't we meet outside? So it was outside the gate. And Mr. O'Sullivan said to Mr. Mkhwanazi, you drive. And I was in the back seat, and we went inside. That's what happened.
Then when you were there in Mr. Pashlani's house?
Yes, so that's an estate, and then we went down, and then we drove down to, they have the estate manager, they have an office there. So we went there and introduced ourselves to the estate manager.
You were saying that you were taking notes.
I recorded it.
You recorded?
Yes, but for situations like this, you know, when you're investigating people, there's a lot of sort of he said, she said. So I usually, and especially because I was quite new at working for Mr. O'Sullivan, I needed to just make sure that I recorded everything, because someone's going to come back and say, yeah, but you did this and you said that and what. So that was the purpose of me recording it. Yeah, so I'm glad we did.
Then did you give those two investigators those notes? Or they had their own notes that they were taking? Did you give them the notes as the investigators?
When you say notes, you mean the recordings?
The recordings, yes.
Yes. We also, what we normally do is certain meetings that we have, if we think we might need it, we get it transcribed by an independent transcriber. So that's what we did. I think, but maybe not immediately, but at some point we did. And then
you met in a meeting situation to give out the recordings?
I would have put it on a USB and given it to one of the investigators. But I can't recall exactly, but that's probably what it would have been. Yeah.
Because you're not giving me a clear picture of what happened from the start when you go there. Because if I knew who lodged the complaint, then also was that complaint written down? You don't have that written complaint that was lodged. It's only a docket.
Yes, the complaint itself is a sworn statement. So when you open a case, and I think with IPID it's different. Either you open a case at the police station and then the station commander decides where it will go, what jurisdiction, and if it's to do with investigating a police officer, they will then send it to IPID, and then IPID. If you open it at IPID directly, it doesn't go through the CAS system, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay. This didn't go through the SAPS CAS system.
Okay.
So this had an inquiry number, and it was based on Mr.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry. Then I wanted to check because you had those notes, and these are the investigators. I mean, the tapes.
Yes.
They didn't have the tapes. It's you, the Paul O'Sullivan attorneys that had, or whatever you call that forensic, what? You had that recorded items. Then then IPID would come and go getting information from yourselves?
Yeah, from time to time.
From time to time?
Yes.
So you are working for IPID in that instance?
I don't see it that way at all. We have a lot of cases, so when they needed something, we'd assist. But it wasn't I mean, if I were to say I investigated that case after it was opened or after the Sables Hills, there was really nothing. It was done just.
That's fine.
Thank you.
You still had 5 minutes, so I will credit it to myself. Honorable, is that Sangon or Mola?
Thank you very much, Chair. Quick. It's easy. Was the statement written by you?
Sorry?
Was the statement written by you?
Yes, it was.
So you take ownership of all the contents that are contained in the statement?
I do.
You did not write the statement under duress, undue influence and stuff?
No, it's
Yeah,
my
you
statement.
You must say it boldly.
Oh, yeah, no, it's my statement.
Okay. Allegation have it that in executing the project or the operation Pashlani, you had to first capture IPID as a very important weapon against Pashlani. And amongst the strategies you have employed is that one of you must date McBride and the other must provide financial resource to McBride as a way of capture so that you are able to execute properly the program of collapsing Pashlani. What's your take on that?
I don't know how to put this, but it is the most absurd thing I have heard. I have at no time ever even thought of capturing anyone, let alone a state institution. It's absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
No, we'll go there. So with Mr. O'Sullivan, what is your working relationship? Are you a personal assistant or what?
So I haven't worked there since 2022. But when I was there, I was kind of a researcher. You know, the person in the office that if you need photocopying, or you need pretty much anything that needed to be done. And as the time went by, I was trained.
Administrative clerk.
Yeah, and then the more I stayed, the more I learned and was trained, and then took on more responsibilities and bigger cases, and then I got my CFE. So it came about like that, and it was a normal employee-employer thing. You do what you take instructions from your employer, and.
Okay. So Mr. O'Sullivan testified here that he went to the Sable Hills as a complainant to point out what he deems as a crime scene to the IPID officials. What was your business at Sable Hills, you?
Me?
Yes.
As his employee.
Of
he said, let's go. And I got on the car and off we went.
So you're an employee of the complainant?
Correct.
So you went there in your capacity as a co-complainant? Or
I wouldn't say co-complainant.
A deputy complainant?
More of a witness, perhaps, at some point, if I had to if I had to witness something. I know you're looking at me. But no, not as a co-complainant. No. But Paul said, right, we're going
got a call to go and point out the house at Sable Hills Estate.
Who got a call?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember.
So Mr. O'Sullivan is called by IPID officials to come to Sable Hills.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you did not get any call.
I can't remember. I can't remember.
So you don't remember?
It's possible that if you see, sometimes Paul would say, call so-and-so or message so-and-so, or he would do it himself.
But the point is, you, Miss Sarah Jane Trent, did not receive any communication from IPID officials to go and appear in front of Sable Hills Estate.
I can't remember.
Okay.
I can't remember.
You say in both paragraph 7.1 and paragraph 17 that there is some CFE qualification and skill that allows you to access information.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on that? What is CFE?
It's a certified fraud examiner. It's part of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I don't know how much detail you'd like me to go into it.
No, but you say it allows you access to information. What information are you talking about?
Correct. So you have certain databases, and you have to have you apply to them, and you have to. Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
No, but what legal authority do you rely on in accessing people's information?
Okay, so before you do a search, you have to have. Sorry, can you ask me a question? I'm all over the place. Just
I'm asking you a question.
Yes.
On paragraph 7.1, on paragraph 17, you say your CFE allowed you access to information.
Correct.
Your CFE qualification and skills
Correct.
allowed you access to information.
Correct.
So I'm saying you are relying on what legal authority to access information that you are not meant to access?
Okay, so with the service provider of the information, you have a contract. So it's the same as a estate agent or something. They can do sort of a credit check, or if you're opening like an Edgar's or whatever. But with a CFE, and you've got limits on what certain information is. With a CFE, when you sign the contract, you have to provide your certification, you have to provide various things, and only then will they then accept that you can become you can have access. But they're very strict because you can't just do a search on anyone. You have to have predication, a reasonable suspicion that there is an offense. So,
for example, the state security agencies, if they want to tamper with my communication, they must make a formal application to the surveillance judge in a competent court of law so that they get permission. Now, you speak about the CFE and the association and speak about credit checks. Now, does the National Credit Act authorize you to access people's information?
I don't know on that level, but what I do know is that this is above board.
I put it to you that it doesn't, and if you are involved in anything of that sort, you are involved in an illegal operation.
Okay, I deny that I am. I deny I'm involved in any illegal operation. It's above board.
Okay, let's go back to section 24. That which you rely on.
Yes.
And section 24 bases itself mostly on people under investigation. Section 24 gives legislative authority to IPID investigators, not private individuals. Now, as a private investigator qualified, a lawyer qualified, you would have at least used your interpretation of statute skills to know that this thing you have written in your statement is actually irrelevant from what you are actually testifying. And from what is actually alleged that you would have done. You start your statement by making a reference from General Pashlani's testimony. But section 24 has nothing, completely no relevance to what you are alleged to have done at Sable Hills.
Okay.
Do you accept that? Okay. In paragraph 19, you say we accompanied IPID investigators to Sable Hills estate. We conducted investigations and interviews there. What interviews were you doing? What investigation were you doing? Under what capacity were you doing that investigation? You say in your statement, go to paragraph 17, you say the reason you went to Sable Hills, which is actually something against what Mr. O'Sullivan said. You say you went there, you say we conducted investigations, we conducted interviews. Under what capacity and authority to do that?
I think I've covered that. I'm just trying to think how I can put it in perspective. I don't really know how else.
Okay. Do you agree with me that the investigation was an investigation of IPID?
It was an IPID investigation.
You agree with me that you are not an IPID official?
I agree, yes.
What investigation were you doing at Sable Hills estate?
We were part of the investigation prior to it being opened.
How were you part of the investigation?
At Sable Hills.
It's an IPID, it's a state investigation.
Yes.
You are not state officials. How were you part of any investigation? What authority do you have over any investigation?
All I can say is it was not unlawful or illegal.
No, it was unlawful. Do you see now why the state charged you on impersonating IPID officials? Do you understand now? Because you say it yourself. And this is a document, an official document to depose in Parliament. And the state is re-enrolling your case. And you say this in Parliament on record. And the state has got all the authority to request this information from us. And will gladly give them. You admit and confess on paragraph 19 that you conducted investigations and interviews at Sable Hills.
And not as an IPID officer.
Yeah.
At all.
So why were you conducting it?
They haven't re-enrolled it.
I beg your pardon?
They haven't re-enrolled it.
Okay.
They're investigating but sorry, I don't want to be rude. So I didn't mean that. I'm satisfied I have not impersonated anyone, and I'm just glad that we.
You agree that it was a mistake for you to say you were conducting investigations and interviews at Sable Hills? Before we must pass now.
Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Do you agree with me that it was a mistake for you to say you were conducting interviews and investigations at Sable Hills? Because the investigations that were conducted there are IPID investigations, and you're not an IPID official.
I see what you mean. I was not conducting an IPID investigation.
What investigation were you conducting?
I was going along to go and see the estate manager, and
why was the estate manager seen? For what reason?
To obtain to obtain the plans of the house.
Which house?
Sorry, Mr. Pashlani's.
The one that was under investigation by IPID.
Correct.
So you were conducting IPID investigation. Look, let's maybe tone down a little bit. You go to Sable Hills Estate. There is an investigation underway by IPID on Mr. Pashlani.
Correct.
On building a house in Sable Hills Estate. You go there, not as an IPID official. You enter the precinct with IPID officials. You say you conducted interviews and investigations inside. And when we ask you, what interviews, when you met with the estate manager,
Yeah.
which subject of interview was on Sable Hill's house? There is only one subject of interview according to the record.
Yes.
It's the house of Mr. General or General Pashlani.
Correct.
Yes. Now, there is no other interview we were doing. So I'm saying to you, that is the reason why you admit here that you conducted investigations and interviews, and the state charged you for impersonating an IPID official. Let's pass that part. I was just briefing you the can of worms you're opening for yourself here. So did you request the building plan from the building inspector or building what?
Myself personally, no.
Who requested it?
I can't remember, but I can't remember, but I know that that was what the purpose of going, so I don't know exactly who spoke the words.
Did you request bank statements of General Pashlani and anyone close to him?
I didn't request any bank statements.
You did not request?
No.
Okay.
As far as
That's
I
fine.
remember.
Did you ask from the security guards that were there, the security detail of General Pashlani, including how many bodyguards, how many cars, how many guns, what kind of ammunition and all that?
Myself, no.
Who did it?
I don't know what was asked. I recall allegations of that, but I did not ask any of those questions.
Fine. Did IPID officials were with reprimand you from the alleged conduct of yourself and Mr. O'Sullivan?
No. Not on that day?
So you just
on that day.
Okay. Let's proceed. They did not reprimand you. Why are you saying the warrant of arrest was fraudulent? I didn't really get the explanation.
So the statements that they'd taken that formed the basis of the warrant of arrest, some of the statements had been were not. Sorry, I just like to the honourable members. This situation it's a trauma response, so it's why both are crying. So I'm very sorry if I get.
You can give me even if it's one reason.
Sorry.
You can give me even if it's one reason. Why do you think the warrant of arrest was fraudulent?
Oh yes, okay. So, people did not tell the truth in their statements, and that we had introduced ourselves as IPID members or pretended to be, which is not true. And those were lies. And it was to stop any investigation into the acting National Commissioner of Police in South Africa.
Do you respect the South African judiciary?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
So how could you say a magistrate has issued a fraudulent warrant of arrest?
I'm not saying
and
that.
And then when we're asking about the reasons, you don't blame the magistrate. You blame some other people. I mean, you are supposed to note the weaknesses you're talking about, but still there is a warrant of arrest from a magistrate.
If I'm not mistaken, the magistrate makes the decision on what is presented by the prosecutor, because they have different.
Okay, it's fine. I'm still not getting any response. Do you know the concept called vicarious liability?
I do.
You do. You say you were under unlawful arrest.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you understand that in terms of the principle of vicarious liability, you should have sued the minister for unlawful arrest or wrongful arrest or whatever you want to call it? Did you do that?
I did not. I don't.
Why did you not do it?
I was told, well, firstly, I couldn't afford it. Secondly, and I did not have a lawyer. When Paul sued the state, he said that instead of me, because I probably won't get any, a lot, that I could have a percentage of what he gets.
Let's
That's
leave
why.
Let's leave it still. You are not giving me an answer, boss. You are a lawyer. You're supposed to know that if you are subjected to unlawful arrest, unlawful or malicious prosecution, you can sue the minister.
Yes, I do know that,
But you
but you also
decided
have to have
you
money for a
decided not to
lawyer.
take that option. So it doesn't make sense. But let's pass
No,
it.
I couldn't afford a lawyer. Otherwise, I would have.
Okay. But
I would have loved to.
but
I
Mr.
would
O'Sullivan
love
paid more than 200,000 rents for McBride's lawyers.
For?
McBride's lawyers.
Yeah, but not mine.
So you are a child of a lesser god. Okay. So you asked for a warrant of arrest, you were not given. Then when does it become fraudulent? Paragraph 27, you asked for a warrant of arrest, you were not given. Then how did you then consolidate that the warrant of arrest was fraudulent?
I hear what you're saying. Firstly, I had never committed any offense. So if there was a warrant of arrest, it had to be under a lie. Someone had to lie because I did not commit any offense.
Yeah, but the point
So
is.
it had to be a lie.
Yeah, but the point is, at paragraph 27, you say, during the arrest, no warrant was issued out. So
No, I didn't say no warrant was issued. I asked to see it. So when they came, he had the clipboard. So you can't deny he didn't have the. I think maybe I've misunderstood your question.
you asked to see it. Paragraph 27, you say you asked to see it, you were not given. That's the point. So when did you then collate information that it was fraudulent if you were not given the warrant of arrest?
Oh, it wasn't at the time. I wasn't thinking about whether the arrest warrant was fraudulent or not. At the time, I was thinking, well, where the hell am I?
Yeah, okay. Paragraph 29, you say 2 hours after my arrest, maybe you went to the police station and stuff. But the last time I checked, that was not an arrest according to you, it was an abduction. So when did it change to be an arrest?
I think that's.
I mean, at what stage did you change your mind that no, in fact, this is not abduction, this is an arrest?
I think it's a bit. Look, I understand the wording, but it's a bit of bit semantics. It was
it's not.
under arrest warrant, but what happened was not okay. It was an abduction, and if anyone in South Africa thinks that that was a lawful arrest, then we've got a problem.
No, but the point is, you say you were abducted by men you don't know with unbranded cars. But in the
Where did I say that? No, where did I say I was abducted by men in an unbranded car? Like in that one, like that sentence.
You said unidentified.
No, I know I said that.
So.
No, I didn't say I was abducted by men that I don't know in an unmarked car. There were several cars.
Yes.
And there were several people.
Yes.
Some without uniform, others with uniforms and guns. I do have the videos here, which I'd love for everyone to see, because I don't think that words can quite show what it was. So no, I didn't say that it was one car. There were many cars.
Yeah, that's the point. That you said that from paragraph 25, but in paragraph 29, you changed that and say 2 hours after my arrest. That's the bone of contention. That it has changed now to be an abduction, all suddenly.
Look, honestly.
Okay, you want to retract which one, arrest or abduction? So that we use one word. We know what was happening.
Abduction.
Abduction.
Arrest. Yeah, no. Don't.
Okay. Okay, so you are
I don't
retracting.
need to frustrate you.
Okay, you are retracting arrest or abduction.
Sorry?
Which one are you retracting? You can't have one situation and it becomes an abduction and an arrest at the same time. It's either it's an arrest or it's an abduction. So which one do you retract? Ma'am, you were not abducted. That's the reality.
No, I was.
Okay, let's proceed. How did you get to know an internal memo at NPA? If you check paragraph 40, say on the 31 of May 2017, an acting Director of Public Prosecution, Gauteng Division, Pretoria, Advocate Baloyi, requested that docket I had opened against Mabu, all that. There was an internal memo that he sent, but you get to have the contents of the internal memo, which you have outed some of them there. How did you access an internal memo of NPA?
What date was that?
It was
2017.
The 31st of May 2017. SJT 11. Yeah.
I don't remember how, but that, I don't.
What don't you remember?
I can't remember.
What don't you remember?
How I got it, but it would have been. I honestly can't remember how I got it. However, it was an it was an update on the matter.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that the Criminal Procedure Act gives an authority to peace officers to seize any property from any person under arrest if it is suspected of having been used for a commission of a crime? Are you aware of that?
Can you repeat that?
Are you aware that in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, a peace officer is legally authorized by national legislation to search or seize any property from any suspect if it is suspected to have been used for a commission, if there is a reasonable suspicion that it would have been used for a commission of a crime? Are you aware of that? It can be a yes or a no.
Are you sorry? Are you quoting a section?
Okay, let me say this. I think the law allows police officers to search or seize. There's even a topic, I think it's section 20 of the Criminal Procedure Act, that gives a scenario where a police officer can search and seize without a search and seizure warrant. So the point I'm driving is that for you to have peace in your life, for you to live your normal, proper life, leave this fictitious image of your abduction, your cell phone being stolen, leave those things. Accept the fact that the state is giving you an opportunity through its criminal procedure and process system, for you to prove yourself that this which you have been accused to have done, which include your extortion, intimidation, impersonating an IPID official and all those things. Gather yourself around, prepare your case properly, because what you have given us here will not see the light of day in a court of law, because what you are giving here are just suspicions, but you are not giving a credible evidence on your phone being stolen. Your phone is this red phone that you're talking about? Is it this red phone that is in the annex of bundles? There's a red phone here, written Nokia.
No, I think that's Paul's, the red Nokia.
Okay, so we would advise you to go and prepare your case properly, because there is an indication, as it was said by honorable members here, that the state, through what the National Director of Public Prosecution wrote to this committee, is intending to re-enroll your case. And we are telling you that if this is the case you stand on, then you are in serious trouble, because what you are doing now, you are just giving insinuations. Your phone was not stolen. You were not abducted. So you leave that part and settle and prepare your case properly so that you are able to stand in a committed court of law. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah. You are 30 minutes on the dot. This is my standard.
Yeah.
Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening once again, Ms. Trent. And let me maybe just, for lack of a word, commiserate with what you're going through. I mean, you've told us it was a trauma response, and I'm hoping that you've sought support around that trauma response. Ms. Trent, I'm hoping I won't be long, but I just want to check with you. I mean, we've just started with the questioning, but the evidence leader would have led you most of the afternoon. Do you realize the wrong that is being alleged here? Do you think that there's any basis for the issues that are being raised? And do you think that perhaps you could have erred together with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan in some way or the other in relation to these matters?
Thank you, honourable member. I think that's the allegations against myself are what's ridiculous. Sorry, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It's a word that I think of. They're very serious allegations, and I can understand why the honourable members are looking into it, because they are very serious. However, I know that I have done nothing wrong, and I know that you have a duty to investigate. Yeah, it's not a nice position to be in, to have these.
Okay, but you still maintain that you have done nothing wrong. So on paragraph 14, where you told us about the purpose of, I think, deposing this affidavit to us, you said you would be answering to issues of Mr. O'Sullivan's alleged involvement, interference, and infiltration. Interesting choice of words, different words with different meanings. Now, they do speak to the terms of reference, as you're saying. If you were to take those three words of yours, involvement, interference, infiltration, what is your averment? Was Paul just involved lightly? Did he interfere? Did he infiltrate the system? And why would you say that?
So it is, I have therefore been informed that this committee requires me to give evidence regarding the alleged involvement. I'm sorry, can you ask that question? I don't mean to.
What did Mr. O'Sullivan do as it relates to our law enforcement agencies, IPID in particular? Was he just involved with IPID? Did he infiltrate IPID, or did he interfere in the work of IPID?
Okay, no, he didn't. There was no infiltration, no interference. And the involvement would have been, if they needed something, we were there. But absolutely no infiltration. However, yeah.
Okay. What's your relationship like with Mr. O'Sullivan?
I left his employ in 2022. and we are not in contact at all. I think we got in contact because of this the ad hoc committee and my name coming up and that.
You weren't in contact before that?
No, I think on Christmas he would send like a Christmas thing, and then maybe I had another job at the 2024, but we didn't.
But it's not a strained relationship or anything.
No, I left, amicably.
You just lost touch.
Yeah, I had no reason to be in touch with him. I mean, we weren't friends or.
Okay, let's go into that. So paragraph 8.4, you say Forensic for Justice NPO was an NPO that identified elements of the criminal justice system that had been captured by criminal or politically corrupt individuals, etc. How did you identify these elements?
It would have been through work that we're doing. So, an example I usually use when people ask me is because we're looking at alleged criminal offences that someone's if you come to me and you say, listen, someone's committed this offence, I listen to you, I say, okay, there could be something there, let's have a look. And we open the case. But then what happens is a case will, someone will bribe to have the case lost or something like that. So when something like that happens, then Paul would make a complaint of that, and then you start to sort of see.
Sorry, Sarah, I think you're digressing. How do you identify elements of the criminal justice system? So when do you start investigating somebody? Is it always because somebody comes to tip-off, or as you say, you identify them? How do you identify them?
Okay, I understand your question. It would be so it would be a tip-off or something in the media. I can give an example of one of those. But usually there are so many people that ask to meet with Paul. He always meets with anyone and they'll come and give their documents, and if there is something there. Alternatively, if he's seen something,
then
he'll decide. He'll decide and he'll say.
So how did he then identify the National Commissioner of Police to be investigated?
Okay, so my understanding of it is it went all the way back to his investigation into Radovan Kretschmer. And there was I'm going to try and speed this up, a death threat, and then there was a witness that came forward and turned into a state witness, and then he was supposed to go into witness protection, and then they kicked him out. I don't know all the details. I'm just telling you as I recall. And then Mr. O'Sullivan complained to, it was Ria Pierre or someone, to say, listen, this state witness is being kicked out of the.
Yeah, I think we know that Mr. Mano.
Yeah, and then Mr. Pashlani came, and then he complained about a General Munu in Durban and about what was happening to this witness. And then he was ignored, or he couldn't get any feedback because this witness, it's a state witness, it's dangerous people. And so then he said, I think there must have been an email or something, and he said, well, what's up with this commissioner of police?
Then he identified him for investigation.
Then, as I remember, he went to the media and he said something, and that brought attention to police whistleblowers, who then contacted Mr. O'Sullivan, and then he met with them, and they said, we saw that you are have identified red flags, and then that's how the IPID, or as we call it, the IPID
So basically,
came about.
Mr. O'Sullivan has got beef with the general, the National Commissioner of Police, who will not do what he wants, which is to investigate and deal with these people, including General Manu. I'm not sure if it was a general. Then he decides to go shout about it in the media, and then people say, aha, we've got something you can use, right? Okay, would you not regard that as extortion, Ms. Trent?
I wouldn't.
Okay, let's move. Sorry, I'm going to run out of time. Why
That's
did you
fine.
resign from Forensic for Justice and O'Sullivan and Associate?
So I, at the time, so it was, when did, I don't want to get the wrong date.
No, don't worry about the
Okay,
date. Why?
so at the time, I didn't want to continue working there. I wanted to see what else I could.
But you
I
didn't
could
have a
do.
job. You just resigned.
So I resigned, but Mr. O'Sullivan said that I could remain under employment until I found another job.
Why would you guys do that? I mean, you want to go somewhere, you resigned, you're fed up with your current situation, and then you still stay. How does that work?
Sorry. I resigned as a director, not as, yeah. I think because I'd been there for so long, how it happened is, we were chatting, and then he said something about, my attitude needs to change, otherwise he doesn't want me to take over the company. And I said, well, I don't want the company. And then he said, okay, well, and then the next day we didn't have a fight or anything like that. It was just, it was my time to move on. And he said, okay, fine, no problem. You can work here until you find something. We've got a long, you've been here for a long time, but it was just that point where I was like, I'm not.
Then you joined Dr. B.F. Chauke Foundation. Is this the same Bajani Chauke you've been speaking about?
Correct.
What's your relationship with Dr. Chauke?
So I met him when at Forensics for Justice. There was a allegation against Mr. Andile Ramaphosa in the Bosasa matter, and Paul contacted someone who could communicate with the president, Ramaphosa, because he wanted to speak with Andile Ramaphosa to see if he would want to clear his name or give his version of events, because we were opening a criminal case and there were allegations against him. And so that's how I met Mr. Chauke, or Dr. Chauke. And then I think we had tea at some point. And then when I left, there was something happened in the news.
It must have become very close for him to now hire you at his foundation and come to you guys for tip-offs around, who to hire for national commissioner and so forth?
I don't know what the correspondence was or how that came about, but I do know that there were searches done on that. I don't think that he asked Paul to do that. I don't even think he had.
Sorry, you don't think he?
I don't think he asked Paul to vet potential commissioners of police. However, I don't have the correspondence and, but yeah, but Paul and Bajani are not friends or anything, but.
Are you friends with Bajani?
I wouldn't say friends, but I worked for his foundation.
Okay. Okay, so Honorable Mkhwanazi has already asked you about investigation, so I won't go back there. But I'm quite keen to find out. So when you and Mr. O'Sullivan were at General Pashlani's house and you were speaking about all these issues, why were you looking for the plans for his house? What were you going to do with that?
So, as I understand, the case on corruption, with corruption, the house, it was impossible for the house to have been built on what he, within his means. So what Mr. O'Sullivan had done was, you have a Google Earth, but you can have, there's a tool that you can use called Google Earth History. I don't know if he's gone through this with you guys. And I'm assuming that's where the plans came, and then it's for to get the
Okay, sorry.
architect.
Let's leave it. I think I get what you're saying. I'm just uncomfortable about, civilians going into an estate looking for people's house plans. Now, Advocate Masha says that, sorry, he's quoting somebody, I think Mr. Uester, that when he refused Mr. O'Sullivan to give the information across, Mr. O'Sullivan informed him that he may be imprisoned for 2 years. And that's when Mr. Uester complied. Do you also refute these allegations that Mr. O'Sullivan said Mr. Uester would be imprisoned for 2 years if he didn't give over the info?
I don't think it was if you don't give the information. I think he may have quoted from the act that would have said non-compliance, but I can't.
But you agree that's not even his place. He's not an IPID investigator.
I think he was just quoting an act.
Why is he even interviewing Mr. Uester?
In our investigations, we often will phone someone up that may have information, and so it's not
IPID
unusual.
was there. Okay. I mean, IPID was there, right? That's
Yes.
what I'm saying. Tell me now. You've been saying that you recorded these conversations. Why were you recording and not the investigators?
They never recorded. For me, I just recorded all the meetings just so that I had that on my file. Actually, when I started working for Paul, if he walked into the office, I'd just push record because everything was at the speed of light. So that's just what I did.
Okay.
And
but now, why did you not bring us either the recordings or the transcripts? I mean, I'm sure this would have just exonerated you from everything that you said. About not claiming to be IPID, telling them that you are not investigators. I just find it curious that you haven't included that as part of your bundle.
Oh, have I given it? I didn't think to. I know that's not a.
I mean, that's like all the evidence to prove this case against you is manufactured. Because if you guys never said any of these things, you just produced the transcript of the recording.
I have it here. I can.
All right, let me move quickly. I didn't get your response to Advocate Mkhwanazi about why you and the arresting officer seem to have two different versions of this phone. I heard you saying then you wouldn't need it for a battery. She doesn't even mention that you went back to the office. Why would that be?
Khorane
Yes.
doesn't mention. I don't know why he didn't mention it.
Okay. Did you arrange a polygraph test between Mr. McBride and Mr. Mkhwanazi?
I organized a polygraph. I think I wasn't in contact with Oh, either the polygraph, either the polygraph lady contacted,
You did?
and did I contact him?
Did you organize?
I organized it, yes.
Why would you be organizing polygraph tests on matters relating to IPID investigations?
So what happened is there was this, Mokotedi came with these outrageous claims of a bribe with overthrowing the government. I mean, it was just.
Yeah, but why
bizarre.
are you
And that
the one
all,
that?
yeah, so and then that went viral all over the news. And someone dared someone to take a polygraph, I think, in a news on TV or something like that. And Paul said, organize, arrange. He was overseas.
Okay.
And that's
Did
what
you
I
then
did.
agree to provide Mr. McBride with the questions so he would know in advance the questions to be asked to him?
I think that I can't remember.
That's quite a big thing, Sarah. You can't not remember that.
No, I honestly don't remember
That was cooking the polygraph test.
No, you know the questions. I
Okay.
definitely not.
I'm sure I will find your WhatsApp communications around that. In my last 10 minutes, I just want to move to last part. Were you part of a security WhatsApp group which had McBride, Siseko, Mahlangu, Binang, Rapesu, and other people? Were you part of that group?
Yes, at one point.
Okay. Now, what business do you have being in WhatsApp groups with IPID investigators?
So, as I remember, there was death threats, and then it was the Christmas holidays. And as I understood, it was to just keep everyone in, like, for safety.
So were they protecting you or you were planning Christmas?
No, we weren't planning Christmas. No, it was just so that keep everyone safe.
Were they your friends?
No.
So you, okay.
So this, yeah, I don't know.
What else did you discuss in this group?
I can't remember. I don't have that group. I don't have the messages.
Okay. I think you've agreed at some point that you have been getting financial credit information of citizens for Mr. McBride. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. What allows you to do this? What statutory authority do you have to do this?
I just know that it is lawful for me to do that.
Sarah, you're a lawyer. What do you mean it's lawful? You're a lawyer.
I'm just. Okay. Give me a second. Yeah.
And while you're thinking about that, on paragraph 7.1 of your statement, you say that you became a certified fraud examiner in 2019, but in 2016, you were already conducting credit checks and running lifestyle audits. So I ask you again, how could you do that? You weren't even a fraud examiner.
I was an attorney, so that's also part of. I didn't think of that. I would also be. I can't think of the word.
Let me tell you what Mr. Sullivan said when I asked him this. He said the National Credit Act allows people to get such reports, which may be used for, amongst others, investigations into fraud, corruption, blah, blah, blah. He just forgot to mention that the regulation goes so far as to say, provided that SAPS or any other statutory enforcement agency conducts that investigation. Your company was neither SAPS nor a statutory enforcement agency. I think we can agree on that, right?
But I don't agree that we're not the only certified fraud examiners that have this contract with the service providers. It's not just us.
Okay, I'm not
So I
sure
think-
which contract we're talking about. I'm asking you about going to citizens, and maybe let me get to a specific citizens. Why were you getting all of this information on Minister Nhleko, former minister?
So that had, just trying to think.
Okay, maybe let me prompt your mind. Mr. McBride sent you a message saying Nhleko is trying to get rid of me again.
Okay, so, he, and Nhleko and and Nhleko, McBride, all of that was part of the state capture and state capture and the capture of the criminal justice system. And there was, and Nhleko and various people and parties were trying to get some people out and some people in order to capture the criminal justice system. And this all happened together when the investigation into General Pashlani occurred.
So you use the same modus operandi, right? Now, Minister Nhleko is unhappy with Mr. McBride. You decide, let's dig up some dirt on Minister Nhleko. Because let's assume you could investigate fraud, which is a disputed point right now. You respond and you say, do you have an ID number or a cell number? He asks you off, you say Nhleko, you said, yeah, send quickly. He sends you Mr. Nhleko's ID number, and you will respond by saying, I'll let you know if there's anything fishy. You're also asking for a title deed to his house and his vehicle ownership. We'll let you know when I get them. What on earth is this?
So that was on a sort of a lifestyle.
Why are you doing lifestyle things on ministers? Because Mr. McBride is unhappy that the minister wants to get rid of him.
Well,
what authority do you have, Sarah, that allows you to do that? Sorry, Ms. Trent.
The capture of the criminal justice system.
By who? Because right now that's the issue in question, whether it is yourselves or the other people you're alleging captured.
No, I hear you.
So please just help me understand this.
Yeah, that's, I believe that this was part of the criminal capture, and that there was interference, and there was. And yeah.
Okay, I think maybe let's stop there. You just said something that was very interesting to me. You said, I'm actually looking for your comment because I wrote it down. You said, if anybody thinks that this arrest was lawful, then we have a problem. This committee has received a letter from the National Commissioner of Police, General Fani Masemola, and he says your arrest was lawful. I think we have a problem then.
Yeah, we do. We have a big problem.
Okay.
We have a big problem if he thinks that that was a lawful, huge problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Sarah.
Chair.
Trent.
Honorable Nombalo.
Chair, can I just get clarity? The witness was asked a question and she didn't answer the question. The witness was asked, state capture by who? And she didn't answer that question.
I can't name just one person. There were the state.
Yes, but you were asked by who? Mention names, you said political parties, by who?
Can you just, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
And the Honorable, just
Yeah, if you don't mind.
that question again. We need an answer to that question.
You said, I was asking you about why you were doing all of these things to Minister Nhleko.
Okay.
And you said, no, there were all of these things, the state was being captured, and I asked you by who was capturing the state.
Okay. So just trying to think of the best way to. In the criminal justice system, there is a lot of grabbing for power. I'm just trying to think of how I can explain. State capture could not have happened if we had a functioning, uncaptured criminal justice system.
But
Okay.
No.
take it further during that.
Can we proceed? We cannot do a merry-go-round the whole night. Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Honorable Nomvalo.
I want to start by appealing to your conscience. When I look at your profile here and your educational background, I can safely say that you have worked hard to become who you are today. You are saying here you obtained a certificate in market management, you obtained the Bachelor of Laws, you got admitted as an attorney of the High Court, you became a certified fraud examiner, and so on and so forth. And then, in my view, you started to experience problems when you met a man called Paul O'Sullivan. Are you proud for having worked with Paul O'Sullivan?
That's a difficult question. What I will answer is that I learned a lot, I experienced a lot, some of which was a bit traumatic.
Yeah, no. Leave the experiences, ma'am, and let me contextualize my question.
Please, yeah.
The reason why I'm asking, there's evidence before this committee which shows that there's a widespread discontent against Paul O'Sullivan. Many people are bringing different complaints about him, and he has jeopardized, allegedly, many careers, wrongfully so. Now, the question is, I'm not going to go into detail. And as if that is not enough, he even threatened members of parliament. He threatened a witness which was seated where you are sitting currently. He even threatened a member of parliament last week. I believe that as a patriotic South African, you do not endorse such behavior. Now, the question is, are you still proud of having worked with such a man?
I no longer tell people that I used to work with him.
No, we are not. We are not responding to my question now.
Am I proud to say that I had worked?
Are you proud? Leave alone his questionable history and desire to be a South African citizen, because that's where I'm going as well. I'm going to ask you a question if you made enough research about him before you joined his company and about his intentions for coming into our country. For now, let's deal with this one. Are you still proud, having learned all these allegations and having learned all the evidence that has been adduced before this committee against him? Are you still proud for having worked with him?
I think it would be better to deal with the allegations because I have not ever witnessed him committing an offense.
Okay, let me ask you this question because seemingly I'm not going to get an answer on this one. Do you associate yourself with the wrongdoings orchestrated by Paul O'Sullivan? Ma'am, here I'm talking about a person who has not denied some of the allegations I've explained to you. He came to this committee. We asked him about threatening a witness who was there, Mr. Ngabinde. He has not denied, he did not even become evasive. He took ownership of all these things that I've spoken about. Now I'm asking you, do you associate yourself, do you still associate yourself with that character?
No.
Are you proud of having worked with him? After he has conceded to all these things, are you still proud?
I'm sad.
You are sad.
Yeah.
If you can be given an opportunity, because I believe you are a South African, were you born here in South Africa? And I believe you love this country. And I believe you are protective of your reputation and of your character. And the manner in which you have worked for your profile in terms of your educational background, you wouldn't allow your character to be easily destroyed by another person.
No.
Is that correct? Now, if I give you an opportunity here to clean your name, and the only way you can clean your name is by telling nothing but the truth. I'm telling you, South Africa will regain confidence in you. We've given some witnesses that opportunity here, and some espoused our advices, and they received a standing ovation. If I'm giving you an opportunity here to clean your name, will you take advantage of that?
I don't know. I will tell whatever you need, but I don't know if, like I said, I've never witnessed him committing an offense, but I will take any opportunity. Sorry, can you ask that question again?
No, the question is too long, ma'am. There are many questions I have for you. Would you take an opportunity of cleaning your name if I give that opportunity to you? Because your name is currently tainted through your association with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And the only instrument you can use to cleanse your name is by telling nothing but the truth.
Correct.
Would you take that opportunity?
Yes, I would.
Would you take advantage of it?
Yes.
Let's start here. There are allegations backed up by evidence which has been adduced here. SMSs, WhatsApp text, and so on, which suggest that you had a romantic relationship with Mr. McBride.
So the issue of my cell phone, I have taken legal advice. I don't want to deal with the issues of the cell phone. However, I will deal with the allegations or the question on Robert McBride.
So the question is, here we've been given evidence which is suggestive of a proposition that you had a romantic relationship with Mr. McBride.
It wasn't a romantic relationship, but we did have a social relationship.
Yeah, what is a social relationship?
We had meals together, and there was an attraction. I don't know what else. How
It was an attraction.
Yes, it was.
Thank you for.
But it was not. It wasn't a romantic relationship. It was. Yeah.
Thank you for being honest. Have you ever been in the same room together, both of you? Not in a restaurant, but in a private.
Yes.
You've been. Thank you for being honest. And at that time, Mr. McBride was working for IPID, was the director of IPID, correct?
Yes.
And on the other hand, you were busy assisting IPID with investigations.
The assistance in the investigation was not investigation. We weren't on the ground. It was, could you carry out this? Could you do some desktop research?
No, I'm not there.
So it wasn't
I'm saying, yeah, even if that's how you describe it, but I'm saying at that time you were assisting IPID in its work. Let me not say in its investigations, because I know what I want to get for now. So on the other hand, while you are having this relationship with Mr. McBride, you are assisting IPID on the other hand in its work, correct?
Yeah, but it wasn't a relationship.
No, but you have explained it.
So
and
yes,
I
so
thought,
I had communications with IPID investigators, and I had socialized with Mr. McBride. I
yes.
don't
No,
believe that I've...
No, ma'am, let's not be all over the place. I'm going to guide you through my questions. So just follow me here. I'm the driver of this conversation. Now, you are busy with McBride. You are having the relationship that you have described, right? And then on the other hand, you are assisting IPID in its investigations or in its work. Let me not say investigations, because you become argumentative when I use that term. You assist IPID in its work.
I feel like the impression of assisting in, so we had the initial investigation of the Pashlani, and then there was
At what stage did you have this relationship with McBride?
January
January when?
2017.
When did you start the Pashlani matter?
So that was in February 2016, but then obviously there was no investigation, and then but I could, there was not, there was, the two didn't, it was, yeah, it wasn't.
And then it carried on, right? The Pashlani investigation carried on.
Yeah, they carried on.
And during the course of that investigation, then this relationship emerged between you and McBride.
Again, it wasn't a relationship. I mean,
no, it's fine. I'm saying I'm not going to go deeper.
Yeah, and we, you know, we didn't
on how you describe it.
Chat or phone or anything like it was.
No, but there's no way you can meet in a restaurant if you have not called each other on the phone.
You know, yeah, I mean, like a relationship.
Yeah, you are not sangomas, so you can't prophesize that he's going to a restaurant and go to a restaurant and meet coincidentally. It was coordinated. So.
Oh yeah, yes, of course. It's
yeah,
I'm in Stanton. Do you want to get dinner? And then.
Yes, so you can't say you were not speaking on the phone.
But you know, when you're with a relationship, you follow up with someone or see how they're doing. Like there wasn't anyway.
Yeah, so let's go back to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Okay.
Did you do some background check before you worked for his company?
No, I Googled him. I think, how old was I? I was, I think, 29 or 30. I Googled him, and I saw, you know, he had, you know, all these stories about investigations and that, and I sent him my CV.
Do you know where he was born and why he came to South Africa?
as far as I know, he was born in Ireland and came to South Africa for property.
No, that's not what he told us. He told us that he came here because he was in love with the weather. So I don't know whether he was in love with the rains or the sunshine. He was in love with the weather. So that's not what he told us. But the question is, did you bother yourself to do some investigation about his history before you joined his company?
No, I didn't. I looked him up. There was no reason for me. I mean, I've never done that for anywhere else that I've applied for a job.
Now there is this company that you were a director under. It's a forensic what? Forensic justice. Who else was a director in that company besides you?
So they would have been. It would probably have been two of the staff or colleagues at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Were there no directors who were not South African citizens, foreign directors?
No, not that I know of.
So there were no foreign directors?
No foreign directors in Forensics for Justice?
Yes.
No.
Do you know who was funding the company?
Who was funding
Yes.
Forensics?
Where was it getting its funding from?
From Paul O'Sullivan? I don't think we got any funding.
No, so was it not foreign funded?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, unless someone donated money, but no, it wasn't foreign funding.
So there is no funding which they received from an international institution?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
What was your role as a director?
To basically do exactly the same as what I was doing before, but I was on as a director.
I didn't hear your response when you were talking about your employment at the Pejane Foundation, Chauke Foundation.
Yes.
You spoke about Andile Ramaphosa, Pejane,
Yes.
Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes.
Well, what is the story? How did you get employed in the Pejane Foundation?
So we'd kept in touch, and then when I had resigned, I think something maybe happened in the media, and we messaged, and I said, "Oh yes, I've resigned from Paul O'Sullivan," and then maybe a couple of months later, he sent me a message to say, listen, I'm looking for someone to run my foundation. Would you be interested in meeting and chatting about it? And
who sent you a message?
Mr. Bajani Chalke.
Mr. Bajani.
Yes.
So you sent him a message and then he replied?
And then a few months later, I think he was...
replied?
No, not replied. He said, oh, well, good luck or whatever. And then a few months later, he messaged me, obviously thought of me knowing that I was looking for another... I don't know what he was thinking.
So you knew Mr. Pejane while you were working for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Because we were opening a criminal case that had to do with the whole Bosasa matter. And in one of the affidavits, there was an allegation against Andile Ramaphosa. And Paul then, I don't know how he contacted or who, to try and get in touch with Andile Ramaphosa to get his version of events. And then Bijani Chauke then came to meet us, and then Andile Ramaphosa came, and we met with him, and that's how I met him.
So was Andile a friend to Pechane Chauke?
I don't know.
So I'm trying to connect
Because
the unconnected dots now. Because I'm asking you, I'm asking about you knowing Pechane Chauke.
yes, that's how I met him.
You are bringing in Andile Ramaphosa. You are saying there was a complaint against him. So how does Pechane Chauke come in that scenario?
I see.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
No, Chair. It can't be. Honorable Sangoni finished at 22:10. You said you are giving us 30 minutes.
What time was it?
22:10, Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not for the first time we are doing this, Chair. It's not for the first time. And we are so lenient with ANC members.
Do you want to continue?
I sent a video in a group wherein you cut me before I finished my time.
Yeah, but can you use your time now?
Yeah, but I'm saying don't do this to me, please, Chair.
No, I apologize. I'm not in that mood. I apologize. You still had 10 minutes.
So, what I'm trying to understand here, Miss Jane, Sarah Jane, is that how does then Pechane come in? Because the complaint was not against him. The complaint was against Andile Ramaphosa.
I skipped a step.
So the dots are unconnected.
Yes, so at the time, Bijani Chauke was a political advisor to Cyril Ramaphosa, as I understand. And that was who had contacted us that would, what's the word? Liaise.
No. Still, it doesn't make sense.
But, okay, so should I explain it
I'm
again?
saying it doesn't make sense, but let's move on.
Okay.
You laid a complaint against Tutuzile Zuma.
Yes.
Yes, on what capacity?
Forensics for Justice.
Or you were still working for that company?
Correct.
Where did you lay the complaint?
It was emailed to someone at the NPA.
Why straight to the NPA, not to the police? Are we not reporting crime?
It was 2021. Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to remember who commissioned it, because I can get back to you on that, because I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember, and I don't want to commit to.
No. The reason why I'm asking,
Yeah.
is that, when you were explaining your modus operandi, you told us that you were assisting institutions, and two, you were dealing with complaints which were coming from the members of the public.
Yeah, not
in the form of whistleblowing. Now the question is, in the Tutuzile matter, you became a complainant. Who complained to you about Tutuzile?
So it doesn't have to always be a whistleblower. I also said that if Paul saw something that he thought.
So who complained to you about Tutuzile?
So Paul called me up. I think he was overseas, and he had sent me some photos or screenshots, and he said, we need to open a case, and we did. And also, yeah,
So you were told by Paul to open a case.
yeah, we agreed. We agreed to. But yeah, he called me up and he said we should open a case, and that's what we did.
So sometimes you just pick up individuals and open cases against them.
I think it was
without receiving complaints from members of the public about them.
Well, we're also members of the public, but it was quite a serious issue at the time. And so I think that I was justified in doing it at the time. But yeah, but it didn't have to be someone else complaining to us. So, for
Paragraph
example,
17, you are saying, my CFE qualifications and skills allow me to access to information through a wide range of forensic investigative tools.
correct.
What investigative tools do you have?
So that would be service providers that you would have a contract with, and then you would submit a request. So it would be sort of the deeds office, or if you need to a number plate of a car, that kind of thing, ownership.
Go on, you say, my work included forensic investigations, compiling of criminal dockets. Are criminal dockets not opened by police officers?
So it's a criminal docket, and then you go to one, and then once you've opened the case, that is a docket.
Where? In your office?
No, you do the investigation, and then that
No.
investigation
But
then
you can't
goes
open
a
you can't open a criminal docket. Maybe you are talking about a file in your office, not a docket.
so yeah, so that becomes the docket.
No, but dockets can only be opened by police officers
Yes.
in a police station.
Yes, that
And
folder.
your role as a complainant ends in submitting a sworn statement
Mm,
as a complainant.
yes.
And then they take further their investigations. And if they feel that there's prima facie evidence, they open a docket. So where do you get powers to open dockets?
No, they open a docket when you go to the police station and give, you go, and so we'll have something prepared with statements and evidence, and we'll go there and we'll say, okay, we need to open the docket with the police.
No, my problem with you is that you are giving yourself powers you don't have. You are saying here, your responsibility includes compiling criminal dockets. You don't have powers to open a docket.
So what is the, I didn't say a police docket. I didn't say a South African Police Services docket.
So your offices have dockets.
It's a docket. It's a case that you've put together, and that forms the docket.
So you have dockets in your office. Is that what you are telling us?
I do not have SAPS, South African Police Services dockets in the office.
So
the docket is formed. It is a criminal docket, but in the sense of it.
No, it's
I don't
fine.
have.
It's fine. I'm about
police
to run.
dockets
I'm about to run out of time. We are complaining here about a man who was driving you to the police station eating pepcorns. Was that a police officer?
Yes.
He was eating popcorns. He was eating popcorn.
His gun, and then he's eating and driving like this.
Where was he eating popcorns?
It was the popcorn. It was in between the seats, and he was.
Then he almost caused an accident
It felt like
because he was eating popcorns.
and driving at a
There's a complaint here by Advocate Mashucha that the memorandum, which was compiled by two DPPs, leaked. And here in your statement, you are quoting a memorandum. Honorable Ngola has asked you about that memorandum. A memorandum leaks, and in your statement, you write about it. You quote it.
Yes.
How did you get access to a leaked document? If
I
it
don't
was
think it
not
was
leaked, if it was not leaked to you,
I don't think it was leaked.
do we have people we are working with in the NPA?
No.
Do you have journalists that you are working with?
No.
Do you work with Afroforum?
No. I don't know.
But your boss admitted here that he works with Afroforum.
Yes, he has a.
So how is
an
it possible that he works with Afroforum and you don't work with them? Whereas you do the same thing.
Yeah, no, but remember, I haven't been there for 4 years, 3.5, 4 years.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Time is starting.
Sorry, I need the loo.
Do you want a break?
I just need the toilet, but
No, you can ask the chair.
if I may, but I don't want to waste your time.
No, I'm fine.
Is your time running? May I go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Chair.
Then proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Sarah Jane Trent.
Good evening, Honorable Skosana.
I'm going to start by following up to my honorable colleague, Honorable Nomvalo. The issue which he was trying to traverse with you was that the Busasa story of Andile, you said that Paul O'Sullivan called you. He was called by Pejane, Dr. Pejane Chauke, am I right?
No. Paul, I don't know who he contacted or how. He wanted to get Andile Ramaphosa's version of events on the allegations that were made in an affidavit in respect of corruption or corruption adjacent allegations to do with the Bosasa.
Yeah.
And that's how it sort of came about, yeah.
So it was Dr. Chauke who called Paul. That's what he told you.
Oh, yes, yes. And
that's
that's
what
how,
he said anyway. Yes.
so, yes.
Yeah. Now, in the case of Dudu, Zuma, Sambuka, was it who said you must open a case against her? Was it Paul or was it Andy the Ramaphosa? Or was it the President Ramaphosa? Or was it Dr. Chauke? Or you opened that case on your own?
I opened the case, but Paul had called and said, "Have you seen what's going on? We should open a case." And I said, "No problem. I'll open it. I'll be the complainant." And that was how it happened. He was overseas.
Right. Let's come to the issue. I want us to be clear about this matter. Your relationship with Robert McBride, you said this is a social relationship.
Semi-social. I mean, we're not like friends.
Yes.
It was, I don't know if you know when you've got an attraction to someone, but you're not interested in like a relationship or anything like that. It's, we're all human.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. And it had nothing to do with let's hang out so that and you can do this for me at IPID or anything like that.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear up there because you ended up saying to Honorable Nomvalo that you were once in a room, not in a restaurant, you and him. Am I right?
Yes. I mean,
the rest is history, I guess. Thank you. Now, let's come to the issue. Mr. O'Sullivan said he had visited Pashlani's home on his own without the IPID investigators before November 2016. Were you with Paul O'Sullivan on the day?
No.
If you were not with Paul O'Sullivan, or once you had Paul O'Sullivan going to Surrey Hills to conduct an investigation, which law allowed you to do so?
Sorry, can just repeat that?
Which law allow you to visit a house of then acting commissioner Pashlani in Surrey Hill? Which law allow you that?
I don't know if there's a law that allows you to look at someone's house from the outside or not to look at it from the outside.
And I understand that. I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
Yes. Now, on that first occasion, I'm putting it to you now. There was no IPID.
Pardon?
There was no IPID. I'm asking you. There was no IPID. Did Paul told you that he went there alone?
When he went there alone?
Yes.
There wouldn't have been. Actually, I can't say that. I wasn't there. I didn't know. I don't know when it was.
You said the lifestyle audit on Pashlani and his wife was done. Who conducted that lifestyle audit? And where's that lifestyle audit report as we speak now?
Mr. O'Sullivan did that, and I think he set out his findings, which includes the house and the building thereof, which would be in the criminal complaint with IPID.
But you drafted a statement of the people, among others, Alvin Duprisi, am I right?
Pardon?
You drafted a statement of people, among others, it was Alvin Duprisi, am I right?
Drafted statements.
Yes. Of people, among others, yes.
I'm just trying to think. So if I can explain.
Okay, let me put it to you quick because of time.
Yes, please.
You sent that draft to Mahlangu on his request. And where's that draft statement as we speak?
Which draft?
Remember, I asked you about the lifestyle audit, about the Pashlani and Pashlani's wife.
Yeah. Is this before the investigation started at IPID or?
No, even after you visited the Sabil Hills.
Okay, no, I don't know.
Don't remember.
I thought that you meant the lifestyle audit that was in the criminal complaint.
I'm not sure why are you mixing the two, but relax a bit.
Okay.
You went to Mr. Frick's Teterenplash, the building contractor in Sinoville.
Correct.
With also Sullivan.
Correct.
Binang.
Correct.
Mahlangu.
Correct.
Right. The following day, after your visit, Mr. Terenplach and his wife workplace in Sinoville, you invited Mr. Terenplach to the office of IPID for a meeting. You provided him with an address of IPID offices and the time of which they must attend that meeting. Who gave you the authority to do so? Are you an IPID official?
I'm not.
But you invited them to come to IPID offices?
I did. I did, but we had been in the meeting, and so he knew that I wasn't an IPID official. And he knew that we were assisting, so it wasn't, and yeah, it was a message that was dictated to me while we were driving
were you a partner to O'Sullivan in the company, a director for that matter?
From 2021.
From 2021.
Yeah, and it was, I think, until, so it was probably only a year.
So in 2015, when you were doing the Transnet, if you remember well, you remember the Transnet?
Was I doing in 2015?
Yes. Let me remind you before we come back.
Yes.
Because I want to follow this with you. In 2015, you call it any port in a storm. Do you remember that report?
What report?
Any port in a storm. It was ordered by you. It was ordered by you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I do. It's yes.
You ordered that report and O'Sullivan approved it.
Gosh, I can't even remember that one.
Yeah, hence I was asking you to say, you said you started in 2022 to become a director, am I right?
No, 2021.
2021. But for me, you are misleading this committee if you say so. Because this report, which was authored by you, drafted Sarah Jane Trent, Bachelor of Law, LLB, Executive Director, Sarah Trent, Forensic for Justice, and then approved by Paul O'Sullivan, the founder. That report was done in 2015. It's here with me in front of
Can I see that?
No, you'll see it. I'll send it to the.
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember you said.
I wouldn't have signed anything in 2015. I was.
No. In fact, I'm the one who was making a mistake.
Okay.
It was 2018.
2018.
Yes. So if you say you become a director in 2022, it's misleading. The report was done in 2018, 11, 18. You drafted an 18-page report. Yeah, okay, because of time.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
there you were.
I will follow up on that.
Yeah, because there you were accusing the Mavundlas, the PG Mavundla, the.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, and the Italian car company.
Mm.
Now, let's go back there. So, do you agree that you didn't become a director in 2022?
I'm just trying to think what happened there, why that would be. Can I come back to you on that?
It's fine.
Because
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to the evidence leader. The
please
report
do, and
which you did.
then go back and have a look and respond if
Yeah, now
you wouldn't mind.
you are the person who called McBride on his first day back in the office following his suspension and said to him that you are bringing a Pashlani dossier to him. Who compiled that dossier? Who were the people's affidavits in that dossier?
I'm not sure if it was his first day back. Not that it matters, but who compiled that that was Mr. O'Sullivan.
Now, Ms. Trent, can you tell us about the investigation in the report of Transnet widening of Harbour project, which is alleged to have been terminated or set aside as a result of your report? Or I must just shy away because you say you don't remember anything about that.
I really don't, but I would be more than happy to go back and have a look, refresh my memory and.
Yeah, because there were black companies, just to remind you.
Yeah.
There were black companies who were awarded a contract of 4.2 billion rand at Transnet. Now there was WPSO and Group 5, which indeed were the people who had an interest in that tender. And the rest is history, but I'll send you the report, and I'll send the evidence leader. Let's come now to the issue again. The allegation which you've made yourself and also Sullivan in that report. Anyway, and let me just leave it because you said you don't have. I thought that you'll remember because it's not long anyway, because your partner, your co-director says 40 years, 25, you can't remember. But you should remember, 2018 is not long,
I remember the matter, but yeah.
Now, were you working with Mahlangu?
Yes, I didn't work with him. It's the same thing. If he needed something, but he was the one that I think I saw or met. If he came to the office and said, "Oh, can you quickly run a check for me?" But because I think he was the lead.
But you sent a memorandum, internal memorandum to Karen, who was speaking about the warrants of arrest. Do you know Karen?
No, I don't.
But it's your WhatsApp message.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's your WhatsApp message, to Karen Morgan. What do you call it? The surname? It's the journalist. Mon.
I can't remember.
No, but it's your WhatsApp to Mandla.
I don't know if it's my WhatsApp.
Remember what I'm reading from you here. There was a braai which took place at 3:00. You remember that braai?
At the infamous Kretcher house.
You were part of that braai?
Yes.
Now, you sent that email and you were speaking about the Nati Ntleko. the conflict with McBride. I mean, this is your conversation between
Okay,
yourself
I don't
and Mahlangu.
I don't have any recollection of this. I have no idea.
You know, you.
Yeah, when
Okay.
after my phone was taken, I never got any of those
Mahlangu,
messages back.
let me remind you. Mahlangu said to you. You said to Mahlangu, morning, hope you are feeling better. What magistrate court will your section 205 go to? Just finishing the draft. That was you telling Mahlangu that you were finishing the draft.
I don't know what that's about.
Mahlangu responded to you, I'm much better today. I'm resting at home. Sorry, I didn't tell you. We actually done with 205 and have been signed directly today. Imane Cedric will take them to the banks. The one for Vodacom has been sent and signed by Cullinan Magistrate, and for the banks, it was Pretoria Magistrate Court. Did you have a good relationship with those courts?
No, I don't remember any of.
But what I don't understand, Sarah.
Yes.
You were controlling Mahlangu yourself and also Sullivan and Kabinde. You were controlling Mahlangu and Kabinde. You were drafting section 205 for them.
So
that's what you said. It's not me. Remember, it's your WhatsApp message.
The thing is, I dispute the WhatsApp messages, but you've put a question to me. So a section 205 affidavit is just an affidavit. So if you've done an investigation, I've done an investigation and I've put it together, right? You know what needs to go in the section 205, but I cannot issue or go to the court.
I understand that. But what I'm asking you, were you drafting section 205 for IPID? Mahlangu could not draft a section 205 for himself.
Oh no, and I think he did. I don't look, there was no bad faith. It was under pressure, lack of resources. We have computers.
From IPID. IPID don't have those things we are mentioning.
No. I'm just saying that, like, we offer.
No, I understand that you offer.
Okay.
But I'm saying IPID does not have. I'm talking about the state here. That you were drafting for them a section 205 because they didn't have the capacity.
Oh, I cannot remember, and I don't know what it was, because it could have been just